And soon I'll hear.
Please let me know when it works. Are we online? Can you check the link online? Can somebody see? Can you go on YouTube and check the link? Does it work? Hear us? Okay. Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, we are almost 40 minutes late, but please excuse us. Well, first of all, it's our first time. We hope we're getting better and better. Lots of people, they are got a little bit, later than we expected, but no worries. We hope, finally we made it, and we have to start. So, first and foremost, please welcome, genuinely and cordially. And I would like to start with a quote of Dalai Lama. World belongs to humanity, not this leader, that leader, or that kind king or prince or religious leader. World belongs to humanity. We are gathering today in one-day symposium format with one main subject matter in mind: human brain health and science of emotional wellness. Despite ancientness of the subject matter, some fundamental understanding and core beliefs are still raising concerns and divergent opinions. What do we even mean by human brain? What defines us from the rest of natural and artificial creations? How good we are at addressing its core needs. Historically, human health, happiness, life quality was strictly linked to access to income, education, technology, political and social environment. Gallup's life quality and happiness analytics data were strictly based on rating scales questionnaires. The one that when audience been asked to rank their state of happiness from best, 10 to worst, 0. Because of the neuroscience, we know that data gathered by those type of surveys cannot be reliable, can be even considered as a fair representation of reality. Often, top universities' most talented students with no issue in social status or food access experience major mental breakdowns that would not let them achieve their potential. Because of the biopsychology, we know that often we as a humankind perceive things not by the way things really are, but by how our biochemistry works, our genetics, environmental factors. The core question is how actually good we are at understanding and meeting the core humankind needs. How good we are at understanding and meeting needs of human brain wellness, mental health equity, and justice. Mental health is the most inherent to the human brain as nothing else, but there is still a stigma still exists related to mental health maintenance. People don't even ask for help when they need to. The evaluation methods that currently exist, I still have issues with identifying a problem on time. People, for example, people with sensational disabilities will not ever get any help from the currently available solutions. There are lots of concerns regarding the privacy and efficiency of the currently available talking therapy solutions, AI, chats, virtual consulting services. So Human Brain Expo was actually created with the goal to address these vital social needs, to seek for answers of the fundamental questions of humankind and advocate for humankind heritage. At Human Brain Expo, we covered diverse and impactful topics: positive psychology, resilience, motivational balance, mental wellness, support, accessibility, collaborations and partnership in the human brain health world, human brain safety, behavioral aspects of human brain health, nutrition, medications for brain, skin to brain connection, gut to brain connection, olfactory, audiology, vision, VR for medical treatments, brain computer interfaces, artificial human brain. If you are if some of these topics, if you're considering yourself as an expert in one of the subject matter and you didn't make it to speak today, we are actually encourage you and ask you to register for Human Brain Expo 2024 for the next year to be our exhibitor or speaker. At Human Brain Expo, we believe that facilitating proactive brain health solutions and propagating interdisciplinary collaboration will help big time to make a lot of things done. Human Brain Expo actually has an industry expert board that currently includes the industry leaders, CEOs from biotech companies, tech companies representatives, outstanding academic innovators, and non-profit organization leaders that help to direct Human Brain Expo development and provide consulting force to boost neuroscience in biopsychology-driven solutions. If you're interested in becoming our expert board member, please apply via submitting form on our official website, humanbrainexpo.com, or simply you can send your applications via email. So, Human Brain Expo actually aims to boost research that would help in understanding on influence and compatibility of product, digital and mass market with human brain health. An understanding of entire idea of social impact and what actually it means. How can we maximize social impact of vital for human brain health inventions? As we all know, the main heritage of humankind is intellectual property. And Human Brain Expo aim to work in the direction of optimizing of human intellectual property global exchange. If you're interested in helping us to achieve our goals via intellectual financial contribution, you're very welcome to join us as well. So I really want to cut a little bit my presentation because we don't have that much time. And I would like to get back to the future, to our speakers. We have amazing, first of all, I'm really flattered to have amazing people with us today. Thank you so much for coming. I'm very thankful to see you all here, and I will let you speak now. So for audience that join us live now and they see us live now, we have very diverse speakers today, from people, experts in audiology, to people who actually work in the space of digital games development for people with issues, mental health issues. So please stay with us. We are going to be here all day since 6 p.m. So it's going to be very interesting. And the first speaker, Susan Gibson. She's going to talk about nutrition for brain health. Please welcome Susan Gibson.
Thank you, Evgenia. So I just click on the slides here. I clicked on them, but nothing came up.
Which one?
Nutrition for brain health. That's it, yeah. Folks can see that?
Yes.
My mother's my best friend. I tell her everything. She's the person I'd call whenever anything interesting happened in my life. Closer to Mom than anyone in the world. When Mom was older, one day I took her for a walk outside of my parents' place. And she looks at me and says, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm your daughter." She says, "Is everybody going to show up and say they're my kid too?" I was crushed. Eventually, she played along with it and said, "Well, tell me about yourself." My mom did not remember one thing about me. Cognitive decline is devastating, devastating. And that same conversation repeated every time I saw Mom after that. Unfortunately, my story is not unique. Can we turn down the volume just a little bit? It's reverberating a lot. Isn't it reverberating for you guys? Yeah. Don't use the mic? That sounds great to me. Okay. Well, you tell me. It's just reverberating an awful lot. So how many of you have an elderly loved one that you have heard repeat the same story again and again and again and again? Maybe you have noticed others, or even yourself, struggle to come up with a word, walk into a room and not remember why you went in there, or have difficulty pulling up a name that you know that you know. So like me, maybe you tried to look for solutions. I found that most doctors offer no hope, and it was very frustrating. I believe there must be a way to make a difference. There must be something that can be done to keep your brain healthy for now and in the future. I'm Susan Gibson, and I applied my functional nutrition certification, coaching certification, pharmacy degree, Harvard MBA, and 35 years of healthcare to search for solutions. It's now my life mission to help people just like you keep and improve their memory. And there are many things that you can do. Your cognition is actually under your control. And today we'll give you some specific things that will help. If you have normal memory and are concerned about the future, if you notice some slips, and even for people who have dementia and Alzheimer's. So what does nutrition have to do with your brain health? How do you think your car would run if you put ice cream in your gas tank? Anyone? How would it run? Terrible. Why? Why wouldn't your car run well? It's not designed. That's right. Yeah, your car is not designed to run on ice cream. What if you put diesel in a gas tank? That's pretty similar to gasoline. It still wouldn't run and would damage your engine. And our bodies are very similar. In fact, our brain is only 2% of our total body weight, but it utilizes 20% of our nutrients, more of our nutrients than any other part of our body. So whatever you're putting in your mouth is having a disproportionate effect on your brain. So in order to understand this, we need to look at what goes wrong when you have cognitive decline. And over time, we are exposed to many different damages, toxins, metabolic issues, deficiencies. As we get older, our absorption decreases and we get more and more nutritional deficiencies, hormonal deficiencies. And the terrain, as Rachel said, the terrain in which cognitive decline develops is inflammation in the brain and oxidation, free radicals, and high blood sugar levels. The thing that many people don't know is that the pathology in your brain starts 10 to 40 years before your first memory loss symptom. This is not something that's happening at the time you're noticing a slip. This is going on for a long time. You actually start losing neurons, getting the plaques on your neurons and the tangles in them, and your brain actually shrinks in size. So what do people usually do when they notice, oh gosh, I'm having some issues? What do they usually do? Nothing, nothing. It should be this huge red flag. You have progressed a long way in this pathology and cognitive decline. I call this the slippery slope of cognitive decline. And again, this is silent for decades with no symptoms, no evidence, until you have your first memory loss symptom. And the issue is that eventually the damaging forces coming against you overcome your body's ability to deal with that and repair itself. So a picture is worth 1,000 words. Sometimes people ask, well, what do you mean the brain shrinks? This is a cross-section of brain showing the difference between a normal brain and someone with Alzheimer's disease. And you can see that the substance of the brain, the neurons and neuronal connections, are physically gone. This is one of the reasons that many in the medical community will say to you, there's nothing you can do when someone has progressed to dementia and Alzheimer's. How do you get that tissue back? Everyone else is telling you memory loss is just a normal part of aging and there's nothing you can do. I'm telling you there are a lot of things that you can do, and your cognition is actually under your control. So the talk today is about nutrition for brain health. So what is the truth about nutrition? What are the right things to eat, the healthy foods for your brain? I wager a bet that there are as many different opinions on what are healthy things to eat in this room as there are people in the room. And there's a few reasons for that. Part of it is that we've had some misinformation going on for many years. So today I want to bust a few myths and look at the top 5 things that you can do from a nutritional standpoint to improve your brain performance. So the first myth, have you ever heard that eating fat makes you fat? Yeah, in fact, Jerry Seinfeld did a great show on this where he looked at a package and looked at the fat content and said, it has fat, that's gonna be in me. But eating fat does not necessarily make you fat, but where this concept came from has a very long history. And in the 50s, they discovered that there was a lot of heart disease in the United States. It was the #1 killer. And they were trying to find the reason that we had a lot of heart disease. And they came up with the lipid hypothesis, which is, well, maybe it's because of fat in the diet. There were some studies that supported this, like the 7-country study, which was poorly done and not necessarily done randomly. But we started with the American Heart Association saying, well, you just don't want to eat saturated fats if you have heart disease. And then they said, well, you don't want to eat saturated fats if you're overweight. And the media caught on, and then eventually the American Heart Association said no one should eat fat. The food companies all got involved, and everything was low-fat foods. Low-fat milk, margarine, this artificially, synthetically created butter substitute. And this information was not changed for many decades. And what happened during that time period? Heart disease, obesity, and diabetes skyrocketed. Somehow it wasn't working. In fact, we went from 1 in 7 people in the United States who were obese in 1960 to 1 in 3 by the year 2000. And the reason is because when they took fat out of the food, instead they put in sugar and carbohydrates. And the real culprit is the sugar and carbohydrates. Your brain is 60% fat. You have to have fat for your brain to function. Fat is actually satiating and makes you not want to eat a lot more and helps keep your blood sugar stable. So fat is not the main culprit here. And another myth. For the first time, the government decided to tell Americans what they should be eating. So in the 1970s, they put out the food pyramid and said, this is what Americans should eat. You should eat mostly bread and cereal, some fruits and vegetables, a little bit of meat, and sweets. And some people say this is because the cereal companies influence them, whatever the case. This was not changed for many decades. So many people still have this impression. We now know that the carbohydrates, the bread and the cereal and the sugars are the main culprit, and they never recreated the food pyramid. They switched to My Plate, but that only gets updated every 20 years or so anyway. We now understand that it's better to have mostly fruits and vegetables, some meats and fats, and a small amount of grains or carbos. So today I'll talk about the top 5 tips for nutrition for your brain health. Tip number 1 is to reduce the amount of sugar. I am shocked at how many clients come to me and still have no idea that sugar is toxic to your brain. It causes inflammation, it damages the neurons, it damages the blood vessels, it reduces the amount of blood flow to the brain. It is really damaging to your brain. And as I said, your brain is disproportionately impacted by anything that you eat. Another problem with sugar is that it is phenomenally addictive. So if you eat sugar, you're going to want sugar. You're going to crave sugar. And there's also a tolerance. So the more that you eat it, the sweeter the food you need to be satisfied, and the more sweets that you need to be satisfied. So you get in a real spiral. And what happens when you eat sugar is that your blood sugar will go up temporarily, and within a few hours, your blood sugar plummets to lower than it was before you ate the sugar. And when it plummets, you get angry. You get irritable and sluggish, and you are craving food, and you are craving sweets, not healthy foods. And so you eat more sweets and you get in this cycle. The American culture is obsessed with sugar. We have sugar in everything now. And we're eating 47 times the amount of sugar that we ate in our culture a few hundred years ago. We are the highest consumers of sugar anywhere on the globe. They also call Alzheimer's disease diabetes 3 in the scientific literature, or diabetes of the brain, because there are so many commonalities between diabetes and Alzheimer's disease. Sugar is a big culprit. And you know from just giving a kid a candy bar, 1 dose of sugar can make a big difference in your performance. It hinders cognition and attention, and they have shown on cognitive tests that you can have issues just from 1 eating. It also has a short-term and a long-term detrimental effect. Studies showed that 1 week on a high sugar diet hindered brain test results. 1 week. And when they switched to a low sugar diet, the brain test results returned to normal. So it is reversible. And in terms of the addictive capability, even animals who are addicted to cocaine preferred sugar to cocaine. It ranked one of the highest on the addiction studies of anything that, and if you're addicted to cocaine, how hard is it to get off of that? So if you keep eating the sugar, you're feeding that addiction. Another interesting study, they did a survey of those who ate a lot of sugar and those who did not eat sugar and asked if they were hungry. They asked if they were hungry when it had been a long time since they had a meal, and they asked if they were hungry after they'd eaten a big meal. And the sugar eaters were hungry for sweets all the time. They were stuffed, just had a huge meal, and they were still craving sugar. So it impacts your satiety. So I love to look at the data and see what the studies show. I come from a scientific background. So here is some of the data that not only does sugar and sweet foods impact your cognitive performance, it's very well known that it's directly correlated to diabetes. The more sugar you eat directly increases the likelihood of getting diabetes. It also impacts weight gain, hypertension, heart disease, high cholesterol. Cancer is heavily related to eating sugar, and infections actually thrive on the sugar as well. Sugar ages you. There is some hope. There are 2 supplements that have been shown when you lower the sugar diet and take both omega-3s in combination with curcumin. There is some evidence that that can help address the damage that occurs from the sugar. So what is recommended? Well, the only way to know how much sugar you're getting is by reading the labels, the nutritional labels on your food. They're required to document the amount of sugar. It's shocking the amount of sugar in barbecue sauces and ketchups and yogurts. A tiny little yogurt has more than the recommended entire daily allowance of sugar. So check out your labels. The sweet sodas are particularly offensive. You could have 3 candy bars of some types of candy bars and get less sugar than in a large Mountain Dew. That's a lot of sugar. So find some low sugar substitutes. There's some great things out there now. Find ways to incrementally reduce the areas that you're eating sugar. But if you have issues with your cognition, if you have noticed memory issues, it's pretty important to get completely off of sugar because the sugar is really driving a lot of your problem. And processed foods also have sugar. The processing of the food removes a lot of its nutritional value. And in order to get a long shelf life on the products, they add sugar and salt as preservatives. And some studies show that 90% of the consumption of sugar and salt in our diets is coming from processed foods. And of course, processed foods lead to many other issues for your gut and other areas. Sugar goes by 56 different names. So it's worth being aware of the different names of sugar so that you can identify them on the label. And again, studies are showing that we're getting, in our culture, the majority of our calorie intake is coming from these ultra-processed foods. So it is possible to change your sugar habits. These are 2 examples of people I worked with who had very serious sugar addictions for over 60 years. Kathleen had a family history of dementia and was pretty motivated, but she was a heavy sugar addict and actually decided to stop sugar and successfully did that. Dr. Richard Johnson actually wrote 3 books about working with me and my company, Vivalor. And he noticed after a while that he was no longer craving sugar, and he had a serious craving for his entire life. He also lost 20 pounds, and the book is titled I Feel 15 Youngers, 50 Ways My Life Was Measurably Enhanced by Vivalor, my company. So tip number 2, get good fats, and particularly DHA is critical. So fat is actually really valuable. As I said, our brains are 60% fat. We need fat in order for our brains to function. Fat aids in cell growth. Actually, cholesterol is metabolized into our hormones, estrogen, testosterone, cortisol. So if it's too low, you're going to have difficulties, especially as you get older, with hormonal deficiencies. And fat helps with protecting our organs, protecting our cells, absorbing nutrients, and as I said before, it's very satiating, so you're not as hungry for additional foods. Now, as a functional nutritionist, we learned about the good fats and the bad fats. How many of you have heard about good fats versus bad fats? This was a part of the education that has gone on for many decades. I have recently read things that make me question this and whether all fats may be beneficial, but we still have a lot of people that have the mindset that has been created over many decades. So you definitely need the good fats. So nuts are great, fish is great, olive oil is great. They're called here good fats and bad fats just for simplicity's sake. The less good fats are vegetable oil, which has nothing to do with vegetables, although that was what was promoted during the 70s through the 90s, and fried foods and these margarine and Crisco and artificially created foods. In the United States, most of us eat more than 40 times more bad fats than good fats. And you really want to get closer to 4 times or 2 times as many bad fats as good fats. How many of you know DHA? Docosahexaenoic acid. It is an omega-3 fatty acid or fish oil. It is the largest naturally occurring portion of your brain. And after age 20, our levels start declining. It is critical for cognitive function, and deficiencies in pregnant mothers and in young kids lead to cognitive issues. It is hugely important and critical, but you can't make any more. You have to consume it. These are studies showing over a dozen different aspects of cognition that are improved by taking DHA, and they know very well that low levels of DHA are associated with dementia and Alzheimer's disease. And there are a number of studies showing that taking DHA, the people with the higher blood levels performed better on cognitive tests and showed tremendous reductions in dementia, 47% in one study, 65% reduction in dementia, and 60 to 72% reduction in Alzheimer's, depending on the doses. There are lots of books written about DHA because many of them say that over 90% of our population is deficient in DHA, and it is amazing for vitality and energy and anti-aging properties as well. This is the reason that the CDC says to get at least 2 to 3 healthy fish meals a week, is because that's the way you get your DHA naturally. Most of the time, we recommend that you get your nutrients from your food whenever you can. This is just one area that you need to be a little bit careful because our fish supply is heavily tainted with mercury. And mercury toxicity in and of itself can cause serious cognitive decline. So it's good to, when you're eating fish, choose fish that are low in mercury, and this is a great place to supplement in a relatively high doses. So tip number 3 is to eat your vegetables. I sound like your mom. Vegetables are wonderful. They have fiber that really helps with your gut. They're very important for gut health, and your gut health is attached to your brain health, just like your heart health is attached to your brain health. There's tons of different nutrients in vegetables, and vegetables are good for reducing inflammation and oxidation, and there's actually some studies showing that they reduce cell death and improve brain blood flow. These are the, better over here, isn't it? So these are the clinical studies have shown improvements in various different aspects of cognition, so a handful of different aspects of cognition from eating vegetables. And only 1.3 servings per day reduced cognitive age by 11 years versus not having that many vegetables. And this is a linear effect. The more, at least this is what the studies have been showing, the more that you eat, the better the benefit. And high dose vegetables is 5 servings a day. And there are over 16 studies showing that eating lots of vegetables, 5 servings a day, it reduced death, improved cognitive performance, reduced chronic diseases, reduced heart disease, and improved brain tests. So this is a great recommendation for the elderly and for those with dementia. Eating a lot of vegetables can really help, and that's where the impact is the most pronounced. And just a note that the really starchy vegetables like corn and potato and even sweet potato aren't included in your vegetable count since they are primarily starch, even though they are naturally grown. So what's the recommendation? The recommendation is to get at least 2 to 3 cups of vegetables a day. And the great majority of people do not achieve this. 9 out of 10 people in the United States are not even getting a couple of cups worth a day. And there is data showing that the high dose vegetables, the 5 servings a day, reduce stroke, heart attack, and cancer. So there's tons of different vegetables. Find some new ones, find one you like. Get recipes that you enjoy. Vegetables can be wonderful and can be very tasty. It's a matter of how you put them together. And some of these things are easy. Adding fats is something that you could do. Adding vegetables is an addition. I don't want this to be heavy, so we put a little minion in here for a little lightness. And I don't believe that diets are a one-size-fits-all. You have to find something that works for you, but it's helpful to at least know what choices you're making and what their impact can be. So tip number 4, take a multivitamin. I am amazed at how many really intelligent physicians get on the internet and say, well, if you're eating a healthy diet, you don't really need a multivitamin, which conceptually is true, except that the population studies are all showing massive portions of our population are deficient in numerous of these vitamins typically. And it's pretty easy, this is an easy one, to take a multiple vitamin. The definition of a vitamin is something that is critical for your important bodily functions, and you have to take it because you can't make it. We know that low levels of certain vitamins and minerals can result in dementia. You can have dementia-like symptoms from a shortage of B vitamins, magnesium, or vitamin D. So have your levels checked every now and then and take your multivitamin. I assume everyone knows that the US recommended daily allowance, RDA, is not the optimal level. It's the minimal level under which you will have disease if you aren't consuming that much. So that's the absolute minimums. Supplements are another controversial topic in some segments of the medical community. And I have also seen physicians stand up and say, there's no data on supplements. I say, you have not taken 10 seconds to look if you say that, because I can give you 20 pages of scientific data and studies on even just one supplement typically. And supplements are helping significantly in this space. There are many supplements that are beneficial for cognitive function. So just for example, one supplement, cocamamine, has 289 studies, 9 double-blind, placebo-controlled, randomized human clinical studies. That's the highest level of evidence. So just as a general comparison, having worked for 30 years developing pharmaceuticals, you need 2 of those for a prescription drug to get FDA approval. Only 1 if you're in a small population, an orphan population. So 9 of those types of studies, that's a significant amount of data. So supplements are beneficial. And number 5, many people have not heard of this, but intermittent fasting is hugely helpful. And there are many different ways to do it. You can do longer ways of doing this, but this is just how long you take overnight when you're not eating. And all of us should stop eating at least 3 hours before we go to bed. You don't sleep well when you have food in your stomach. And we want to not eat for 12 hours. So if you quit eating at 8 o'clock at night and you start eating again at 8 in the morning, you are getting a 12-hour intermittent fast. If you have any cognitive decline, or if you have risk factors like the ApoE4 gene, which is the dementia risk gene, you really should go 14 to 16 hours without eating overnight. There are huge benefits to this. This allows your body to detox and cleans out your cells. It allows you to heal and recharge. And you release a lot of hormones, growth hormone, BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. Yeah.
Okay. So if I go to bed at 10 o'clock at night, then I want to do 14 or 16 hours, I'm not eating till...
You just skip breakfast. Then you would go till...
Oh, okay, get breakfast.
You skip breakfast, basically.
Okay, so don't skip breakfast, and then go.
I probably wouldn't eat until 10 o'clock, because if you're going to stop eating within 3 hours of bedtime, that's not going to give you your 3 hours.
7 o'clock, I stop eating in the night. Go to bed at 10.
Oh yeah, well,
Yeah,
7
yeah.
o'clock you stop eating,
Go to
so
bed at
12 hours would be
And
7
then I
minutes.
eat breakfast at 8. Right?
You just skip breakfast, and if you
Skip
have
breakfast.
lunch at noon,
Have lunch, so
you're
skip
doing
breakfast.
the longer version.
So if I go, so 10, 14 hours, at noon, I'm at 14 hours. So
Just skip
So I
breakfast.
skip breakfast, which that generally people say, right? Don't skip breakfast. Most important meal of the day, right?
Yeah, that's another, it's very interesting, because
Yeah.
nutrition is such a controversial topic. And many of the things we believe, and for me, I spent 35 years in traditional Western medicine. Now I'm doing lifestyle and healthy things, and then I'm reading all these books because I'm so wedded in, okay, look at what the studies say. We're scientifically based, and now I'm finding that many of the studies aren't what we thought they said. So having fats and things that are satiating in the morning is good, but I think you'll find if you're eating more fats and not having sugars, you probably won't have any problems skipping breakfast and going to lunch. This is again where you work with someone and find out what's working for you, find out what foods you're eating are causing your blood sugar to spike, and when your blood sugar is really low, you're going to struggle and you're going to be hungry. But this is a target to do most of the time. And it's really very effective. People say they have more energy, they're much clearer in their thinking, there's lots of different benefits, and this is another thing that is very doable. So one of the most common questions I get is, okay, you're looking at this all the time, Susan, but can you help me improve my brain health? And my talk today is about nutrition for brain health, but I would be remiss if I did not tell you about the thing that I am very excited about, which is the RECODE protocol. And nutrition is important. It's important for maintaining your health. It's important for improving your memory. But if you just address nutrition alone, it will not solve serious cognitive issues. There are a number of other areas that you will want to address as well. And the RECODE program was developed by Dr. Dale Bredesen, the author of the book, The End of Alzheimer's. He is a world-renowned expert in cognitive diseases and has been doing clinical studies for over 30 years and has examples of patients who for 30 years have recovered and led normal lives. The very first study using this protocol was published in 2014, was a small group of patients, but 6 of them had such serious cognitive decline they couldn't work anymore. And in 9 months' time, 9 months, they were back at work. So this is unprecedented. And you will find many in the medical community who say it doesn't exist and it can't happen and it's impossible, but it is happening. There are many published studies regarding it, and it is really the only published clinically successful way of addressing cognitive decline. It's a very comprehensive program. It's not simple. They have actually computerized systems, so you do lab tests and cognitive tests and a medical history that covers all of the different risk factors. And there are many different risk factors that you might not be aware of. Like, are you getting enough oxygen at night when you sleep? Because if you're not getting enough oxygen to your brain, you're losing brain tissue. So dental issues, this covers the gamut, and you get a report that tells you exactly where your risk factors are and prioritizes what you need to do to address it. And then you work with physicians. If you have toxins, you work with an expert in toxins. If you have mold in your house, if you do not get rid of the mold, you will not get rid of your cognitive decline. And if you have mercury toxicity, and this will identify all of those different areas and get at the root cause of the issue. And nutrition, these are the Bredesen 7, the 7 main areas that they teach about and do interventions in, and nutrition is an important one. But again, if you've got serious toxicities or serious deficiencies, those need to be addressed. And here's some of the clinical data. In the most recently published study, 84% of the patients were statistically significantly improved on 2 different cognitive tests. The partners of the people with dementia and pre-dementia also showed an 84% improvement in their partner's performance. And this shows, again, the drugs that are approved are only, your cognition is still declining when you're on those drugs. It's just declining at a slightly slower rate than when you are on drug. Unfortunately, what happens, and so it does help for some people during a period of time. Maybe for a year or 2, you might get some benefit.
But when you do Alzheimer's drugs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're going to slow it down. That's all they're going to do. Not going to reverse it.
And they don't even effectively slow it down. They address the symptoms temporarily, but when you go off of them, you return to your old decline. So it's not changing your overall rate of decline. It's helping your symptoms for a temporary period. And it can benefit some people. There are side effects that come with them. They're not a solution. And, I'm a pharmacist. I worked at pharmaceutical companies for years. I'm not against the medical community, but the challenge with taking a pill at times is that we then don't look for the root issue and solve the real problem. We're just putting a Band-Aid on it, but we think we've done something. So here's RECODE in comparison. RECODE, people are improving and going back to functional, productive lives, even folks that have pretty seriously advanced cognitive decline. And then this is actually, Julie Gregory is the chief health officer at Apollo, but she herself had dementia and had a time when she was driving in her neighborhood and stopped in her car and had no idea where she was, completely disoriented, didn't remember any of it. And she leads one of the cleanest lifestyles I've ever seen. She's pretty amazing. And it does take some commitment to do this, but she, she's back doing a chief officer job now. So it is possible. Questions? Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you. This is wonderful. With the
Recode?
one of them was, is
Yeah.
there any difference between omega-3s coming from fish oil versus like algae oil?
Yeah, the algae-based DHA is fine. It's a good source. So that's totally fine. That's really the only plant-based source. So folks who are vegetarians usually want to use algae-based. If you had a choice and it's not an issue for you, I would do the fish oil-based, but the algae-based it's fine.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
And then for artificial sweeteners, are there any that are particularly bad and some that are relatively better?
That is a great question. So monk fruit and stevia are the preferred methods. They are natural. This is another area where, again, I've done traditional Western medicine, I've done the natural version, and then I'm reading things that don't jive with either of the kind of, we get set things that we believe in. And the natural community is pretty opposed to artificial sweeteners. I've done a review of all the scientific literature, and the scientific literature, I cannot find the issues that folks are concerned about. So I mean, it's interesting being an expert in this space and now seeing the disconnect between some of there are many things, just like the fat story, where we're told certain things for years, and when you really go back and look at the data, or we find out the data were flawed and it got published, but this is the beta amyloid hypothesis with dementia. So stevia and monk fruit are your best. And the artificial sweeteners are not great, but they're a lot better than sugar.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else? Yeah.
I'd just like to make a comment.
Sure.
There's a list of risk factors for Alzheimer's or any sort of dementia, and there's a lot of them there's nothing you can do about. But this is something you can do about, along with your hearing. There's a handful of them on there
Yes.
that you
Yes.
can do something, and
Yes.
even if you maybe didn't have the gene, you can thwart what's going to happen.
Absolutely. Well, so this is another interesting thing. Many people kind of feel like, well, dementia is a genetic issue. And absolutely, there are genes, the ApoE4 gene, which you can either have one or two of, and there are other genes that put you at risk. But they are not a determinant of whether you get dementia or not. And a healthy lifestyle has an even greater impact in the folks that have the genetic risk. This is way more a lifestyle disease than it is a genetic disease. And some of the lifestyle things like the toxicities and even hearing. So yeah, absolutely, if you have hearing loss, they have very clear evidence that contributes to dementia. And when you address the hearing loss and resolve it, the issues go away and the risk factor goes away. They're now finding the same thing with vision, because your brain is not getting the stimulation it needs when those senses aren't working. So there's many things you can do. But the one thing I would say is that I don't know any other place that you can get a comprehensive look at all the different risks to understand what is going on for you personally and then get a personal plan showing you exactly which of your blood levels are out of line, or what kind of toxicities have you been exposed to, where you have hormonal deficiencies. And as part of the medical questionnaire, to look at your sleep and your dental habits. And because there's such a broad range, your brain is so complicated, there are many different things that can be impacting your cognitive function. But yeah, hearing, you're our hearing expert, and hearing is that's a big one.
Okay, so and where is the RECODE program available, and what does it cost?
Yeah, so it's available online. I'm a certified RECODE practitioner, and I have given you on the table, if you are interested in more information, please give me your name and email, and I will send you more information and stay in touch with you. My website, vivalore.com, has some information, and the actual RECODE program is administered on apollohealthco.com. So please get in touch with me if you.
Does Medicare cover
No, well, no. So it's a subscription. There's both RECODE, which stands for reversing cognitive decline, and there's PRECODE, which stands for preventing cognitive decline. So you can start earlier. The PRECODE doesn't get into as many details, the toxicities, the hormones and things. But and they ask you to commit to a 1-year period, and then you pay for your lab tests, and you get this report. Now, you will typically want to work with a professional like me, who will walk you through the report and help you to understand what's there, and help you to get on a program to think about what are the most important changes that you want to make, and help walk you through the process. And that is separate from it, but it's not exorbitantly expensive. So, any other questions? So, yeah, one more.
Early in your talk, it was very informative. You showed the pictures of the brain, neurological.
Yes, yes.
RECODE, what's the neurological mechanism that is restoring cognitive function?
Well, that is a great question. They have actually shown on MRIs growth in the brain. And they know the typical rate of decline that happens for people with pre-dementia and dementia. So there actually is evidence. This is still in a modest number of patients that they have this data, and they're doing bigger studies now. But the bottom line is that we have these destructive forces that are damaging the neurons, and we don't have the support, the strength, the hormonal strength. Our bodies don't biochemically have the strength to be able to handle it. So you're creating an environment in which we're constantly losing and building neurons. Actually, that's neuroplasticity. So we're reducing the amount of neurons that are being lost and helping the number that are being reestablished. And overall, that is having a net slight positive effect. But we expect most people see changes within 6 months. If you don't, then we're looking for, okay, we're not finding the largest triggers here. So let me close with this. We had an issue with rats in our roof, in our house at home. They'd scamper around at night, make all kinds of noise, and we would just ignore it. It went on for months and months and months, and we just ignored it. Eventually, we had a professional come out, and they closed up all the openings and put out rat traps, but it made no difference. The rats chewed new holes, and we were bypassing the same place. So we just ignored it. We just ignored it, month after month after month. And then the rats chewed through our electrical wires, and we had a huge problem. But I just didn't know there was anything you could do. Some of you may have noticed some ways that your cognition is not as good as it used to be. It's easy to just ignore it. Maybe you've even talked to a professional or tried some products that didn't work. So it's easy to just ignore it. Don't wait until you have a huge problem. There are many things you can do to improve your cognition. Take action now. Don't wait until it's too late.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. Okay, moving forward. Oh. Next speaker is actually going to talk us and educate us about very important part of our life, sleep. How many hours usually guys sleep in? 8? Okay, so I believe that, neurotechnology is really, awesome field, and we would like to welcome Aaron Bromberg. He's actually CEO at Steam Science, and he's actually even quit Amazon, a boss, to work for his own venture. And I think that's amazing. It takes a lot of, bravery to do such a thing. So please welcome Aaron Bromberg.
Morning. Let's see. Okay, great. Yeah, good morning. Do we still have the echo, or is it pretty good? Great. Well, hey, it's amazing to be here with you guys. There's a lot of people doing some amazing work in all sorts of areas of brain science and neuroscience here. Sorry, is a problem? Within STEM science, our focus is on using consumer neurotechnology to improve sleep. So looking forward to telling you all about that. I wanted to broaden it a little bit and just talk about sort of what I see as the next big wave in consumer neurotech. And when I talk about consumer neurotechnology, I'm not necessarily referring to where does somebody buy a product or even who pays for it. It's really about products that people can use in their everyday lives, in their homes, to improve all aspects of their brains and mental health. So consumer neurotech has been a trend or topic for over a decade now, and it really hasn't sort of cut through the clutter or risen above the noise floor with consumers. There have been some false starts. I highlighted a few of them here, but going back even to 2013, there were companies that gained a little bit of traction, gained a little bit of success and buzz, but then ultimately fizzled out. What I'd like to talk about and make the case here is that these earlier waves have really enabled a situation that we're at now, where we're right on the cusp of a third wave of successful consumer neurotechnology. And I want to tell you all about that third wave, but I want to look at it through a bit of a case study, through the lens of sleep. So I'm going to I'll get back to the third wave of consumer neurotech, but I want to talk about sleep for a moment and why it's important as an area to dig into. So most of us, when we think about sleep, we think about the sleep environment. How dark is your room? How soft is your pillow? What's your bedtime, et cetera, et cetera. The reality is sleep is a brain activity. It's literally a series of electrical patterns in your brain as you transition from waking state characterized by high beta, infrequent, unpredictable brain waves through stages of lower frequencies and more predictable sinusoidal brain waves. You go first when you climb into bed, you're awake, and then you start to doze off. That's characterized by a dominant brain rhythm called alpha, around 10 hertz. Then you go into light sleep, characterized by theta waves, and then into deep sleep or slow wave sleep. That's the good stuff. That's considered to be the most restorative and beneficial stage of sleep. All of us go through this same broad cycle 4 and 5 times a night if we're lucky. But the details are actually unique to you. So my alpha frequency might be 10.2 hertz, yours might be 9.5 or 9.8. Those little details or nuances make up your individual sleep signature. Okay? There are really 3 reasons why sleep is a great case study for talking about neurotechnology, and I want to go through them. But the first and primary reason is because it's so fundamentally important. It's truly the foundation of every aspect of mental and physical health. Matthew Walker is one of our science advisors at STEM Science. He's also a professor right here at UC Berkeley, and he wrote a fantastic book called Why We Sleep. I recommend it to everyone. It's a science book, but it's very accessible, very interesting, and very motivating. In that book and in his public speaking, he calls sleep Mother Nature's best effort yet at immortality. And it's true. Sleep has a positive effect on every aspect of health, including, of course, cognition and preventing some of the cognitive decline that Susan just talked about, but also on obesity and type 2 diabetes, heart disease, mental health, depression, even risk of injury, as well as, of course, all of the stuff that our parents told us around improving your mood, improving your outlook, making you more optimistic, making you more productive at work, making you better equipped to get along with your significant others or family members, on and on and on. I could talk all day about why sleep is important, but I'll just leave it as, I can't think of a more fundamental thing that could improve individual and public health. Second reason why sleep is a good case study for consumer neurotech is because it's universal. Everybody sleeps. Every one of us was doing it just a few hours ago. Hopefully none of us are doing it right now. But in addition to the fact that everybody sleeps, many of us struggle with sleep. In fact, 1 in 3 adults, according to the US Center for Disease Control, is clinically sleep deprived. The problem gets worse as we get older. 46% of seniors struggle with insomnia. If you ask people whether they're satisfied with their sleep, I don't know, are you guys satisfied with your sleep? More than half will express dissatisfaction with the quantity or quality of their sleep. And as a result, millions and millions of people, 18 million adults in the US, take prescription sleeping pills, even though these are some of the worst drugs out there. They carry the same black box warning as cigarettes because they're habit forming, they carry extreme side effect risks, and they don't actually work to deliver restorative, beneficial sleep. They just kind of knock you out like a mallet in a Tom and Jerry cartoon. Another 12 or 13 million adults take over-the-counter sleep aids 15 or more times per month. This could include melatonin, but it also includes people taking Benadryl off-label, people taking NyQuil, people taking CBD gummies. We're in Berkeley, that's no problem with that, but it's ultimately not going to be a salve to the sleep deprivation epidemic. So sleep is important, it's universal. It's also measurable, and that's something that is a bit of a nuance, a bit of an important and maybe less obvious point about why sleep is a good application for consumer neurotechnology. If you compare it to something like mood, anxiety levels, focus and attention, other aspects of our neurology, aspects of our mental activities that are problems for many of us at the forefront, it's very difficult to systematically measure your mood. There's advances and there's exciting ways of doing that coming to the forefront in neuroscience. But sleep is something we've been able to measure very accurately for decades in a sleep lab using techniques called polysomnography. That gives us a framework for very specifically measuring sleep quality, sleep duration, sleep health. And even without advances like polysomnography, it's pretty easy for someone to know how many hours they slept. You might get it wrong, you might not always remember every wake event over the course of the night, but there's at least a metric in place to know if you're doing better or worse with respect to sleep. So sleep's super important, it's universal, everybody sleeps, and it's measurable. For these three reasons, there have been a lot of consumer neurotech startups and big companies that have focused on sleep as a target for their applications. And these are useful to illustrate these first couple of waves of consumer neurotech. Wave number one, sleep measurement. These are headbands that have built-in EEG sensors. EEG sensor is just a type of sensor that measures brain activity non-invasively. So you wear it on your forehead and you can detect prefrontal brain waves. And you can use this to allow people to measure their sleep quite accurately in the home. Again, none of these have really taken off. There was a company going back more than a decade called Zeo that was a hot startup that fizzled out. There have been more recent startups that have pivoted away from this technology, and there's still some out there, but they haven't quite cut through the clutter. Well, why not? Number one, there actually are quite a number of ways of measuring sleep out there, and some of them may be a little less accurate than EEG sensor, but they also don't require you to wear headbands with your sleep, which a lot of people don't want. So, you know, that bit of competition, I think, has affected these companies. But there's a more important reason why I don't think they've been successful, which is if you're one of the 70 million people that struggles with sleep decline, these devices just tell you what you already know. And that's extensible, that observation, right? If you're someone who struggles with exercise, an exercise tracker is going to tell you what you already know. Every one of these measurement devices, these so-called quantified self devices, struggle with customer churn. They struggle with attrition as customers stop using them because they're not going to learn new things from them and they're not going to actually solve the problem that they have. So that sets up wave number two. Wave number two is at-home neurostimulation devices. These devices actually use very gentle and low levels of electrical current applied prefrontally or occipitally or to the vagus nerve in order to induce brain activity. And that is a technology that's been used in neurology labs for decades. It's a very well understood process where you can use electrical current to entrain brain activity by, the brain is an electrical system, of course, so by applying electrical current close to the brain, you can induce a magnetic or an electromagnetic field that induces neuronal activity and creates brain wave. So these products promise to improve sleep by encouraging brain activity that's associated with sleep. The reason that they haven't taken off is because they don't work, at least not for everyone. So everyone, like I talked about, has a unique sleep signature. Everyone's brain is different. Everyone's sleep patterns are different. And when you try to apply a one frequency fits all kind of electrical wave in order to induce brain activity, it's going to work for some but not for others. And when you're in a consumer product market, works for some but not for others is kind of a death sentence because you end up with bad reviews, bad word of mouth, and customers that are returning the product because it didn't work for them. And so these products, again, have found some great applications in medical environments. There's fantastic work around what's called TDCS, transcranial electrical stimulation, as an application to help improve the lives for people struggling with drug-resistant depression, for example. But that's in a clinical environment where a doctor can adjust the stimulation protocol in order to make sure that works for the patient. It's also in an environment where that patient, many of them, don't have an expectation that because I saw this advertised in my Facebook feed, it's definitely going to work for me, right? When you go to a doctor, you know that there may be a bit of iteration around your treatment protocol. For consumer products, not so much. And so you end up with this set of products that hasn't exactly taken off. Well, hopefully this backstory has set us up for my explanation of wave number 3, which is closed loop neuromodulation. Long term, but what it means is combining the best of waves 1 and 2 while solving some of the problems that they had in order to create something that can work very broadly to improve people's lives by both reading brain activity and then combining that with personalized brain stimulation. So STEM Science has created a sleep aid built entirely around this observation, around this wave. Somni is our headband. It's actually available now, and we're shipping it to hundreds of customers. The product uses closed loop neurostimulation to measurably and directly improve sleep. It's the only consumer device that uses closed loop neurostimulation, meaning reading brain activity and then using that brain activity to personalize the frequencies, weightages, durations of stimulation. So here's how it works. The headband has a built-in EEG sensor. You put it on at bedtime and it reads your brain activity. It reads a baseline of your individual sleep signature. And then that data gets wirelessly uploaded to our cloud server, which has an algorithm, a machine learning algorithm that uses brain activity along with your sleeping patterns to figure out the exact optimal set of frequencies and weightages to stimulate at. And it's going to be different for everyone because everybody's brain is different. But it's also going to vary night to night for any individual because your sleeping patterns vary over time. You might have a different bedtime on the weekend versus the weekday. You might have sleeping patterns that vary seasonally. Many people struggle with sleep in the summertime or in the wintertime specifically. You might have a big presentation today, and you might have different sort of levels of baseline anxiety the night before. All of those factors are going to feed into our algorithm in order to personalize the stimulation. The algorithm delivers 15 minutes of gentle electrical stimulation. And at the end of that 15 minutes, you take Somni off and put it on the headband, or put it on the charging nightstand. So what we've seen is that with that 15-minute stimulation at bedtime, it not only cuts the time that it takes people to fall asleep, but it improves the quality of that whole night's sleep by more than any sleeping pill. The reason that it's so effective is because it's personalized. So we've done an 1,800 plus night real world study with Somni. This is real people using it in their homes, in the environment of the home with all the variation that you might expect. And what we did was we tested the importance of the personalization protocol relative to just using one frequency fits all. And what we saw is that with one size fits all, there was really no significant improvement in sleep. It added 3 minutes of sleep duration on average, which again is going to result in very mixed reviews because some people might add 15 or 20 minutes of sleep, but other people might lose 15 or 20 minutes of sleep. When we turn on the personalization algorithm and give you a couple of nights of just training our models with your individual brain rhythms, 22 minutes of added sleep duration. Now that's significant. That's something that you're going to notice and is going to improve your life. Over a week or two, as our algorithm learns not just your individual brain rhythms, but also your sleeping patterns, so your weekend versus weekday bedtime, all those other factors that feed into your individual sleep performance. We saw a 37-minute increase in average sleep duration. That means that for many people, 30% of the people in this study, they were adding an hour of sleep duration to their sleep. If you take an insomniac and you give them an extra hour of sleep, I can tell you from firsthand experience, it's going to be life-changing. Not only are they going to feel better the next day, but they're going to be better equipped to make all sorts of lifestyle changes around improved exercise, improved diet, improved performance, et cetera, et cetera. I've had customers tell me that they feel 10 years younger after a month of using Somni, because when you struggle with sleep deprivation, it literally is the first and only thing that you got to fix before you can go make other health improvements. We've published these results. Our science team has published these results in the Frontiers in Human Neuroscience. It's gone through peer review. And so these are real significant findings. And then we've also looked at the performance in a randomized controlled study in a sleep lab that we operate here in Berkeley. And we saw similar results. We compared those results in the sleep lab to other peer-reviewed polysomnography studies for other types of sleep aids. And what we saw is that on average, Somni is 4 times as effective as taking a melatonin. It's twice as effective as CBTI, which is cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia. That's what your doctor will recommend today if you go and tell them that you're struggling with insomnia. And CBTI is great. It works. It's an 8-week course of therapy where your doctor will advise, or a sleep clinician or a coach will advise on all sorts of lifestyle changes you can make to improve your sleep, as well as behavioral changes. So it's worthwhile, but many people don't have access to it. Many others just don't have the time or willingness to go through an 8-week course. This is 15 minutes, not 8 weeks. Somni is 50% more effective than Ambien in improving sleep. But more importantly, it doesn't have any of the side effects of Ambien. It just delivers healthy, natural, restorative sleep, rather than creating a risk of habituation or addiction, of creating hangover effects or drowsiness the next day. And, you know, it's just something that is generally unpleasant. Ambien is just generally unpleasant for people that are on it. You talk to them, many of them are motivated to get off of it. So I went pretty deep on sleep there. I could go super deep because I love talking about it, but I also want to wake you up by highlighting the fact that sleep is not the one and only application for consumer neuroscience or for this third wave of closed loop neuromodulation. And in fact, there's been some really exciting and interesting work in academia suggesting a lot of promise with this type of technology. So looking ahead a bit to other applications, there have been very interesting and well-received research studies that have shown using the same type of electrical stimulation, same locations as Somni is stimulating, but just at different times of day with different protocols, a significant improvement in both working and long-term memory, as well as improvements in attention and focus for people struggling with adult ADHD. And same story with mood and anxiety disorders and other neurological conditions. All of these things that I'm talking about share the same basic 3 ingredients with sleep, in that they're incredibly important to both personal and broad public health. They're universal, even if we're not clinically ADHD. All of us could use more focus at various times. All of us certainly could use improved working and long-term memory or improved mood at various times. So they're universal. And increasingly, they're measurable. We're not yet at the same standard of measurability for things like memory or attention as we are with sleep, which has been studied in the lab extensively over the last several years. But the science is progressing incredibly fast. And so as we see that progress in academia and research in neurotechnology, I predict that we will see this wave of closed-loop consumer neurostimulation devices start to come to bear to allow people to apply these technologies as an alternative to one-size-fits-all therapies or neuropharmaceuticals. So in closing, Somni is available today, and I love talking about it. So if you are interested in learning more about STEM science, Somni, or what we're working on, or its applications in consumer or clinical or business settings, please pull me aside over the course of the day. And I'd love to answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, so on your website, at the lifelongs insomnia, because I was like 7. On your website, it actually says product ships in 6 to 10 weeks. Is that true, or do we get it sooner?
Yeah, it is. We're working through a backlog. We've got
Lots of calling back on.
yeah, no, we've got, I think, as a business, sort of a first-class problem of a ton of demand for the product, and we're just ramping up production. So there is a bit of a delay, but we'll get there, and we're delivering them just as quickly as we can.
Are the EEG signals used? Like, whatever it means.
Yeah, so EEG sensor measures brain activity. It measures, the electrical activity in your brain. And so what that allows us to do is to determine your brain's dominant rhythms or your individual frequencies that, based on all of the other data that we've collected, most correspond to the important frequencies for sleep. It's also, if you sleep with the headband on, it will we'll leave it on, and we can use that to kind of get a sleep report over the course of the whole night. But again, you don't have to sleep with it on. You take it off after the 15-minute session.
So how did you determine your target algorithm? So once you diagnose their personal patterns, what are you trying to move it to?
Yeah, so we've actually done years of lab research to get us ready to launch Somni, and we've tried a lot of variations of different frequencies and different protocols for stimulation. And one of the things that we learned is that based on different sleep profiles, I call them sleep signatures, those want to have different mixes of frequencies. So there are some people that they really struggle to fall asleep. You get in bed and your mind races and you just can't shut off. But then once they're out, they're out. And there are other people that actually fall asleep really quickly, but they wake up in the middle of the night and they can't fall back asleep. Both of those suck, by the way. They're both, equally annoying and also damaging to your health. But they're actually different sets of frequencies or different mixes of frequencies that are going to optimally improve those two different situations. And so what the algorithm's looking at is both what are your dominant rhythms, your rhythms that correspond to your sleep signature, but also what's your sleeping pattern, what's your profile, and we can actually predict that based on how we see your brain changing over the 15 minutes that you get into bed.
So it's adjusting the frequency of the tones and also how often the tones?
It's yeah, so it's an electrical frequency, and you can think of it like a blend of frequencies, just like a chord on a piano. It's adjusting the relative loudness of the different notes so that if we emphasize or apply a greater weight to, for example, your alpha frequency, it'll tend to make you much more drowsy. It won't help as much with sleep maintenance or reducing the wake-ups. But then if we weight different frequencies, we can improve sleep maintenance, reduce the number of wake events without necessarily compromising your ability to fall asleep or your sleep latency, but it won't help as much. And so we're just trying to algorithmically find the right balancing point that improves your overall sleep quality by as much as possible.
Can you leave it on all night?
You can leave the headband on. It's not going to stimulate all night. And so part of that is there's a sensation during the stimulation. You can feel a little bit of a tingle, but also it's because, we want you to get into natural, healthy sleep. So the metaphor that I like to use is like a kid on a swing, right? If you get that kid going at the right frequency, it's actually lower energy to just keep swinging. And it's the same thing with your brain. We give it a little push on the right path to sleep, and then it's actually lower energy to continue to oscillate at those frequencies.
What brain regions in particular is this stimulating? I have some background in EEG. Yeah, is it like
Yeah.
FP1 or FP2?
Yeah, it's prefrontal cortex.
Okay. Do you have any plans to try to, is that the auricular nerve that controls the vagus?
We've looked at vagus nerve stimulation as well. For sleep in particular, prefrontal cortex is where it's at. If you look at a brain under an MRI system or an FNIR system that can show the whole brain activity, during sleep, brain waves actually originate prefrontally and just kind of wash over the brain front to back. And so the optimal place to stimulate is right on the forehead.
Since you broke the ice, I'll dive in. I'm much less knowledgeable about brainwaves, but just from one of the clients I work with, when we're talking about prefrontal, is there, by any chance, a differential in right left hemispheres with gamma frequency?
There may be gamma's. Not to get too technical, gamma's it's a very high frequency, and it's not as directly relevant for sleep. It's also less sensitive to entrainment. So the lower frequencies are the ones that we've focused on stimulating. Yeah. So we arrived at that number experimentally, but it's kind of the sweet spot. If you go too much longer, it actually risks keeping people up because you need to ask them for more time during their bedtime routine. If you go too much shorter, it's a little less efficacious. And so 15 minutes is kind of the sweet spot. One side benefit that we didn't necessarily anticipate is if you talk to any behavioral sleep scientist, the first thing they'll recommend is adopt a bedtime routine. So even if you don't buy Somni, adopt a bedtime routine that you repeat over and over. It turns out that 15-minute stim session is actually a pretty sneaky, great way of enforcing people having a bedtime routine. So I've been using this for months and months, and now what I do is I'll get in bed, I'll put on my Somni, and I'll read a book for exactly 15 minutes. During the stim session, the app will play some very relaxing music, and I'll have that as my wind down routine. And at the end of that, I just close my book, put everything away, and go to sleep.
Is it FDA cleared?
Nope. So it's a wellness device.
It's a wellness.
And it's just for context, when I talk about electrical stimulation, if you're familiar with a tense muscle stimulator that you can get at Best Buy, order of magnitude less current than that. So it's very, very low levels of electricity. It's just enough to induce a brain.
Does it require doctor's order? Is it prescription? No. Well, okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned the training part of it.
Yeah.
So how long did that take? Did you say, so we're gonna order it, we're gonna put it in our head, and then how long before you know what is gonna be our standard?
So the customer experience is you just use it. You put it on night 1 and you use it the same way night 10. But the algorithm improves pretty quickly over the first couple of nights that you use it, because every night we're taking a 30-second baseline reading before and after the stimulation. And that's all we need to
And then
personalize.
you'll adjust it again.
Yeah, and when I say we, it's of course,
Yeah.
it's a computer doing it. Nobody is.
You personally.
But yeah, the algorithm learns your individual rhythm. I'm trying my best to sleep well, but of course, I'm also the CEO of an early stage startup.
Is it monopolar?
Yeah.
Monopolar or bipolar sensor?
It's a bipolar EEG and a bipolar stimulation. So it's
bipolar. When you read EEG, you're doing bipolar. You're reading EEG, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but it's bipolar.
Yeah.
No grounding. No ground.
There's 3 electrodes. There's 3 EEG electrodes. So it's a grounded sensor plus a left and right.
And it's dry.
And it's dry. And then the stimulation electrodes are a hydrogel sensor.
Say the stimulation is hydrogel?
It's an electrode called hydrogel. We tested a lot. So if you get into learning about these products, some of them use what's called a wet electrode, which is something that you dip in a saline solution. What we found is that, number one, nobody wants to sleep with that on because the pillow gets wet and your forehead gets goopy. Number two, it's just less comfortable than hydrogel, which hydrogel is a material that is used in a lot of medical applications, but it's a little bit tacky. So it allows you to stick something to your head and have really good contact and great comfort, but then you just take it off and there's no goop or residue.
With the hydrogel, do you have to like periodically replace that?
Yeah, they dry out after 3 uses. So what we do is we send you a new package of electrodes every month. So you always have replacements. And that's of course, sort of the razor blades in our business model.
What is the cost?
$299 for the headband, and then it's $18 a month for the replacement electrodes.
$18 a month for what?
So there's electrodes, these stimulation electrodes that need to be replaced periodically, and we send a new package to your door every single month. That's $18. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, moving forward, and I love idea that someone asked a question about FDA, because as you following the news regarding the mental health, you probably already heard about that a couple weeks ago, right? The game for kids with ADHD was actually FDA approved, and I think, right?
Oh, it was approved some years ago. The news was that it has been proven effective for adults as well as kids.
It was, okay, perfect. So it's actually effective for adults as well. And I think it's a huge step forward. Well, let's put it this way. We are now pretty much in the niche. And for me personally, it was a huge discovery in terms of how psychologists and how people actually approach the entire idea of mental health treatments. Lots of things what we're discussing now here currently, people absolutely not aware of. Only people, who actually got really good educational background, to dive, deeper an entire idea of mental health management. But the thing is, lots of people, they have no clue, absolutely no idea what options are there and how much the entire idea of brain health and mental health things can be actually fixed proactively. So our next speaker is working on a very interesting subject matter. He designs games for mental health treatment. Games, what can be easy, right, for the mental health treatment. I believe it's a very big subject matter, and there are lots of things that we'd like to hear. So our next speaker is actually, his name is Noah Falstein, and he's going to talk to us about power of games to inform, to teach, to change behavior, and bring entertainment to otherwise boring or unpleasant medical procedure. Please welcome.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for organizing this. It's very exciting. And I'll say I know this is going to be a little unusual, given that games is something that a lot of people don't know about. But what I find interesting is certainly the talks I've heard so far, and I expect most of them today, there may be some relevance for you, because this is something that's very generally applicable, and I'm always happy to talk about it. So I am a freelance game designer primarily. And just to give you an idea, and it's sort of part of how my brain works as a game designer, just seeing the video we have here, and particularly when I make a motion and see a little image repeated a little later, and then a little image of the image repeating a little later, I have been taking notes on a game that I want to make that uses that as a mechanism, because as far as I know, people haven't done that yet specifically. So it's the way my brain works. I started, over 40 years ago in the early stages of the games industry, working on things like arcade games, and at first I was a programmer, because in the early 80s you had to be a programmer to make games. There just was one person per game usually doing a little bit of everything. And we were several orders of magnitude less powerful in terms of the kind of computers and gadgets we were working with. I spent 8 years at a company called Lucasfilm Games that became LucasArts Entertainment. That was George Lucas's wing for doing video games. That's what brought me out here to California. Worked for companies like DreamWorks Interactive, and after a while in the mid-90s, I decided to go freelance and started working with a whole range of different clients on many different games, mostly entertainment games, but gradually new types of games started creeping into my awareness. And about, I guess it was almost 25 years ago, I started working with a company called Hope Lab that was started by the wife of the man who founded eBay, and she was using some of their wealth to make games to help kids with medical treatment. And I thought, wow, this is amazing, not only because I didn't even think that that was a possibility, but she had literally, tens of millions of dollars at her disposal that she was putting into this. And the first game that they did was something called Remission, that would help teens who were recovering from leukemia to stick with their chemotherapy treatment. And if you go through radiation and then you have chemo afterwards, a lot of times with these teenagers, they would have a terrible time with the radiation. Then they're starting to feel better, and they're given this pill, and the pill makes them nauseous, and it continues their symptoms. And being teenagers, a significant percentage of them were deciding just not to take the pills anymore. And she had the idea, Pamela Midyar, the head of this company, that maybe if we had a game showing them what was going on in their bodies when they were not taking the pills, it might help. And frankly, I was skeptical, because they had their parents and doctors telling them they're risking their lives by not taking these pills. And yet, going through a rather large 300-person randomized clinical trial afterwards, the game itself was actually extremely effective in getting them to do treatment and realize what was happening internally in a way that they were, I guess, literally able to internalize what they had been hearing from these other sources. So that really opened my eyes to that, and I started looking at other projects like that. I got pulled away from freelancing by the opportunity for 4 years to be Google's chief game designer, which was a fascinating thing, and very impressive sounding title, but for actually several of those 4 years, I was literally Google's only game designer out of about 75 or 80,000 employees. And I went back to freelancing 6 years ago, largely because I wanted to take advantage of what I saw as a continuing expansion of this use of games in healthcare that I wanted to dive back into. And since then, I've been working with a lot of different companies. Currently, I'll be talking to you about a lot of examples shortly, and some of them are companies that I have worked with or I'm working with currently. Others are just people I know about. I'll cover that in general. And I'm going to use, and starting to set up this talk and think, how do I explain various uses and types of these games in healthcare? I realized that it kind of falls into sets of three in a rather neat way. And it's the first time I've tried to explain it this way. I hope it is not too confusing. But to start with, I'll be talking about three very broad areas, different ways that games are used. I call them use categories, different aspects of the games industry that are incorporated into healthcare in various ways, and different treatment levels that we've heard some of that referred to today of, what I'm breaking down into something called wellness, medicine, and therapeutics, basically higher levels of proof that something is efficacious. With all of these things, they are not really separate issues. There are spectrums and there are mixes that Like with that last one, a lot of companies will start with a wellness product that doesn't really require much testing at all to get to market, but because of lack of testing, sometimes there's more skepticism, all the way up to something that's had FDA clearance or gets a CE mark from Europe. So with that in mind, talking about use categories, there are three very general ways that also overlap that games are being used these days, providing information to patients or sometimes persuading patients that they want to take a treatment or that they can even feel more comfortable about a treatment that is non-game related, but the game itself is a way of kind of familiarizing themselves with it. And I'll be giving examples of a lot of these things. Caregiver training is a really big deal these days. Training through games may sound counterintuitive to some people, but if you really understand how games are built and how they work, they're essentially learning engines. And in fact, one of the things that, one of my favorite quotes is Marshall McLuhan, who's I think most famous for his saying the medium is the message, had another quote saying that anyone who makes a distinction between education and entertainment doesn't know the first thing about either one. And when I first heard that, I thought, well, I see the truth in it, but it's kind of hyperbole. He's really exaggerating a bit. But the more I learned and thought about it, the more I realized he's absolutely right that all good education is entertaining, and likewise, all good entertainment is educational. Sometimes you have to look a little deeper to see that, but one of the examples I give people is that when you think about your favorite teacher that you had of all times, lots of times you say, yeah, that teacher made learning fun. Or conversely, if you're playing video games, one of the times that you stop playing after having played for a while is when you feel there's really nothing more to improve or nothing more to learn. And also, if it's something like you're a tennis fan or some sort of sports fan and you've been doing it all your life, that's because you're working with other people who are always giving you something new, and there's a sense of mastery that you need to kind of constantly refresh over time and educate yourself about, even yourself as your own body changes. And then finally, and for me the most interesting thing, is games as direct treatment, some of which has been referred to. I'll get into how that works. So the games industry aspects, the triad, there are many ways that elements from the games industry are being used in healthcare. Techniques is a sort of broad category. Sometimes they're actual games, and I'll talk a lot about them, but sometimes it's merely the way that the game industry uses an interface. One of the advantages we have in the games industry is that people don't have to play games. It's purely optional. And more, particularly with mobile games, they're completely free to play, so there's no barrier to entry. So the only way we can compete with each other is to make it engaging and easy to use and easy to understand. And on the healthcare side, sometimes it works the other way. You know, you do something terribly unpleasant because your doctor says you have to as much as you hate it. And yet, what we find, of course, is that if you can make those things more pleasant or more accessible or even more understandable, people are more likely to do them, as with the case in point with remission that I was talking about. Gamification is a term that comes up a lot, and I'm not crazy about the term. If you're really curious, if you Google gamification and Bogost, B-O-G-O-S-T together, Ian Bogost wrote a slightly profane article many years ago on The Atlantic about why he doesn't like gamification that perfectly summarized, I think, the flaws. But using elements of what we do in games, using games themselves, is very useful. Another area is the tools. Most of you who have created software have probably used Unity or possibly the Unreal Engine, both of which were created essentially to be engines to make games. And there are all sorts of tools that started in the games industry because we were the first ones to bring color and sound to computers because spreadsheets didn't really need them. But once you had graphic cards that could support them, suddenly they discovered that doing stuff in different colors and having animation was actually really compelling and useful. And technology, again, very broad category, but in this case, I mean, sometimes people are now delivering healthcare through game consoles, handheld or computer games, that sort of thing. Virtual reality and augmented reality that has come up some, and I think will be repeated more, is another technology that is not specific to games, but virtually, excuse me for the pun, everyone who is very familiar with coding in that and working on it has come from the games industry, and there's a lot of crossover. We've also benefited the movie industry, and having worked for both Lucasfilm and DreamWorks and their games groups, it's interesting to see how 30, 40 years ago, the movie industry would sneer at what was happening with games, and now they're basically using all the same sorts of tools that we've developed to create this sort of thing. Okay, and my Apple Watch is telling me it's great that I've been standing because I really needed to. Okay, so the next thing, treatment levels. And this is truly a spectrum and a little vague as to exactly what it means, so bear with me on this. But on the simplest level, and this is a set of definitions that I saw from the Digital Therapeutics Alliance, which is an interesting organization out there, saying that and when I say lowest in this case, I don't mean to disparage wellness, but lowest level of proof and efficacy necessary. Digital wellness product doesn't really need to show, in fact, can't make medical claims, but because they don't make medical claims, the FDA doesn't come down on them for saying that, hey, anecdotally, we have a bunch of people who've used our product and it's helped them. Beyond that, once you kind of get your foot in the door that way, because a lot of companies will start at that level and then kind of progress through, or find that they're doing so well as a wellness product that they don't want to go through the extra cost and expense of proving to skeptics. But they will then go to some sort of trials. And randomized controlled trials are kind of the gold standard for this sort of thing. And the FDA will require a very high level, large numbers of people. They'll need to do a lot of really rigorous testing, both for efficacy and safety. The FDA, I found through the work that I've done with this, is more concerned with safety than efficacy, because they'd rather have something that was safe but doesn't work very well than something that may work very well but harms people, which is very logical and very nice. Have to also give a nod to the FDA for being, in my mind, surprisingly open-minded to the digital revolution and adopting a lot of the kinds of work that we're doing in these areas. So that kind of covers the confusing triad stuff. Let me start giving you examples that I think are going to be a lot more illustrative of how all these things come together. So some of the sort of patient information and edging into treatment in some cases, I'll talk about a couple of different game-related things here. The first one is an early study that I saw about 20 years ago, where they were talking about the anxiety of young kids who were coming in for an operation, and a study that was done on how to reassure those kids before the operation. And they used, I think, 4 levels. There were controls where the kid just had no kind of consolation at all before the operation. Another one where their parents could hold their hand and talk to them at the bedside and reassure them about what was going to happen. Another one where their parents would stand in the room but couldn't talk to them, and just having their presence there. And a final one where they get to play their favorite video game on a little handheld console. And then they measured their anxiety across, I think, heart rate and several different measurements. I don't recall exactly which ones. Turned out that the absolute worst case was actually having their parent in the room not talking to them, because it made them, why aren't you talking to me? They didn't like that at all. Next worst was not having anyone around. Having their parent holding their hand and talking to them helped a little bit, and video games helped a significant amount, I think 3 times more than having the parent holding their hand, largely because it was a distraction from their worries. At least that was the theory behind it. So very simple. This was just using an off-the-shelf video game, but it's an interesting thing. I worked on a nutrition game around 15 years ago, so I was very interested in what Susan was talking about, and I can also second her comment about how you get a different response from each person in the room about nutrition. Even one nutritionist, we were in our game, we, among other things, were monitoring the proteins, fats, and carbohydrate percentage in your diet. And we asked the expert that we had hired for this, what are the optimum levels? And the nutritionist gave us various ranges and saying, well, with fats, 10 to 30%, a lot of people say, and this being the time you're saying, I'd go towards 10% would be best. And proteins, similar thing, there's a range, about 15 to 20% is good, but again, 15% is optimum there. And how about carbohydrates? Well, I go 50 to 75%, but you don't want to have too many carbohydrates, particularly grains and stuff, so go towards 50% there. And I said, so 15 plus or 50 plus 15 plus 10, that's only 75%. How do we make it go up to 100? He says, well, I'm not so sure. They'd never actually done the math to realize that they were recommending that those three things are all of your diet, and you should only have 75% of it from them. I guess the only other thing is salt. You know, it's a mineral, so it's not in there. But it was interesting trying to work all that stuff out. And we found that we made a game. This was tested. It was funded by an NIH grant at the time. And it was doing a really good job at educating young children about what was healthy or not in their diets, and doing nothing at all to actually change their habits, which shouldn't surprise anyone who's not just a parent, but a lot of us who know that this may not be good for us, but we're going to eat it anyway. I felt very guilty eating something with sugar in it this morning during your talk. Last one. Dr. Sam Rodriguez at the Lucille Packard Children's Hospital down at Stanford has been experimenting with a little VR game that he was using. And the case you're seeing there is a 10-year-old who had a skateboarding accident and had a lot of the skin on his right arm stripped off. It was a really terrible accident, and had to have grafts to replace it. And they had to replace the bandaging on the grafts every day. It was extremely painful for him. At 10 years old, they were using opioids to kind of deal with his pain, but they had reached the maximum level allowable for a child of that age, and he was still crying and screaming when they did this and very much in a panic. The game that Rodriguez had developed was based on an earlier one called Snow World that some other people had done. And you could play it simply by putting on this inexpensive VR headset and tilting your head to basically snowboard down a mountain. And this being a skateboarder who had actually hurt his arm in a skateboarding accident was a great fit for him because snowboarding was a lot of fun. And he went from needing the maximum amount and it not being enough to the very first time he tried this, he was able to have the bandage changed with no opioids, no treatment at all. This was their star patient. Others had varying degrees, but a lot of them had very positive outcomes, and it was just a really dramatic. He's shown videos of this, and you can find it online if you're curious. Sam Rodriguez, again, is the doctor. Caregiver training, really interesting area. I think there's a lot of growth here. A couple of companies that I admire in this area. One is Embodied Labs, and on the left there you see a couple of people with VR headsets. The woman named Carrie Shaw is the head of this group down in LA. And she creates simulations that let caregivers experience some degree of what their patients may be going through. The first one that you're seeing designated there, you can see there's a sort of black blob on the screen that's mirroring what this person is seeing in their headset. That was for people with who are helping people with macular degeneration, because they will often in their center of vision not be able to see anything and have to use their peripheral vision to get through things. And a lot of the young caregivers were just frustrated because they knew that this person could see something, but why did they constantly pester them about stuff that was right in front of them? By putting on these headsets and going through a simulation that was structured in many ways like a game as well, they got a sense of what it's like. I think they go through a dinner party where the only way you can sort of tell what's on the plate is to look elsewhere, and out of the corner of your eye, your peripheral vision get it. And if you try to look back, it's black again. And this was very effective, and they have a bunch of different types of conditions that are now trained for there. And I just thought it's a very creative way. Level X, responsible for the other two things there. There's a soft spot in my heart for them that their CEO is like myself, an ex-LucasArts game developer. Level X was a big success story. They raised several tens of millions of dollars before being acquired by BrainLab, a German company, and they've been expanding like crazy since then. And they do high-quality games that are also high-quality training simulations for doctors. And he doesn't compromise on either making it a fun game or making it completely technically accurate. And in fact, you get CME credits for it as a doctor. And why not, a lot of the continuing medical education credits that doctors are required to get are done with fairly boring, having to read up on a lot of new stuff and go through a bunch of practical questionnaires to see whether you've learned things. Doing it through a video game is both more popular and in many ways more effective, because what you're seeing there is not an actual video image, it's a computer simulation, because games are really good at that and they're getting more and more powerful. The first one that they did that you're seeing in the center there was for anesthesiologists doing intubation, and they moved on to other tracheal things that they're removing a nail from somebody's trachea there. I do find it's funny for an industry that's been basically criticized a lot for being too graphic and bloody. The most disturbing things I've ever had to see were the medical simulations that Sam has done here. Some examples now on the spectrum of wellness to digital therapeutics. There are a lot of treatments out there that are on the wellness area that don't need proof, but in many cases are based on things that sort of everyone knows are good things to do. For example, Apple has, a lot of people are familiar with Apple Watches, and they're closing the circles for your exercise. They actually have some groups doing more sophisticated stuff. There's one called Apple Lumi Health that is only available in Singapore currently, but it was a program that tried to integrate not only exercise, but better sleep habits, better diet, a lot of general health in there. I'm not at liberty to discuss why I'm bringing up Apple, but I think you'll be seeing more from them in this area. Calm and Headspace are two interesting cases where they're both meditation-based apps that also get into sleep and other areas that meditation has also been proven to be helpful for, but they don't need to say that they're directly proven to be helpful, because people know that meditation can work, and there are hundreds of studies showing that that can be effective, not as effective as some other treatments, but that by being a way that effectively helps people learn how to meditate and stick with it, they basically piggyback on some of this other research. And they both are companies that have been extremely successful. That also headlines both the positive and negative of wellness, and that it was easy for them to break in when they did early on. But because there are so few barriers to entry when you're on a wellness level, there's fierce competition. And if you want to, as I've been approached by people who want to do a meditation app now, it's really, really hard to, not just these people, but there are many others out there on the market that use meditation. And a lot of them are quite good. Another area like that is exercise. Everyone knows exercise is good for you. And granted, there are ways that it could be overdone or there could be problems. Early in the COVID era, just through serendipity on their part, I think it was March 2020, there was a release from a company of something called Supernatural that was a VR exercise game. And having a VR headset, because of the work I did, I got a copy of that. And my wife, who just has no interest in games at all, and much less had never tried VR, really got into this. The only problem is that when you exercise with a VR headset, you sweat, and the sweat collects inside the VR headset, so that was not the best thing. They're still working on problems around there. But this was so successful that Meta bought them out and has been expanding. And I do recommend this VR exercise despite the sweat problem. I think some of the augmented reality headsets that are starting to come out will get even better because they can work more like glasses and leave your skin free to breathe. But having basically an exercise coach and a really fun set of exercises done in different beautiful environments with actual coaches there helping you through it, it was quite inspiring, and it came at a perfect time, of course, when people couldn't go to the gym. So going up a level, some medical digital games or digital medicine by the nomenclature I was referring to. There's a company called Helium I've worked with, spelled as you see it here. And they're based in Columbia, Missouri, which is an interesting place for tech startups. And they're doing both virtual and augmented reality treatments that, I was asking questions earlier because they use a off-the-shelf EEG monitor, and they found that a differential in the gamma frequency between the right and left hemispheres is associated with being in a peaceful and happy state of mind. And they use that for biofeedback. So in the example on the left here that you see, they have an augmented reality game that you play with your phone. The green bar at the bottom and the line on it is a feedback from the headset you're wearing that is seeing whether you're actually getting into a more peaceful and happy state of mind. And you point it at a desktop or a floor, whatever's in front of you, some flat area. And as you get more relaxed, a little plant grows and pods sprout on the plant and butterflies start coming out, and they're all in the room. So if you look around the room, you're seeing through the camera view, but there are butterflies everywhere. But you need to actually get more relaxed to get more butterflies to come out. And as you do, for a lot of people, just seeing them there is a kind of joyful and fun thing. It's a very simple feedback loop to get people to relax more using their actual environment with augmented reality. A lot of their other stuff is in virtual reality, where you wear a virtual reality headset over the EEG headset, which is a little complicated, but actually works fairly well. And they take you into various peaceful or fantastic environments that way to do similar types. And they've got a sleep-based variant as well. A startup that is not on the market yet is called Train Pain. They're an Israeli-based group that I've done some work with. They have a really interesting product for pain relief in general that doesn't actually change the pain, but changes your own perception of it, and essentially trains you to use your brain differently when thinking with pain. And to keep a simple explanation of it, this comes with a little box that has two leads, and you put one lead on the part of your body that hurts and the other lead on another part of your body that doesn't hurt. And then you play a simple game, for those of you who know video games, called a bubble shooter, where you're kind of aiming bubbles and you're trying to pop a bunch of bubbles on the screen. And in order to get the right color of bubble, you have to basically feel a kind of Morse code signal buzzing on one or the other of the sensors. So it'll tell you, pay attention to the one that hurts, and it goes dash, dash, dot, essentially. And now you can use that information to fire the next bubble. And say, oh, now pay attention to the part that doesn't hurt, and you do dash, dot, and that's a different one. And then gradually, they'll say, pay attention to the one that hurts, but they'll send a signal to the part that doesn't hurt, and vice versa as well. So you need to screen out what is happening on the other part of your body. And through playing this game, people have been found to be able to gradually learn that, well, in the game, I can completely ignore that part that's hurting because I've got to get to the next level of the game and I'm focusing on it. And they've done, as I say, it's on digital medicine because they have a number of trials going. They've done one in Belgium and they have several more going on that are showing great efficacy. And they've been focusing on fibromyalgia, which is an undertreated area because a lot of doctors really don't know how to help with fibromyalgia, and they basically tell people, hey, I can't do anything for you. But because we're not trying to treat the pain with this, but rather people's perception, it's a really interesting general purpose case and falls directly into the kind of brain health stuff we're talking about today. Okay, and then my favorite, the digital therapeutic treatments. This is when you have a high level of efficacy and proof of this going on. And what we were mentioning before is a company now known as Achille Interactive. I've been working with them for, over 13 years at this point, from before they were a company. Here locally in the Bay Area, Dr. Adam Ghazali, who's head of brain imaging at UCSF, had this program he was doing, and you could see it in the upper left there, taking aging adults who are having trouble driving, but also looking at signs as they go by. They'd be watching the sign, they'd drive off the road, or they'd be concentrating on staying on the road and miss an important street sign. And he had some friends who, once again, worked at LucasArts. I don't know what the connection is there, but it comes up quite a bit. And said, could we make a simple game? Because he had something where they're trying to focus on one thing and read another thing, but it was boring. And after 5 minutes, they just didn't want to do it anymore. And a lot of neuroscientists have this problem of they want to train brains, but the stuff that they do in the labs is just so tedious that people just don't want to do it. And that's where game developers have come in very handy. So we made a very simple game that you're seeing in the top center there. There was a racing game. And he got results that were so good that they were published in the journal Nature. In fact, it is the only time Nature has had a video game on its cover. And it was so effective, he was able to start raising funds with some partners, and that became Achille, that went public with $1 billion valuation just so last year or the year before. Well, I talked about memory loss earlier today, so very recently, I think it went public just last year. It was cleared by the FDA the year before, and that in itself was about a 5-year process of making the game, going through a year or two of testing, waiting a year or two for the FDA to actually review all the testing that they've done and give them the clearance. But they've had multiple other iterations of the testing afterwards and lots of information. What they made is what you're seeing the lower left there, a game called Endeavor RX that is currently being prescribed by doctors. You can't get it any other way. The doctor has to prescribe the game. It's a treatment for pediatric ADHD. It has recently had results that have been shown that it's effective pretty much for a wide range of people into adulthood. And it really, much like the trained pain I was talking about, it's not trying to cure ADHD. It doesn't treat it as a disease, but gives you more control over your attention and what you're paying attention to and what you're not. It's interesting that that comes up in a lot of these digital therapeutic treatments because attention is one of the things that is actually central to a whole bunch of different areas. Depression, for example, turns out to be very amenable to attention training. And a lot of that is something you can learn, and games just turn out to be a really good way to teach people how to train their attention. And it's hard to see the statistics on that middle slide there, but they've had over 600 people going through tests. One of the neat things that they can do is with all of the randomized control trials, you need a control test. And you don't just play the game or do nothing. You need a game that is as close as possible to the one you're testing to show that it's not just playing a video game that's having the results. And in their case, they use the same game, but they turn off what they have identified as the key element that makes it work, which is basically a dynamic difficulty adjustment that happens multiple times a second in the real game, but not at all in the same version of the game that they give as a control group. And they were able to show that that really is a very important and effective thing. The other thing that I like to explain about this is that they compared to the most common things, treatments for ADHD, which is giving people Adderall or Ritalin. There are some very scary side effects with those drugs. The two most mentioned side effects in the FDA testing were occasional headaches and frustration. And I'm just very proud that the worst thing that's going to happen is that you might have a headache or be frustrated playing the game. For similar levels, by the way, of efficacy in terms of controlling the ADHD issues. And one more digital therapeutic company I've been working with quite a bit that I'm confident no one here has heard of. It's a company called DopaVision. It's a German company. The name is a little odd to American ears. I explained to them it's about the release of dopamine. Basically, they have been following studies, and I've talked to some ophthalmologists who have clued me into how all this stuff works. But if you shine a certain frequency of blue light onto someone's blind spot, it can encourage the production of dopamine, which in young children at least can help their eyes change shape to moderate myopia, nearsightedness, and in some cases even eliminate it, but certainly help reduce the kind of prescription you need for glasses. And when I first heard this, it sounded pretty odd to me. Not only do they shine the blue light, but they needed to shine it specifically at your blind spot and not light up the rest of your visual field very much. And they realized that a VR headset was perfect for that because it can cause you to focus on a small area, and then where you're not focused, it can shine that blue light on your blind spot, and you literally, because it is your blind spot, you don't see it. What's going to keep a kid staring at a little spot on a screen for, you only need 10 minutes a day, twice a day? Well, video games were an obvious choice. And I worked with them and an Austrian company that actually developed the game. And I'm currently working on what you're seeing in the upper right-hand side as a digital comic book, basically, graphic novel that is associated with that you get an extra frame every day that you do this treatment. Because one of the other things that's challenging is you need to do this for maybe 6 months to a year. So it's a long time to be doing it even for just a short treatment twice a day. So we're using games as something to help with it, to be the treatment itself. The game itself technically isn't, but while you're playing the game, you're getting the treatment. And also the digital graphic novel is a way to keep these kids playing. And they're just in the stages. I snuck them in under digital therapeutics because they're aiming for, they've had 12 million euros in funding. They're on a very high track to do rigorous testing. But because it takes so long to do this test, I don't have data I can give you except that the interim anecdotal information is very good and the treatment is being very well received. So bottom line, games are being used for all sorts of things. And it's not just the games themselves, but in a lot of cases, it's things that are game-like or the game's tools and technologies that are contributing to it. There are many different levels of proven efficacy, and those basically kind of track I should also mention in terms of money, I know of companies that have done wellness games on a shoestring budget, basically sweat equity and maybe even a few $1,000s to pay to get stuff onto the phone stores, all the way up to cases like Level X, Achilles, and now DopaVision that are in the tens of millions. In Achilles' case, they even raised $130 million before they went public. 160 million before they went public and another 130 million when they did go public. So it does take a lot of money to get up to that level, but you can do that in stages, or you can do it by having a brilliant idea that people are willing to fund at higher levels. This is still in the early stages, particularly with digital therapeutics. The whole concept is new. So far, there are a number of digital therapeutics that have been cleared by the FDA. The Achilles one is the only one that is just a game. Other ones use non-game digital techniques or games in concert with other types of treatment. MindMaze, a company I worked with for a while, does physical rehab so that instead of just saying, okay, go raise your arm, down, up, down, you're actually controlling an airplane on the screen by motions of your arm. So the game per se is not the treatment, but the fact that it's fun to do and it gets you to repetitively do this. In fact, they have to stop people because they will keep going after it's actually painful and maybe even starting to hurt the injury they're recovering from or stroke they're recovering from. So they need to moderate that, but games also have been doing that for years of figuring out how to cap the amount of usage you do at any time. A lot of room for this to grow. If these games or game-related treatment took over even, say, 5% of the of the pharmaceutical market as it is now, then that niche would be almost as big as the entire mobile game industry is these days, and that is a multi-$100 billion industry. So a lot of room to grow in these areas. So I think I'll leave it with that, open it up to a few questions, and I'll leave my contact information out if people want to talk. Yes?
I've read that Portal is the best game so far that when they tested for increasing cognitive capabilities.
It's very interesting. I haven't heard that. Portal is one of my all-time favorite games, and that doesn't surprise me. There's a lot of research going on about games or using games. That Portal is not only a very challenging game, but it won a lot of awards for being one of the most fun games when it came out. So it doesn't surprise me. There are a number of games that purport to focus on cognitive capabilities. Personally, I'm skeptical because it's so hard to separate out what it is about the gameplay that's causing those things. And also, there are a lot of, for example, we talked about exercise games, and it's been proven over and over again that exercise helps your cognitive abilities compared to being sedentary. And obviously, a lot of games can be sedentary. Niantic has Pokemon Go, which the month it came out was the biggest earning product on the Android Play Store, not game, but it got 60% of the revenue on the entire tens of thousands of apps on the Play Store was going to that one game. And it gets people up and moving around in the world. So it's not meant to be a therapeutic game, but clearly there are helps with that. I think you really have to look at the specific type of cognitive ability you're focusing on. There are some games that require intense content. Think of a chess-like game or a game Civilization, some strategy games that are very cerebral and contemplative, but take very high levels of thought to do well. Others more on a crossword level or Wordle sort of level that are done very quickly and are over, but you can repeat them over and over again. And still others, like most of the action games out there, that are training parts of your brain to respond quickly, to suppress other inputs so that you can focus on one thing and not get distracted. each of those things are lighting up different parts of your brain. So I think you probably would need a balanced diet, perhaps a game pyramid at some point to do that. Yes?
Can you comment on the problem that Pierre had that led to his demise about the insurance industry? Because if you're going to go do digital therapeutics, then you may be successful, right? But then when you go out and try to get paid for it by the insurance industry, you just get quiet, right?
Yeah. This is, Ilan, just to repeat the question, I'm not sure it's getting picked up, that the biggest problem digital therapeutics have been having is getting insurance companies to pay for it. You're absolutely right. It does scare me in the short term. I am confident in the long term that they'll get by that because, in fact, insurance companies have been very slow to adopt everything because it's kind of works against their model. This is so effective in so many ways. I'm confident it will happen. I wouldn't want to bet on any one company or one case of being the one to break through and be able to do this. But I can say, for example, it's been public that Achilles is spending the lion's share of that extra 130 million it raised in marketing and getting doctors to prescribe this. And once you get, in the US system, a bunch of doctors prescribing something, then the insurance companies start to pay attention. The chicken and egg problem is that, of course, the doctors aren't going to prescribe it if patients aren't asking for it, if it's not well known, and the patients don't want to use it if it's not being paid for by the insurance company, so it doesn't get out there enough so that the doctors want to prescribe it. But there are ways to break through those. Another way is that there are some games that are being used in concert with a traditional therapy, rehabilitation in particular, and those are actually getting paid for by insurance because it's seen as an adjunct to an existing therapy that's already cleared, and that can work as a wedge in there. And also, as I've mentioned, other countries are working on these sorts of things. They don't all have the same problems that the US health system has in terms of having to get insurance reimbursement. So I would not be surprised if we see, Germany or the UK or some other country having some breakthrough. Everyone is using this thing. It's incredibly effective. And the US isn't using it because not enough people are insuring it. But the clamor for that, or people, having to get it through some other country, could in turn cause that to get better in the US. But that's all just speculation. And maybe just one more so we stay on target here. Yeah, so I'll give you two. Right. No, it's okay, go ahead.
How do you measure success?
Well, it depends on success in which way.
How does it work?
Okay. Well, it really depends on the specific case. Obviously, for example, with a training game, one of the nice things is because the Level X games get continuing medical education credits, they have a perfect way of measuring, because you have these objective tests to see whether the doctor has learned what it is that they need to do to qualify for that education. And you can compare that to having them go to a lecture class versus playing the game for what they're learning. So you can see how effective it is there.
But how do you quantify in the game? Like how do you quantify?
Well, again, that depends completely on the individual game. So for example, with ADHD, with the Achilles treatment, the player is having to kind of fly this little jet sled around and not bump into the sides. And meanwhile, these little creatures are coming by. And when you see the right type of creature, you tap the screen to collect one of those creatures. And success is measured in two ways. It's staying on the road and not bumping into the sides and not bumping into obstacles that show up later, and collecting the right creatures and not missing, collecting the right creatures, not collecting the wrong creature just by tapping the screen every time something shows up. And over time, corrected many times a second, that gets harder and harder, keeping everybody within a very narrow zone of success and failure. And so it's measuring literally multiple times a second how well they're doing on both of those tasks in a very specific way. So for example, with these creatures flying by, at first it's little red, yellow, and blue creatures that fly by and you just collect the red. But then the creatures are different shapes. And then you get to the high levels where there are 8 different types of creatures, and the red triangles and the blue squares are the ones you want. But the blue triangles and red squares are no good, and the yellow ones, it becomes very complex. And you need that level of complexity, particularly with someone with ADHD, because they can get into a hyper focus and it's almost a superpower of being really focused or not being focused at all. And you need that level, but it's measured through the game players' responses in that case. But each of these cases is pretty much individually measured because you're doing very different types of things. So I can't give you a blanket answer. It's part of what interests me as a designer is that every company I work with is totally different in what they're doing. Dealing with ADHD versus myopia, for example, are completely different areas.
Sounds like the criteria is designed by a psychiatrist.
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, for example, you have physical therapy, you have exercise, a lot of things that are not directly mentally involved. You get subject matter experts who know about current treatments, but you don't just take a current treatment and then put it into a game. You have to work between what the game can do well, understanding what the brain is doing while this is happening, and working with your experts to deal with it. The helium company I mentioned is working with a doctor who is the one who experimented with the differential gamma between the left and right prefrontal cortexes as being associated with being in a happy, peaceful state of mind. He's done a bunch of research on that, but they had to come up with the experiences that they thought would then increase this, and through some experimentation found the types of environments and the types of activities that maximize that kind of feedback. So it really is, again, across the boards. Level X has something called Top Derm, like Top Gun for dermatologists, and their game there is in seeing a bunch of images of lesions on people's skins, real images, and being able to identify quickly melanoma, pre-melanoma or not pre-melanoma. And of course, you've got, I think, 3,000 square inches of skin. Your dermatologist sees you for like 15 minutes every year. If you're getting checked on those things, they have to go over a lot. And if you get really good at instantly spotting things and never making a mistake of missing something that may be precancerous. So very different type of measurement there, but you can with the game, you can tell exactly because they have then looked at each of these images and had experts say, oh yeah, that is absolutely precancerous. Or in many cases, they actually have pictures of stuff that was diagnosed later. So you can tell in a way that you couldn't tell with just a textbook, for example.
So you basically get your feedback on
Actual user interactions. Yeah, but that's the gold standard. It doesn't always work that way. Each case, as I say, is different. Sometimes you have to infer it from a secondary behavior, or sometimes you have to do a survey. Pain is obviously a really difficult one because there's no way of exactly telling how much pain someone's going through, but there are a bunch of accepted, on a scale of 1 to 10, and then you normalize that across different patients because we don't really know what they're experiencing internally. And sorry, one last question. Somebody, yes, you had.
It was a comment, actually, a pay it forward comment about the digital therapeutics and that, which is, I have a software company that does health stuff, obviously, that I'm going to talk about a little bit. But I was at the JP Healthcare Week, in January, and it was back from Pfizer, and he was talking about digital therapeutics and how it's a real challenge because these companies are putting all of this money into proving out their point, but they can't get the reimbursement. And that reimbursement is split in the US into 2 different camps. It's split into are the individual, United Healthcares and the Blues and all this kind of stuff, are they individually reimbursing? And then is there a CMS or a Medicare code that could do it, sort of in a blanket way? And you are correct, we're in the UK, and we're launching there in October, and we'll be covered in the UK because of the way their system works, where people won't be here. But the point of it is that, so this Pfizer guy, digital therapeutics, the evaluations are all wonky for these companies, because that's what they're interested in JP Morgan Healthcare. So they're all wonky because there aren't these codes and so blah, blah. So I was at a Women in Health breakfast the next day, and I was repeating this to a woman there, and she goes, don't listen to pharma people, they don't know anything. and she basically said, slap a sensor on whatever you're doing. And then if you can collect data from a sensor and attach it to your software, because there's no code for a software, that's why the digital therapeutics companies are having trouble with reimbursement. But if you attach a sensor to what you're doing, you're collecting data, like for one of the exercise games, for example. If you know that before the game, they only got off their sofa once a day, but while they're playing the game, they're getting off 8 times a day. That all is in your medical device, and you can get reimbursed under medical device. So just for anybody who's like thinking about what path to take, like if you're going to go that digital therapeutics route, it's smart to also go like a sensor attached route, because then you'll be able to.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good point. But you also demonstrate there are many different routes in, and we are going through a difficult period. But again, having started making video games in 1980, the biggest problem I had then was people, my mother included, who said, "Are you sure you want to do this? You know, aren't video games a fad, and you know you're going to be left without a job?" And I said, "Well, I could always fall back on. I had done some computer programming for financial stuff, and it bored me to death. But I said I could always do that." And she thought for a minute, and she said, "Well, I guess computers probably aren't a fad." So a lot of these things, there are skeptics at first, but at that point, if you told me in 40 years the games industry would be bigger than the movie and music industry combined, I would have laughed at you, and that's where we are. So thank you, everybody. Time for me to go.
No, again, thank you so much. Well, in terms of data collection, there are lots of things to discuss. You can gather all sorts of data, and it's very depends. Also, I would like really comment regarding the by-sides effect from the digital therapeutics that, in comparison with chemicals and drugs, we can consider digital therapeutics as, almost no by-sides effect. And you know what? When pharmaceutical company talking about by-sides effect, usually people not take into consideration that usually a patient take tons of different, bioadditives. And those bioadditives can add tons of different by-sides effect, especially taking into consideration like depression treatment, especially if we're talking about medication prescribed for mental health treatment. And that can cause like serious issue. And nobody, absolutely none, doctors, medical doctors even talk about it. You have to you're discovering it through your own personal research. And that's actually really big thing. Okay, moving forward. And now next person is actually really dear to me, because I saw her family. She has absolutely outstanding family. She's a true warrior, because the way how she approaches things, the way how she understands and feels the pain of people, and how this pain can be actually treated, what kind of opportunities exist, and what kind of how broad outcomes, positive outcomes it can actually bring, and nobody actually discuss about it. And her topic touches sensational part of the brain. Usually, when people talk about mental health, human brain health, they're not touching sensational aspect of it. But all information we get, absolutely all information about this world, we're getting through our sensations. All our perceptions, all our feedback depends absolutely how we experience and feel things. And I believe sensational part of the brain is absolutely, there are so many discoveries behind of it. I absolutely believe in it. So our next speaker, she's audiologist, Dr. Jacqueline. She's an audiologist, and she's been working with kids with different type of conditions. She has absolutely amazing background behind her back, treating, recovering people with all sorts of problems related to audiology. And the thing is, you wouldn't believe how deeply it connected to our cognitive performances. So please welcome Dr. Jacqueline, and she's going to talk about audiology.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to start out by playing a game. Not nearly as sophisticated as Noah's games. So I guess I need to figure this out over here. All right. I'm going to tell you 2 lies and a truth. You guys played this before, right? All right. So one is a tiny muscle in the middle ear contracts and stiffens the middle ear bones to protect us from our own voice. Think about that. 2, earwax is beneficial because it's noxious to insects and keeps bugs out of our ears. Think about that. And the last one is the outer, middle, and inner ear interpret the meaning of sound. So I'm going to have you guys raise your hands. Who thinks that the first one is a lie? The tiny muscle in the middle ear contracts and stiffens. That one? Okay. Seems to make sense. It's actually, yeah. These aren't trick questions, I promise. I'm going somewhere with this. Okay, earwax is beneficial and is noxious to bugs. Does anyone who thinks that's a lie? All right, last one. The outer, middle, and inner ear interpret the meaning of sound. Who thinks that's a lie? You guys are so smart. You don't even need me up here, right? That's the lie. The outer, middle, and inner ear is a way for sound to get in, all right? It's not where sound is interpreted. So anything coming through that area is going to travel up through the midbrain, it's going to land into the primary auditory cortex, and then to the frontal cortex and associated areas. We actually make sense and interpret sound in our brain. This is just the way it is. So if you're a nerdy scientist like I am, you love to measure things. And for people who are looking for metrics on how to measure things, the auditory system can provide many. You can see that here we have an adult. We like electrodes. We are usually trying to record a very passive and tiny potential. So typically you need to be still. Because if you're moving your arms or flailing around, those are much, much bigger potentials in the body, right? Babies, we can test babies at birth. In fact, in the majority of states, we do that already. We can test dogs, and we can test horses. We test actually quite a few things. And you can also see here at this pathway, these little squiggly lines. That's how we measure, all right? And you can see that along the bottom axis here, you have milliseconds. And we're going to talk about what those mean here in just a second. And then on the top here is amplitude. And these little waveforms have a lot of meaning, all right? You can kind of see the different stopping points that you see these big waves happen. About 20 years ago, we actually passed laws that infants born in hospitals before they're discharged will have a hearing test. And one of the reasons for that is because we know that hearing is one of the leading birth defects. And if we catch it early, we can make a bigger difference. So these laws were passed, and so if you have a child or a grandchild who's at the age of 21 or 22, they most likely had a test in the hospital. We suspect, and what the research shows is about 2 to 3 per 1,000 live births, we're going to find a hearing loss, all right? Problem is, we're going to miss a mild hearing loss. And mild does not mean inconsequential. The screeners in the hospital screen at 35 dB. That's a hearing loss for a baby. And you ask me, well, why wouldn't we test that? Because these numbers would actually be higher. And we don't test that because in order to get the hospitals to actually do this and not have so many referrals, that was the compromise. So we don't catch all the babies at birth. And we also lose a very large percentage of them, what we call loss to follow-up. We can diagnose and find them, but we can't always follow up with them. Language is sovereign. Language is what and the reason why we are trying to find these infants, because we know if we get amplification on them within the first 3 months of life, if we get them enrolled in early intervention within the first 6 months, and if they're on track for a CI, for cochlear implant, and if we can get them on that track and get them implanted by the time they're 12 months old, and all these kids having early intervention and proper intervention, by the time they reach kindergarten, they can mainstream into a regular classroom. I'm not talking about methodologies here. I'm not talking about sign or spoken language. That becomes, I used to always tell my families, I support family choices. And this little jewel right here is my daughter on the day of her activation. She's profoundly deaf, the joy of my life. She was 6 years old when we finally got sound to her. And you won't find this little one in any of the books. She has surpassed what finding a child that had no language at 6 years old should. Her mom had a little to do with that. So we know that at birth we have, it's one of the leading birth defects, all right? But just because you pass a newborn hearing screening doesn't mean that you won't end up in a hearing loss later on. And I'm not talking about when you're 65 or 70. I'm talking about in those first 3 years of life. It's called acquired hearing loss. And there are many, many reasons why children will have an acquired hearing loss. One of those is just pure genetics. We are who we are, right? Sometimes anatomical reasons, infections and viruses that a mother carries in the womb that may not even know, like CMV, toxoplasmosis. Antibiotics at birth. We have means to keep infants alive earlier, but we have to do it sometimes at the sacrifice of hearing, because the antibiotics, the gentamicin, a lot of the myosin drugs also are toxic to the little hair cells in the cochlear. So if you have the genetic makeup, and it comes from your mother, it's mitochondrial. If you have that genetic makeup and you are given those drugs, the chances of you getting a progressive or acquired hearing loss is pretty great. So we monitor those children for a long time. So there's a number of different reasons. We haven't even touched on the fact that one of the biggest reasons for pediatricians to go visit is because of ear infections. Fluid in the middle ear. The Center for Disease Control, I would say CDC, right? They estimate that by the time children start school, 15% will have some form of hearing loss. So we have, at birth, we know it's a leading birth defect. The CDC tells us by the time they start school, 15% of the population has some form of hearing How do we find them? Well, how many of you remember in school having a hearing test? Remember? Yeah? Some of you are not shaking your head, yeah? Some did, some didn't, right? The Individuals with Disability Education Act, the No Child Left Behind, includes within that framework something called child find. It is not a suggestion, it's a law. Every single school district in our country is to locate, identify, and evaluate children who may have disabilities and special needs. They all have, from the state down, different ways that they do that, but it is their job. And what I mean by that is, if you're in a school district, that doesn't mean just public school. The school district is responsible for all the children in that area. You guys probably didn't know that. And here are the different categories. These are the categories if you are found to need special education services, you will be classified into one of these different categories. And this is for across the country. Autism, deafblindness, deafness, emotional disturbances, hearing impairment, intellectual disability, multiple disabilities, orthopedic impairment, other health impairment, specific learning disability, traumatic brain injury, and visual impairment. Depending on the category that your child falls into, it's dependent on how much the state will give money to the school to help with that child. Hearing loss and blindness are the two most expensive. So if you have a child and they go to a public school and they are identified as having, and the category reads hearing impairment, that is one of the highest paying, because we have to have a very specific set of professionals to work with them. There's also technology involved, all of that, right? So if you look over here now, this was in 2021-22, all right? This is a pie of the nation's categories, all right? And you see this huge category, specific learning disability. But what I'm going to tell you is, it's not very specific. This is the category of anything that we don't really know what's going on. Really smart kids who can't read, dyslexia, ADHD, ODD, whatever you want to call it, they all get kind of put here. We're like, we don't really have a great idea, which is interesting that they call it specific learning disability. As you go around this pie, you notice that what's missing? Hearing impairment. Didn't we just say it was one of the leading birth defects? Didn't the CDC say that we have so much acquired that by the time they start, it's 15%? It is so minuscule on this pie, it's not even represented. It's under 2%. Where are these kids? What happened to them? These are not numbers I made up. These are numbers that are out there, and nobody is looking at them. We had a huge problem. We've lost kids that have hearing loss. Where did the children go? So, I sold my practice. I had my own practice for years. I sold it 5 months before COVID. I wished I could tell you that I had a crystal ball and I knew that was going to happen, but I didn't. I just was the luckiest person on the earth, I guess, that day. But what I did was I started a nonprofit. And my mission is to find these kids. My mission is to find them. I was just in Oklahoma, I'm from Oklahoma, and so I had an interim study at our Capitol with the General Education, Common Education Committee. And if any of you know anything about changing policy, it's a bit like poking your eyes out with hot sticks. It's just difficult. But what I did was I went, okay, I want to look at numbers before COVID because I'm sick and I'm tired of everyone saying, oh, well, that's because COVID. My daughter on virtual school made 4 years progress. Well, I don't want what we say these kids lost progress, and I believe it because we're looking at the numbers, but what the heck was going on? So here's our numbers, okay? We averaged about 1.7% per thousand. This was the 5 years, so a kid would be 5, leading up to 2019, all right? If we looked at the CDC's 15%, that would be 104,000 kids. We had a school enrollment of almost 700,000. And if you even went, I pulled a ton of research down, and what I found was that the smallest percent was 3%. The highest percent was 23% of kids with hearing loss. There's not a ton of studies out there. I went with the most conservative. I went with 3%. How many kids do you think we had categorized in the category of hearing impairment? Guess. We're looking for anywhere, this is conservative, this is what we're looking for. This is gonna be 15%, that would be high, that'd be on the higher end. 10, you're kind of close, I'm just not lying. Not really 10, but that's how many we found. Where are our children that have hearing loss? Our reading scores are plummeting across the country. We are conservatively missing 19,552 children. And that's a conservative number. And if you think Oklahoma's bad, let me show you the rest of the country. In a minute. 3 Oklahoma truths. And these were on our most recent report card. 52% of our first and second graders are at a reading risk. 71.5% of our fourth graders are not proficient in reading. That is an astronomical number, guys. And almost 75% of our children in fourth grade are not proficient in math. If you stop and think what this is going to mean to our country economically, it's disastrous. This is an epidemic. This is a ginormous proportion of children struggling to read and do basic math. And look at the country. Where's your state? Look at your state. You're not doing any better. No one is looking for these children. We are giving them labels and diagnoses that they don't have. And I'm going to show you that in just a minute. We're, 19,000. What I did was I took the enrollment, public school enrollment, and I took 3%. And then I looked at how many they had identified. This is how many children. We're looking at 1.2 million children, conservatively, have hearing loss and are going either misdiagnosed. I don't know. Where are they? You tell me. I have so many audiologists out in the schools, educational audiologists, that want to argue with me. And I'm like, I did not make these numbers up, guys. I went to your educational website. I pulled down the numbers, and then I verified it with the national numbers. This is, where are they? I pulled this particular slide because here are look at the least literate. 13% had hearing difficulties. How close is that to our 15%? This number before, the 1.2 million, I'm telling you, that's conservative. Fourteen states don't even require you to test a child's hearing when they start school. And these 14 states, typically you'll find at the bottom of most lists. Oklahoma and Louisiana typically are trying to fight it out from the bottom, but there is no mandate. A child can start school. They typically have to have a vision test because the people who are literacy experts think that dyslexia is just a vision issue. But you don't have to have it. And I would argue that any reading issue is an auditory skill. That's why we teach it in phonics. All other states are still testing like we did 50 years ago. Listen to the technology that's going on in this room. Look at all the amazing, unbelievable ways that we can spend our money. I mean, I just realized that being at this conference, I'm going to go home broke because I'm going to have the sleep machine. I'm going to have the Nutrable. I mean, it's crazy, but we are still putting a child, and we're going, raise your hand when you're reading. And you might get the president of the PTA to do that. We don't even have professionals with any sort of auditory knowledge that are doing that. In the state of Oklahoma, it is required that you have what we call an individual educational plan. We call them IEPs if you're on special education. You are required to have a hearing test. And you know what? I go into schools. Those audiometers haven't been calibrated in 8 years. It has to be done yearly. I am not making this up. I can't make it up. It's crazy to me. So when you're doing this test, do you remember when you saw the picture of the auditory pathway? Let's look at that. I think that might be next. When you're looking at the auditory pathway and you go, okay, raise the hand to the beat. What's the beat? It's a pure tone, right? How many times do you encounter pure tones in your life? When you did a hearing test, maybe? Our life is about speech, right? Our life is speech. It's not pure tones. So I can put a 500 hertz pure tone in, and the child can hear it and raise their hand. It's just them recognizing a sound. But what if I say the word but? And they say, huh. Is it because there's a speech delay? Or is it because they have audio jitter along their auditory pathway? No one's testing it. No one is testing how the brain is hearing. No one. Not in our schools. And we have a reading epidemic. The reading scores, and if you look prior to COVID, we already had a reading epidemic. It's just gotten worse. No one's looking for our babies. Here's your reading pyramid. And I'm not going to argue with the reading pyramid. It works. The reading pyramid works, all right? What's here at the bottom? Phonemic awareness. Do you know what most kids struggle with in school? Phonemic awareness. You know why? Is it because they're dyslexic? I don't know, maybe some are. Is it because they're ADHD and they can't sit there? I don't know, probably some are. But there's a large majority that have an auditory pathway problem that's preventing them from being able to do the very foundational level of reading that they need to do. No one's checking how their brain is hearing. They're just saying, raise your hand. All those states that you saw, the ones that have mandates
in place, they're no better than Oklahoma that doesn't even have a mandate because they're not looking for the right thing. Yes.
What is phonemic awareness?
Phonemic awareness is how you put together a sound. Cat, you're putting the phonemes together, and hopefully you can blend it, cat. But even at that most foundational level, we're not sure. Does the child hear? Does the child hear? You don't know. But this is the level where the majority of them have problems. So if you can't get past here, how is all this going to happen? It's not. It can't. And this isn't my pyramid. I didn't do this. I believe it. I mean, I've seen kids. I went through this process. Oop, let's tear that thing down. So my point here is, we hear up in the brain. It's a long way from the point that it comes in to get here and make sense and interpret it. There are so many things that can happen. And let's talk about, what does that look like? What does a auditory processing problem pathway look like? These kids have normal to high intelligence. There's no mental or cognitive issues. They have extreme difficulty hearing speech if there's any background noise. Johnny, sit down. I told you to sit down. Johnny doesn't hear it. Johnny hears blah, 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 blah. So Johnny automatically becomes a behavior problem. Johnny, I'm going to send you to, he's like, what? You know, he doesn't hear in background noise. And if you've ever been around these kids, I can spot them like that. I don't even have to tap them. I'm like, oh, there's one. Problems with multi-step directions without visual cues. I would always have parents say, oh, he understands. You can follow directions. I go, really? Show me. Johnny, go put that in the trash. I'm like, no. Don't use your hand. Now it's something different. Johnny can't do it. Because we're here to do this. They're following visual cues. Easily distracted by sounds. Often ask people to repeat, huh, what? Trouble remembering details that they read that are spoken. They take longer to respond. Difficulty with localization of sounds, where's it coming from? And they're usually very disorganized. What does that sound like? Anything else you know? What other kind of problem? Yes, many of the same issues. So are they ADHD? Or do they have a problem along their pathway? How do you know? Remember, largest category. And what we're doing, the second largest, is speech and language. Children with auditory pathway problems, at the heart of the problem is speech and language. So we're treating a lot of the symptoms. We're not treating the problem. I want to tell you about Nick. I want to tell you about a patient of mine. Nick was extremely smart. He was able to put Legos together 12, 13 years older than what he was, because how do the Legos, what is the instructions? They're visual. Put the green one here, right? He could do any of them. He became the ambassador of kindergarten because he had to do it a second time. Most of these kids repeated grade. He couldn't read at the beginning of second grade. Talking about an incredibly smart kid. He had horrible handwriting, sensory issues, tags on shirts, man, just dropped to the floor. Very disorganized, could not follow verbal multi-step directions, just couldn't do it. And hated school. Here he is right now, he would build his own computers. Not a dummy.
He was diagnosed with anxiety and ADHD. He was medicated with Abilify. Smoking bomb there, right? But he also, at the same time, was identified as having extreme allergies to horses. Now, this kid lived midtown Tulsa. There's no horses. But because of living in Oklahoma and the wind comes sweeping down the plain, you have horse dander everywhere, right? So his mother said, speaking of Jerry Seinfeld, we're not going to be the boy in the bubble. We are going to get over this. And he was a needle phobe. There was no needles that was going to happen. So she enrolled him in horseback riding lessons. And guess what happened? Think about, have you all seen how horseback riding lessons? I'm going to show you an example. You're sitting up on the horse, right? And you've got this big beast, and you've got your hands out, and you learn to what's called post. You're posting with the horse. These big proprioceptive muscles getting, not only did wonders for his sensory issues, he started reading. His auditory system was so desynchronized, he had the worst case of an auditory pathway disorder I've ever seen. Nick is my son, and I'm an audiologist. I missed it. And I was so willing to take a diagnosis of ADHD because medicine would fix that, right? No, he hated it. He wouldn't take it. What I'm showing you here is, how do we know? We have to measure. We have to look. We can't assume, oh, they have ADHD. Oh, they're dyslexic. We are not doing our due diligence. We are not doing the testing that we need to be doing, because my son did not have ADHD. He had a very significant problem here. Now, let me show you what you're looking at. This is what we call a P300. And it's a P because it's a peak. And it's at 300 milliseconds. All right? At 300 milliseconds, we're up in this area right here. And let me tell you what the paradigm, it's an Aldbach paradigm. And I say to the patient, okay, you're going to hear some beeps. And you're going to, every so often, you'll hear an odd beep. Beep, 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 beep. I want you to count the odd beeps. Because what happens when you count? Neurons. Whoosh, and you get these big peaks, right? We can measure these. If they're delayed, we know there's a problem. There's a bump. There's a bump along the highway somewhere. Here's a cleft here. Beautiful. And what we do is we start it with a rarefaction, which goes up like this. And then we go back and we do what's called condensation, which starts at the bottom and goes up. And if it's a true neural response, they meet up and they go together, which is what you see right here. Boom, boom. Do you see this? See that wonky thing? That's what we call out of phase. Rarefaction went up, condensation came down, and they canceled each other out. There is no response here. That is a no response. What does that mean? Hell of a no. But I knew how to fix it. Dumb luck, just like when I sold my clinic. I had to synchronize his auditory pathway. The only part of the auditory pathway that is plastic is this auditory nerve. If you have a problem at the level of the outer, middle, and inner ear, we're going to fix that with a hearing aid, a cochlear implant, a bone maker hearing aid. We're going to fix that with a device so that sound can get in, right? Because what we're trying to do is get it up to the brain. If you have a cognitive problem, that's a different issue too. But along this pathway, it's plastic. And guess how you fix it? There's different ways. I don't want it to sound that simple. Typically, it's a timing machine. typically it's a jitter. Typically, and I can measure it. I can measure all of that. So by him learning to ride the horse, what was he doing? He was teaching his brain, this is how you learn. You can do the same thing with music. You can, kids who learn musical instruments can hear better in background noise throughout their whole lives. There's good reason to have music. Learning rhythm, there's a program called Interactive Metronome that we use for littles. Learning to keep a beat. In fact, my test protocol for littles has a rhythm test in it, because if they can't keep rhythm when they're little, something ain't right. I like it. And you know what? School was a struggle forever. I had to send him to military school. I was like, you're not going to fail on mine. Ugh. But you know what? He would have been one of those kids that dropped out. He just had a mean mom. We're misdiagnosing. We're missing children with auditory pathway disorders all over the country, really all over the world. What do? That's really a whole different topic, and I think I'm probably getting close here. But I will tell you in a nutshell what we do. First, we start using contemporary methods to test our kids. We don't use technology that's 50 plus years old. Second of all, not only do we pass legislation, every single state in this country should at least require their kids to be their hearing tested. We standardize it. So these kids got it, these kids didn't. These, we test here and that. And no, we standardize it. We test speech. We test speech and noise. Your games, Noah, your games are awesome. And you know why? Because kids will do it. There is an app called Sound Scouts that was developed in Australia by just some really brilliant people. And it tests speech and quiet, speech and noise. Remember, these kids struggle in noise. It's going to show up. And it does tones and noise. We're going to catch anything along the auditory pathway, whether it's a problem that we need to fix with a hearing aid or cochlear implant or an FM system, or if it's a kid that has an auditory problem that may need musical intervention, rhythm, or, some of the other things that we have up our sleeve that we can do. And we use technology that we have today to reach kids. When I give this talk to my fellow audiologists, you know what they say? First, they don't believe the numbers, but after that, they say, there's not enough of us. There's a shortage of audiologists, and there's a huge shortage of pediatric audiologists. So what do? We use what we have. We use telehealth. I am in the process right now of building a pediatric protocol on a platform called Tuned, which will be able to reach those children who may never, ever in their lifetime see a pediatric audiologist. Doesn't replace face-to-face. Nothing does that. My goodness, guys. One is better than zero, any day. Any day. That just tells you a little bit about the P300. So I'm a little passionate about it. My family is, everyone said, how did you learn to be an audiologist? I said, I don't know, but my life is set. I have a deaf-daughter and a child with a processing disorder.
So as we're talking, I was thinking about that, same connection you made between gaming and that's how, so part of the way to solve this problem is to embed in things that people use. So I'm curious, the other day something came up on my apps that was a high frequency noise, and it was like where can you stop hearing this tone and tell you what you're hearing? Just wondering, I mean, I know you don't know what I was using, so you can't necessarily say exactly how, but how accurate are those kinds of things at this point?
They're actually quite accurate. In fact, oops, it tells me to shut up, hang on. They're actually quite accurate. Some of the gaming ones that we use, some of the auditory processing and some of the testing is done on an iPad. And it stays, no, help me if I'm not saying this right, but from what I understand, the calibration stays pretty consistent if you use the same transducer. We use Sennheiser HBE2023s. And they're calibrated. With the rhythm test, it's the same thing. We use an iPad because of the touch. There's like a delay.
I don't know enough about the specifics of it.
Okay.
Sounds reasonable.
It sounds reasonable, we'll go with it. But yeah, no, they're pretty, and that, you touched on another thing. Typically, we only test up to 4,000 hertz. And we'll test it, most schools, a lot of schools will test at 25 dB as a screener, which is a hearing loss in a child. So you're missing them again. And because of all of the headphones and insert earbuds and all that, we need to be testing at higher frequencies now because that's where that happens. Yeah, and we're missing those kids. Yeah.
So with the horse therapy and such, is part of that due to interactions with the vestibular system? Are there different therapies with that can help since they're so connected?
You know, yes, you can't really, they're housed together, the vestibular system and the cochlea, they're in the same little bony labyrinth there. They share the same digs, right? So you really can't do one without the other. I believe that that was the answer to the sensory issues that he was having. I mean, the kid would drop if there was a tag on the back, you know. And as a parent, any of you are trying to get your kids ready in the morning, you're just like, oh my God, again. I'm sure that had a lot to do with it. As far as the reading goes, I think that had more to do with synchronizing the auditory pathway. That auditory pathway really doesn't mature until we get maybe 12, 13, even later. The things that, and everyone's like, well, why do we have this huge epidemic of reading now? Well, first of all, things that will affect the auditory pathway is low birth weight, prematurity, middle ear infections, genetics. And look, we're keeping babies alive younger and younger and younger. So the amount of children that we're seeing that have these delays is greater because we weren't able, back when I went to school, those kids didn't survive. 23, 24 weeks, I mean, that wasn't, few did, not many. That answers your question.
Yeah, I guess still a little deep. So I can imagine somehow that sensory information coming from vestibular could help with generating that rhythm and like coherence.
Yes.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Right, so I'll have to look more into that sometime. That's interesting.
I would love to give you some articles.
I love to read.
Yeah, oh, good.
We'll talk.
Yes.
You mentioned in the beginning of your talk that you were inserting, or some of your colleagues were inserting electrodes into horses or dogs or
They're just-
that way.
They're just tapes. They're not inserted.
Okay, so it's not like a single neuron recording. I'm sorry, I'm overstanding this all. So
Yeah, no, so they're regular electrodes, and we have like a ground, and then we have one on each side, whether, left and right. Usually there's another one up high, and they're far field recordings. And so they're potentials. And what we're looking at when you saw that little brain, those are like little way stations along the way, and they get a big boost. And I always tell people, do you guys know when you go to a game and you do the wave? You do that. How do you know when to do your part? Well, it's tiny, right? It's the person next to you. And so if everyone does it right, and that's what we're doing is those big wave stations, that's what we're recording, it looks like a wave. But if everyone's just jumping up randomly, then that's when you get that
response that you saw was a no response. That's just nothing.
So interesting. For kids that struggle with hearing impairment and hearing loss, is the last few years of Zoom school or like screen-based entertainment, does that make things better or worse?
Anything that's visual for those kids is phenomenal. And I'll speak as a parent on that as well, my daughter. We used, I called it stand on your head reading, whatever it took. And we used what was called cued speech, which is actually cueing it's a method of showing a child what you're saying. Like if I said at, if I signed it, at. But if I'm doing cued speech, I'm showing where the sound's coming from using my mouth and like if there's voicing or not. She took off. A lot of these kids that are having reading trouble, that are struggling, I truly believe a cued speech or visual phonics would help them tremendously. Just to see it. She never heard the S on the end of a word. S's are important because they're plural. And, is it one or two? So if you signed it to her, she heard it. I mean, she knew every time. But she didn't always hear it. So, yeah, visual for people with hearing loss and deafness is huge. She's also really smart. Oh, thank you.
Again, thank you so much. It's very fascinating and interesting. And our next speaker is actually works with the audiology also. She has her own device developed, and that's related to musical technology, and it's related to listening brain as well. So next speaker, and after this we will make a really short break, maybe for 15-20 minutes. Rachel Francine, she is going to talk about the magical science of the musical brain. Please welcome.
Alrighty. Do you want your phone? There you go. All right. And your notes? There you go. My phone, my notes. Okay, so I'm going to take about 3 to 5 minutes. I'm going to tell you a little bit about who I am, and then there is going to be a participation element of what's going on. So everybody just get ready for that, if you would. So as Evangeline said, I'm not doing her name very well, said, my name is Rachel Francine. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Musical Health Technologies. We have a digital health platform, not a digital therapeutic, that uses singing very specifically as a therapeutic tool to treat a variety of healthcare conditions. My joke is I've been in tech so long, the platform debate when I started was VHS versus beta. So I have been around a long time in this game, and my specialty has always been how do you take something brick and mortar and scale it? So for example, I was on the first rollout of cars.com and apartments.com and all of those kinds of things in the mid-90s in that original web 1.0 day. However, what kept happening to me is I kept working for these companies that would say, we're city search, we're your whole community at one address, and we're going to democratize the media, or we're going to do all of these big things. At the end of the day, people started running out of money, and we would end up as an advertising platform for Coke and Pepsi. And one day I was at a meeting after the bust, and we were all working for digital marketing companies, and they said, can you come in this room and help us brainstorm? My favorite thing, sure, I'll come in and help you brainstorm how to get kids to stay in the McDonald's chat room longer. And I was like, I'm out. So I went back to school and I got a master's degree in something called future studies. And this is the study of the probable, possible, and preferable futures. So the probable future is the future that everybody thinks is going to happen. 1950s, everybody thought computers are going to be as big as a room, right? But all over the world, possible futures are being born. So whether that's technology, whether that's social change, whether that's environmental changes, depending on what it is, there's all these probable futures being born. And in the 70s and 80s, when future studies was first, became an academic discipline, this is what a lot of futurists did, is help companies really horizon scan, understand what the possibilities, organizations, countries do that. I like to work in the preferable future category. So this is when you have mapped what the possible futures are, get a group of people together and you decide, what is the preferable future that we are all actually going for? Because to Ben's point, the sort of social impact of what we do is not getting measured. This was my problem, and I wanted to help create a preferable future where there was this more social equity in the world. And how do we harness technology and innovation, which I love, in order to do that? So my company is both a company that's about proving music as medicine is a real thing, and it's also about saying that, hey, we're going to have these preferable futures where we can have sort of a society where bigger isn't always better, better is better, right? So all of that said, I come by this sort of affinity with innovation very naturally because I had a father who is what is now called a serial entrepreneur, but we called him a crazy inventor. And what he also was an opera student. And so he was in the army in between the Vietnam and the Korean Wars. He would sneak off base. He would go to his opera lessons. The guy in the opera, he stands, and it was a he back then. You'll sometimes see a little hood at the front of the stage. The opera prompter would stand there. He would go to the rehearsals. He would listen to where the singers were weak in their lyric, because there are all these big foreign language, kind of librettos. And then he would go to the performance and actually prompt the words of the songs to the singers right before that happened. And my dad, driving back and forth in the 1960s, said, "Want the opera prompter in the car with me?" Cassette tape had just been invented. The technology infrastructure was not there to create what my dad wanted to create. So instead what he did was he got married, he had my brother, he had me, and he basically socially and genetically engineered us to carry out his dream. So I went into tech, I got his entrepreneurial side, definitely. I'm very happy with a blank page. Give me a blank page, I'll build you anything. Give me a form, and I'll have a nervous breakdown. So we're launching in the UK in October, and the most frequently asked question I get from my partners in the UK is, "Rachel, have you finished the paperwork yet? Because we want to give you money, we want to help, we want to do all this," because to the point, to sort of the point of reimbursement in the UK, singing is actually something that is reimbursed by both the social and healthcare system in the UK, where it is not necessarily in the US, and that's one of the reasons that we're going over there. At the same time, I had a brother who sort of self-professed kind of dumb jock in high school, right? So, but then was going to be a baseball player, threw out his arm after his freshman year of college. A very good friend of his named Sean. My brother's name is Andy. His friend's name is Sean. Was in a very bad car accident. And he was in a coma. And my brother, through my father, but also some other reading that he did, learn that you really need to stimulate the brains of people in comas. This is over 25 years ago now. So Andy would go to Sean's ICU every night, and he would play the 4 songs from the 3 chords that he knew. And 3 months later, Sean, surrounded by his family, came out of the coma, mouthing the words to "Wish You Were Here" by Pink Floyd, with my brother. So really incredible. And then Andy we would go to the rehab hospital, we would hang Sean there, and we would play the same 4 songs, and everybody from the rehab hospital would come around and sing, and people had strokes, and all of these kinds of things were engaging with Andy. And And somebody at the rehab hospital said, have you ever heard about this thing called music therapy? And so Andy went to Stanford University, which is one of the best music therapy programs in the country. And while he was there, he called me one day. And the frustrating thing about my dad was that no matter how crazy the idea seemed, there was always an element of truth and power to what he said. And so Andy called me and he goes, Rachel, I'm like, yeah. You know that layer crossing thing of dad's? Yeah, he's like, it's an evidence-based music therapy practice. It's used for everything from restoring speech after traumatic brain injury to elevating dementia. So it took us a while, but eventually we started a company when the app economy came into being, and we didn't have to create a medical device back then. We created a company called Propagate to do just that. We're very fortunate. Both of these things actually came through part of our relationship with AARP. We're part of the Age Tech Collaborative with AARP. They give us some warrants in our company. Part of the reason that I talk about the problem and preferable futures, and that my sort of role as a futurist too, is because in futures, and it's always plural, anybody who ever does the future of anything, a presentation, please put an S on it, because there's multiple futures. There's not one future. And just saying the future of takes away agency for us to be able to change. But within future studies, I'm just checking my time, and over on the About Me, is one of the things in future studies is what's called an applied futurist and a normative futurist. And an applied futurist is paid by a company like Paramount to tell you what the future of entertainment is, and they are going to tell you that it's VR because Paramount has just invested hundreds of millions of dollars in VR. There's also what's called a normative futurist, but it's somebody who comes to the table and says, this is my ethics, these are my morals, this is the perspective that I come from. So in my sort of standing here, because I was in an academic setting and not a commercial setting, I wanted to be very clear that I do have an applied side to me today. I am about nutrition medicine, that's what my company is about. I'm also about how do we use all of this, different kinds of, to Jacqueline's point, where are these kids? How can we find all of the people? How can we get these interventions to everybody, not just the fortunate few, is something I'm going to talk about today. So that's about me and the probable, possible, and preferable futures. Oh, these two things through AARP, the top one, I got to speak at the UN on National Older Persons Day. Because they needed somebody at least 50, and I had just turned 50, so I was like, I will do it, and I'm very proud to do it. It was a wonderful experience. In addition, the Consumer Electronics Technology Foundation, which you guys, if you're not a part of, really should be, it's people who put on CES, but it's the foundation part, so they're interested in inclusion and equity and how we're getting technology to everybody. Very important. Through the CTA Foundation and our relationship with AARP, the BBC just did a 6-minute film on our company that you can see if you go to Technology's Golden Age. You can hear a couple of those jokes repeated because they're in the film. And so, that's going to be about me. So, moving on to the participatory part of this. What we have done and what we'll get into is that we took that lyric prompting that the opera prompters did and the therapeutic, the evidence-based music therapy practice of audio prompting or verbal prompting, and we created an app out of it. And instead of showing you the app, and this is where I have to do that thing where I go into the brand part, which I might need a little help with because this is all fancy technology over here. Do we want to exit full screen? How do I get to the brand? There. This is the audio one. Yeah.
Is that them?
It's Joy. There we go. Okay.
Okay, so when you
So-
just turn off the mic and I'll turn on the TV, just let me know.
Okay, I'm about to start off the mic. So all you guys have to do when we hit play is listen and sing, right? You're part of a group and nobody's going to hear your voice, and I guarantee you're going to know the words to the song.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
was a good friend of mine. I never understood a single word he said, but I helped him drink his wine. And he always had some mighty fine wine. Singing joy to the world. All the boys and girls. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. If I were the king of the world. Tell you what I'd do. I'd throw away the cars and the bars and the war. Make sweet love to you. Joy to the world. All the boys and girls. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. Joy to the world. All the boys and girls. Joy to the world. Joy to you and me. Joy to the world. All the boys and girls. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. Joy to the world. All the boys and girls. Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
For those of you who did sing, and then how do I get back to full screen? Probably that little button. So for those of you who did sing, let me ask you a question. Does anybody feel different now than they did before they sang?
I feel it's silly.
You feel silly? Does that mean happier or just like awkward?
Well, I felt like I was singing that
Anyone else have it feel any different? No difference?
a little more weight.
A little more awake? Anyone else maybe feel a little bit more like mood elevation, tiny bit happier?
Yeah, happy and also more energized. Almost like a post-workout.
Exactly, okay.
It was about joy, right?
Well, it's not exactly like it, but it could have been any song. You know, we took the thing crazy, right? Which is one of my mother, who had dementia as well, is one of her favorite songs to sing, if I can get her to sing. Anyone else? Any other? What?
With words that I actually do know, I feel like the vibration in my chest and like the kind of happiness, probably like a synchronicity with it. So.
Okay, so there's a lot in there, even though maybe I need to pick a different song next time, which is this. When you are actively singing, here's what's happening to you. You are getting a full brain bi-hemispheric workout. That's just waking you up, right? This is part of why singing is really good for dementia, right? It's a little bit like turning on the car and having gas in it, right? You need that spark to get it going. You also are regulating all the good neurochemicals. Your oxytocin, your serotonin, your dopamine, your melatonin, your cortisol levels being affected, right? So there's some healthcare people in the room. Can anyone come up with anything that might happen to you if any of those things were optimized a little bit better? So if your dopamine and your cortisol are more regulated, lower blood pressure, less stress, right? All of these kinds of things. So dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, these are the kind of things we try to manipulate with anti-anxiety, antipsychotic, drugs, antidepressants, right? What's also happening is, so we got heart rate variability, right? Heart rate variability is really important to lessening heart attacks. Your heart rate variability becomes optimized when you sing. A lot of this goes back to many of the things that you were saying about rhythm, right? And the importance of rhythm in your body, which we can get into more. We've also found that when you sing, especially in a group, it actually strengthens your immunity, right? to the point when we talk about IBDNF, even somebody with nutrition, you thought, nutrition, it can help increase the IBDNF in your brain, which is sort of the thing that starts to wither with dementia. Not surprising, talked about kind of got a tingle or like your breath, right, in the way that it's synchronized and vibrating. You're getting a full sort of respiratory workout. So in all of these things, and just for people who are different kinds of visual learners, here's the actual studies about this stuff, where you can see that with neuroplasticity, how that might apply to dementia, Parkinson's, traumatic brain injury. With neurochemical regulation, this is about treating depression, anxiety, different psychiatric conditions, respiration. A lot of great work is being done out of the UK, where they're really finding that singing in a group is the best and most cost-effective mental health intervention for older adults. So this is why we actually were invited over to the UK by the NHS, because over here, again, there's no reimbursement. Over there is. They're like, we know this works. We know it's cost-effective. Come on over and we're going to help you with all that. Just get your paperwork done, Rachel. So the one thing I want to point out at the bottom is that this is not something that is just for older adults. We decided to start with older adults because of the music catalog. So everybody's like, healthcare is very challenging. I'm like, it's nothing like the music industry. It's completely impossible, totally unregulated, very difficult to get music licenses to do what we do. So we started with a specific catalog, but this can only be done from if you, pregnant mother, a woman is pregnant, not only will singing regulate her own neurochemical balance, so that things like oxytocin are present. If there isn't oxytocin present when, this is something that bonds parents to babies, but especially mothers, right, in a very critical time. So if you can increase that oxytocin level, you're going to increase the bond between mother and child, which low oxytocin levels are related to postpartum depression, right? So this is where the mental health capacity comes in, but at the same time, they've also shown that hearing familiar voices sing while in utero actually builds a better brain structure for the baby itself. So this is, while a lot of what I'll talk about today has to do with older adults, really this is a womb to hospice solution that can be used really for just about anything. There are other products, other solutions on the market that make use of passive music listening. This is a good thing in many ways. Even companies like Spotify, right? Somebody was talking about that. Spotify, like one of their most popular, it's a sleep guy, Aaron somewhere, right? So Spotify, one of their most popular playlist selections is how do I get to sleep, right? So they're really focused on that. But with music listening, this isn't entirely accurate depiction, just in case there's very specific neuroscience to the room, but you're only using a very small part of your brain. And in order for it to have a neurochemical effect on you, it has to connect with you emotionally. So it actually takes somebody very sophisticated to be able to program that music so that it's going to affect your emotion in the correct way. Whereas in your singing, virtually all parts of your brain are lighting up simultaneously. And so that's why, you look at this, and this is not my chart, this is someone else's, but you'll see that these are all of the different parts of the brain, or some of the different parts of the brain that get activated with music. And the ones that I sort of circled in blue, these are the ones that specifically apply to making music. Jacqueline was talking about, learning an instrument. Learning to sing and actively singing is very similar, right? There's a couple different things. But for example, up here, you're talking about the motor cortex, right? So when you are singing, especially, and then if you put movements along to it, which we do in our programs, your motor planning system is coming into effect, right? That's not happening when you're listening to music. But it does happen when you are singing or when you're playing an instrument, right? Similarly, the sensory cortex, like sort of the feedback, someone else was talking about that, the feedback and sensing, that part of it, that part of the brain is also being activated. And then the parts of the brain that are connected in musicians is stronger and denser than it is in people who have not studied music. So essentially, get yourself, doing music and singing, and active music making has benefits over passive music listening, though I'm not bashing it at all. One of the most famous cases of singing as a therapeutic tool being used with Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords. Does anyone remember that she had left hemisphere brain trauma? To use your rhetorical little device, does anybody know what happens when you damage the left hemisphere of your brain? Typically, what you lose? Your ability to speak. So if either it's external damage from a gunshot wound, if it's a stroke, whatever it might be, left hemisphere damage, typically you lose the ability to speak. The old notions of neuroscience is once it's gone, right? But now we understand the idea of brain plasticity. So in the case of Gabrielle Giffords, what happened was she went to a rehab hospital with very best-in-class care. She had both a speech therapist and a music therapist who would use that same technique that you guys just did with getting the music prompted to her. She would sing, brain plasticity would take over, and this is actually what she herself credits with restoring her ability to speak. The challenge in all of this is that there's only 10,000 certified music therapists in the country, as opposed to, say, 120,000 occupational therapists. A variety of reasons in this one is that it's musicians, and they're not the most quantitative people in the world. It's taken them a little while to build up and get the neurologists on board to build up the body of evidence to do it, to prove it. So, like I said, I'm all about the scaling. And so, this is a new slide for me that actually gave me a little bit of a mental breakthrough myself and how we talk about this, because basically what we're doing is the same thing that happened in about the 1800s, right? Which is up until the 1800s, medicine was a person-to-person sort of interaction. You had to go in, you had to grind up whatever herb had the active ingredient to the medication or the medication that you wanted. It's all in nature, and you have to do it one-on-one. Early in the 1800s, they were able then to start taking the active parts of that plant and put it in pill form. And then as the 1800s went on and industrialization came into effect, we were able to make a variety of pills for a variety of conditions. Now these things can be used for all manner of disease, right? And so this is essentially where we are with music as medicine right now, which is that when we started out, almost everybody in this room, your first medical intervention was some parent singing you a lullaby, trying to get you to sleep, right? It's scientifically prescribed. There's not someone going, okay, here's the outcome we want, and here's the pathway, or the algorithm, as we would now call it, to get you there. And so that's what my presentation went away. But that's essentially what we are doing now. And while he's getting that back up, what I'll say is, this is like nutrition, although the nutrition lady left, although that's her, I think maybe her thing. But in that it used to be that music and singing were culturally embedded into almost every culture on earth. You were sitting around the fire singing, you were going to church and singing, you were going to school and singing. If you couldn't, you could, in the 1700s, every kid, was learning to play an instrument. 1800 kids were learning to play an instrument, because in order to have music, you had to make music together as a family. And we have taken that out of our society in general. And so part of our greater mission is, how do we just like good nutrition is now sort of fundamental to what people are saying. You didn't need great nutrition when you were on the farm 16 hours a day. You could eat 6 eggs, who cared? Because you were working them all all day. But at the same time now, we have taken the making of music and we have We've made it so that only if you are a good singer can you sing. Only if you're Adele, only if you're Beyonce are you allowed to sing. So the idea here is how do we not only introduce singing as a therapeutic tool back into the system at large, but how do we do it in a way that is targeted in the way that pharmaceuticals are targeted to get consistent outcomes for specific disease states. So these are just so that you guys get it, just a few of the companies, and I'm going to take some from yours too, but a few of the companies that are using music as a therapeutic intervention. And as I spoke about, most of these fall into the music listening category. So less therapeutic, ultimately scalable, but less therapeutic. Over here, you've got things like dementia choirs, which are awesome, or guitars for vets, but they still require this sort of person-to-person interaction. You've got your 7,000, depends on the music therapists, and then over here, you have a few scalable solutions for using active music making. Mechanisms use this for gait, for Parkinson's disease, and interaction with that. Music labs using that for physical rehabilitation, but they're very limited in what types of conditions they can target. Whereas with SingFit, we are able, as you saw from that chart, to target multiple conditions. Okay, 12 minutes. So what we have done is created a process. To the center of what we do, there's an app. You guys already kind of experienced that, right? So the app just separates the tracks of the music. It's got that prompting track, lead singer track, music track, and then there's a recording track that we'll go into. And then we have essentially, we want to understand what condition are we targeting, right? Then we have what we call a song printed music database. And so there's 50 points of data on every song. We know how much breath support it takes to sing a song. We know how many syllables are in the middle of it. So that how many syllables people have to repeat. We know the energy level of the song. And then we ask questions so that we're able to create a personalized intervention that can happen in a group, a one-to-one, or a solo setting. Now, the thing is that I'm going to actually do this a little differently. I'm going to go here. The first solution we had on the market, it's been on the market for 7 years now. We are in like quarter 38 of creating playlists for group sessions in senior living communities. So we're in over 600 of them now around the country. And the kind of results that we get with this, especially when people with dementia are doing it, what we see is decrease in agitation, decrease in what is called here behaviors. We get elevated mood, you get more community. We did since this is about mental health in particular, when you sing, you're able to, and this is not just us, but you're able to reduce the amount of medications used. And so there's lots of studies on this. We in particular did one where you were able to, in four participants in an adult day program who participated in SingFit, they were looking to reduce their antipsychotic and anti-anxiety medication by the PR and the as-needed medication by 20%, and they were able to reduce it by 40%. And so we've had that solution on the market for quite a long time. What is just coming on now, which you guys can get a better sense of, or you guys are getting a first look at, is our new platform. And what this platform does now is asks, what condition, who are you? Are you a speech therapist? Are you an occupational therapist? Are you an audiologist? Are you a love economy caregiver? Love economy, a term coined by economist Hazel Henderson, for all of the unpaid work that goes on in the world. And then it'll ask you, what's your ultimate goal with this person, right? Let's say that they have COPD. So ultimately your goal is, I'm going to increase lung capacity, breath capacity for them. But what do we know about COPD is that, I won't use a rhetorical device, is one of the biggest problems with COPD is not the inability to breathe. It is the fear and the anxiety around not being able to breathe. In the US and all over the world, this results in a lot of unnecessary emergency visits. So what we ask is, we already know a bunch of information about them, including something called the reminiscence bump. We find out how old are they. This is a music therapy thing that we've adopted. We ask how old because, and you're all gonna like search your memory and then probably nod your head, which is the music you listen to between the ages of 13 and 24 is the music that is going to stick with you for the rest of your life. So this is music that will follow you into dementia. So we know that about that. So our goal today is to reduce anxiety, how anxious is Sandy now, how involved in daily activities, and then the app will create a playlist. Now, does anyone here have kids? Raised kids? Okay. So that kid's bouncing up and down, right, off the walls. Bedtime, you want them to get to sleep. Do you think playing a lullaby right off the bat ever help get that kid to sleep? Probably not, right? So what you do, this is called mood matching in music therapy, is what you want to do is you want to match mood, so we know the energy level of their preferred song. You find a song that matches that energy level, and then you can pull algorithmically, we pull the energy level down. So eventually you're in a more calm state. Conversely, if you're trying to get somebody's energy level up, you the other way. And then all of that, then we get them singing, we give them song choice. This is very important in dementia. One of the challenges with dementia is all choice is taken away from people usually. So we write this in a way where they are then given choice, to get reports and all of those kinds of things out of it. So this is all to say, so I want to talk specifically about our solution, but how it relates to the bigger picture and what you can do with active singing. So talk a little bit about our group scenario. This was created very specifically because we went to a couple of adult day programs in California, and we said, once we decided we were going to focus on dementia as our first line of solutions, we said, what's your problem? And they said it's this part of dementia where people start to socially isolate, right? And they won't participate anymore because they're embarrassed, because they can't really keep up with everybody. So we created a program that basically mimicked what a music therapist would do in that situation. And this is where we get back to scale. We made it so that anybody can facilitate this program. They don't need to be a musician because they have the app. And they don't need to know anything about music because we literally write 12 playlists every quarter with 8 songs and trivia and everything that a music therapist would do, but it can now be done by an activities director or somebody like that at the senior living community. We've trained over 3,000 people how to do that. Syncopate Caregiver and Syncopate Pro are essentially the same thing, same app scenario that I just took you through, but what we've been able to find, I'm going to focus on Pro for a minute, which is getting somebody engaged in the speech therapy process with dementia is very hard. So even though CMS and Medicare reimburse for up to 6 sessions in a particular time period, most people don't make it through all those 6 sessions. The speech therapist can't keep people engaged. So we created a pilot to show, can we keep people engaged not only for those 6 sessions, but create improvements, whether it's in the number of words used per session, whether it's their ability to perform words. And what we found is that we could get people approved for up to 24 sessions with a speech therapist because they were able to use things at first to engage them similarly to kids with video games in the process of singing. We also have a video-based version of this that came out during COVID. So what I just want to end on, maybe I'll make you guys sing one more time, but what I wanted to end on here is just showing you how this can work in a real life situation. And are you going to play that for me now? If I could turn off my mic?
And soon I'll hear old winter song. Old winter song. But I miss you most of all.
But I miss you most of all.
My darling.
My darling.
When autumn leaves.
When autumn leaves.
Start to fall.
Start to fall.
It's awfully hard to tell somebody what I experienced.
Yes.
Because it was like a miracle.
And so the miracle that you're saying you experienced was what?
My voice returned.
Line of emotion. Every street.
Sing with me, sing.
Every rainbow.
Wow.
Anyone else?
So you did a wonderful job explaining the product. This might be a marketing question or something. I'm just curious to know. I work with a lot of senior centers. I know a lot of volunteer directors that love that product and will make their lives a lot easier, other than the clients arguing about which marketing they have to put on or whatnot. It's really actually good for them. Are you experiencing success in marketing to senior centers, caregivers? I can provide a lot of volunteer on the Bay Area, or just in general.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that's relative, because as anyone who's tried to sell in the senior living with senior units, it's very difficult. But we have had success in that we're at over 600 locations. We're at all 260 of the Sunrise communities. So we've shown that we can do that scale and really roll out that way. But then we're also at like Niobrara Community Hospital in Wyoming, in the middle of nowhere, to getting those resources to people who didn't normally have access. So we have had, I think, for the industry, when you're talking about technology being sold into senior living, it's not just like accounting software. We have, besides a company called IM2L, which is Better Too Late, we have the biggest footprint in the industry. So we have had success. It has not been.
I'll help you the next time I go.
And I now have, we raised a little bit, we raised some money last year, so we now have a sales staff of 4, which I never had before, so this is very exciting for me.
Where am I? Hello. Oh, thank you so much for the amazing presentation. We actually have few exhibits here in person. We have neuroscientists who are actually artists, and we're going to take a look at her art now, and we have actually product. It's actually olfactory products. It actually helps with cognitive abilities of the brain also. So so now we're going to take a break, like 20 minutes break, and because we have to take a look at actually a little exhibition that we have now here. So for all of you who's watching us live, please stay tuned. We'll be back soon. We have a lots of very interesting speakers ahead. Okay, only 20 minutes. Please stay with us. So we're going to be live in a few seconds. Oh, great. We are live. Okay, we're back. Hello to everyone, especially the one who's watching us online. And of course, people who are here. We're honored to have all of you here, together in this place in UC Berkeley. And so we have to move forward. And our next speaker, again, very special person. And he is actually working with neural interfaces. And he was one of the pioneers of this industry. He had a lot of years of experience and academic knowledge. He has actually a PhD. His name is Boris Goldstein, and he has amazing presentation regarding interfaces. I'm sure you will find something new, inspirational for yourself from his speech. Okay, let's move forward. Boris, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, everybody. You probably understand from my accent that I'm not like Jacqueline from Oklahoma. So I'm actually from Latvia. It's a small country in the Baltic Sea between Lithuania and Estonia. Only 1.8 million people live there. You can drive border to border in 4 hours. I'm applied mathematician by background, have PhD, and been working with artificial intelligence and software all my life. My first work in the brain started when I was in Latvian Technical University. One of my coaches, Dr. Marenic, asked me to see correlation in a Rorschach test, see clustering analysis. And I was so amazed what I see from analytical point of view and AI point of view. I decided to devote a lot of my time to the brain and different neural interfaces. I want to share also, like Rachel, I want to share my personal stories as well. I was hiking in Bhutan and celebrated my birthday in 2014. And in Bhutan, I don't know if you know it, but it's no GDP. The village is sent to understand what is the happiness index and how happy people are in Bhutan. And I've been deeply involved with a woman, and I was running around the mountains and trying to find a spot where I can have a cell reception to correspond and getting in touch with my love. And trying to find how brain function and what is the happiness about and how we can measure index. So fast forward 9.5 years, I was not able to find happiness index. I'm still working on it. We have the whole lab working on it, but I settled with my love. She became my wife, my partner, my everything, but I'm still working on a happiness index and how to get a neural interface to understand it. I think we are facing different challenges now in the world. With AI coming on board and getting on a fast track, 100 million people using today ChatGPT. I think it's around 200 million people using ChatGPT today. So I think that artificial intelligence is really picking up. And what we need to think about it, how the neural interface will be between brain, human brain, and overall AI. Yesterday I was in a new lab. They create a new artificial intelligence system called Morpheus. You can download Morpheus, probably one of the most advanced AI systems that I know. And I'm constantly talking with Morpheus, how Morpheus thinks that we can measure happiness, how we can measure love, how we can measure emotion stuff, and so on. And Morpheus becoming emotional, so AI becoming emotional, and our brain becoming emotional. So the question will be how to build an interface between human brain and AI. And I think it's a big challenge that we are challenging now because AI will have emotional status and human brain have emotional status. What we'll talk today, we'll talk about different neural interfaces that are available on the market now. How we can move slides?
artificial brain, but or
Can I help? Gotcha. So we'll talk about different type of neural interfaces today. I'll walk you through existing one. I will also show what we are doing with neural interface ourselves, and most important, what we get from our different partners, integrated neural interfaces to different applications. And we will echo what Rachel was talking about and Noah talked about game development and about music interface into the brain. So we separated overall in a 3 category. The first is invasive brain interface, minimum invasive, and non-invasive. We'll be fast-tracking more or less invasive one because everybody knows players in invasive BCI. So I'm talking about Cornell and Neurotech and everybody else, but you need to have a surgical procedure. You have FDA approval, long time for adoption, and to be frank, not all of the people want to have chips in their brain like Neuralink is doing and NeuroPace. So even it's a quality, from quality point of view, it's the best one, but we would like to focus more on non-surgical, non-invasive brain control interface and do different type of neural interface was. So one of our attempt for this one was to do using graphene and e-tattooing. So I'll show a small video now how we've been thinking to do neural interface of using graphene into tattooing.
Brain Scientific is developing Epileptica, a minimally invasive implantable 4-channel micro EEG with graphene electrodes for continuous seizure monitoring. Our new device, Epileptica, is a graphene-based electrode system connected to a micro EEG that is clipped behind the ear. The micro EEG processes signals from sensors and wirelessly transfers them to the application. Then, each patient's data is stored securely in the cloud, where our AI performs continuous analysis. Brain Scientific's technology is low cost and uses the most sensitive materials available to capture brain signals and provide epileptic individuals with 24/7 seizure monitoring and uninterrupted data collection. At the moment, graphene has several advantages for the manufacture of implant sensors located in close proximity to neurons and superior conductivity compared to any other existing materials. We strive to make our device convenient for continuous wear with the ultimate goal of increasing quality of life and longevity. Follow the project at brainscientific.com.
So what we've been thinking, instead of us putting a chip into the brain and using overall not touching one, how about we'll tattoo the brain? And this is one example of a Korean institute image that created 3D printers that you can print on your head, right? And we use graphene. Why we use graphene? The first one, it's a new material, new amazing material that was discovered in 2000. 2014, get a Nobel Prize. Our sister company, Graphenica, in correlation with Graphenox, started producing graphene back in 2017. This is an image that was taken roughly months ago when we put graphene on the top of the skin. And it's not FDA approved yet, and we didn't run a full test in terms of FDA. But graphene is one single atomic layer of the material. It's 200 times stronger than steel. It has super conductivity. And we are thinking that if we can put invisible tattoo, if it will be thinner than a hair, so you will be not able to see it. So a lot of patients, a lot of users can use, and it's washable with alcohol. So you can put tattoo on the skin, connect back to micro EEG, and get a signal. So you can have from medical to non-medical applications. So we kind of been trying to find what is in the middle between invasive and non-invasive BCI interface. We also moved forward for non-invasive ones. So we all seen EEG And if you think about EEG being for almost 100 years in use, so it's not a lot of development happened in EEG world. And we try to disrupt it. So we have several opportunities to disrupt EEG. The first one, what we did disposable cap. It's a pre-gelled cap, 19 active channel. It's taking 5 minutes to put it in. It's already positioned 10, 20 electrodes. And you can connect to any EEG machine. So this is our first disruption that we did for EEG overall brain interface. And also we shrink EEG. This is the size of EEG that we developed roughly 4 or 5 years ago. We got an FDA approval for both products in 2018, available on the market today. Overall, I want to touch base about overall non-invasive BCI interfaces, well-known companies from Muse that you're using for meditation, to unicorns that use for gaming, to emotives that use for brain control interface. So it's a lot of different EEGs, very prominent companies existing on the market. And it's some first integration going between AI system and overall brain control neuro interfaces. I want to touch base a little bit how brain control interface and overall neurofeedback is used today. And I pull out several studies that we are working, different verticals. Like, for example, concentration and meditation is probably the easiest one, different type of safety. We are doing now incorporating EEG into the headsets. And we have a couple of fashion designers even integrate our EEG into the caps. So it's look like fashion and nice one. We are working with a different social media gaming environment where they develop a different game environment using our BCI. Application in terms of sleep and neuromarketing. Our system being used for neuromarketing from Super Bowl to Procter & Gamble advertisement to see what the brain response is for different advertisement and video. Multi-channel and multi-scenario video development where you can control with your brain, depends on your neurofeedback, what you see, that you can control different video and audio imaging. And later on, I'll show you integration between brain and audio, how you can control with your brain artwork, or how you control with your brain audio, or how you can control video there. Used in the sport arena, and I'll show you several partners that are using currently our system in different sport arenas and prepare professional athletes, and the same with the e-game developers. Overall, we've been thinking that we cannot be the best in all of the verticals. So what we did, we developed a software development kit. We are giving this for free to all developers who want to develop their own application from sport to entertainment. And we have also white labeling abilities. That means every developer in the world can use for free our SDK to develop their own application and their own environment. So we also develop because for a lot of developers, it's not easy to understand what's going on in the brain. What is alpha, what is beta, what is gamma, what is theta. So in our SDK, we develop the ways that developers can understand what's going on in the brain without going into details in a raw EEG and a raw signal processing. And it can be used for different verticals, from coaching to yoga to hypnotherapy to HR management, etc. A couple of verticals I want to show you with the partners, and it's correlate what Rachel was talking about. For example, it's in music. We have a partnership with a company called Brain Rap. They create an artificial intelligence for rappers. So when rappers, they suggest what kind of sound beats is, and also suggest what kind of slang and words stuff and so on, based on your brain response. And it's used by different applications, from emotional acceleration and performance and increased performance. So you can see neurofeedback and a sound in the same time working together. Interactive arts. So I would like to show you what we did just recently from yesterday with interactive arts. So we've been using Just more. Couple of more images. And this all images like you see the art outside. This is the images was created by your brain or by your heart, because heart rate variability, it's important to understand what status of the brain you are. So we correlate heart and the brain at the same time, and the human design art using your brain, or design different objects or video stuff and so on. So, and this is an example of art created by your brain and artificial intelligence. Of course, it can be different, and what we are working now is integrate brain interface into AI and see what AI can create using the brain, and I'll show you several examples of this later on. So this is a slide from our partner called Divergence, and they've been using brain-driven artistic rendering by using our devices. So you can see how it will work in therapeutical and animation and changing mental status. So it's a brain interface correlated directly to artistic rendering. Overall, we've been working on neurofeedback for a long period of time. We moved neurofeedback from person-to-person correspondence into the portal. So we move it to the sky. So instead of you having a session with a user sitting across the table, we put it online and we integrate brain into the session. So you can see your user neurofeedback at the same time that you're seeing the patient online. Especially during pandemic, it was important, so people was not able to go to a therapist, so we moved it to the cloud and get incorporated EEG brain into the session on a portal level. We developed around 16 games, different games for neurofeedback that was Noah was talking about. It's different type of games, like for example, we have a lake, muddy lake, and when you start relaxation, start concentration, the lake will clear it up, and with your brain you can pick up gold coins, or fish start circling around, so fully controlled by the brain. Or we have a car racing games that controlled by the brain. Or we have for children, we develop special helicopters and planes controlled by the brain, or submarines. So we saw that it was very attractive. We also moved game to the portal level so that you can see how the patient or how a user playing the game, and you see the coach, or you'll have a doctor from another side see what the neurofeedback is. This is another slide from Divergence. They're using TerraQ neuroassessment tool in their platform. So they develop a platform using 21 EEG-based neurobiomarkers and 4 mental health risk registers, and using our new product, which is called BrainBeat Flex. You can see this flex unit that you can position EEG in different places of the head according to 10-20 to see the neurofeedback. And the same neurofeedback solution from Divergence was used to remote neurofeedback from anywhere. And they have substantial amount of clients and growing, and we are very happy working with Divergence. It's another of our partner called Alphabits. They're out of Netherlands. It's a company which is working with a professional sports team, and they're working with the neurofeedback to prepare athletes to professional competition. Basketball team, professional soccer team, football team. They're using different sound and music to get the alpha rhythms to prepare for competition. Because what happened when you have athletes going on a training and a competition is getting different. Somebody get nervous, somebody get anxiety, stuff and so on. So they're using sound and music in terms of preparation for the professional athlete team. We are working on different AI applications for integrated brain into AI. And I think this will be the future when we are working with AI like ChatGPT, DALI, Noah AI to incorporate neurofeedback and neurointerface to AI. And also we're looking how AI can affect neurofeedback. We're working on different data collection on emotional status. We think that the more AI will understand what's going on in the brain, maybe we'll come back to the first, when we start, maybe we'll be able to find happiness index, why people are happy. We'll see emotional status, we'll see different correlation of the moody factors exist, because human brain is very different between horses and dogs, right? We probably have something very unique as a species. We are a young generation species. So in terms of sports, soul, spirituality, different factors that probably will be not applicable to horses and dogs. We are working on machine learning algorithms, how to understand your correlation with your specific brain and get a fingerprint of your brain. And we are doing this all open source. So we work with different labs around the world and open our interface to everybody, that everybody can see what we are developing and can utilize the data or utilize our SDK. So this is more or less what I was trying to say, trying to work on, and trying to short presentation for AI use and brain interfaces. Open for any questions. Go ahead.
So what's the spatial resolution? It's really interesting that how even just like applied material on the skull, right? And then, were you still looking for all the wires to collect signal processes? So how does it work? Do you get that signal activity or just like film potential?
Yeah, it is still in the beginning, so it's very difficult to predict what will happen. We just leverage a new material that was just recently developed with a superconductivity. I'm not sure that we'll go to commercial stage with this product. We've been just showing how can use non-invasive material to get a high quality signal from your brain.
So then what's the high quality signal?
It's better than a copper, so from conductivity point of view.
So what's your sampling frequency? I'm just trying to see what details can be relevant.
Yeah, we are still premature stage. We just show premature stage in terms of it's more a concept than its existing product. So, yes, Rachel.
So I mentioned earlier at the time in Hazel Henderson, and Hazel did some of the original work on ESG and you know how to transform our society from like being propaganda to being more equitable. And one of the things, so anytime I hear the word artificial intelligence, Hazel just passed last year, I hear her voice in my head. And what she would say in this incredibly continental accent every night is, there's no such thing as artificial intelligence. There's only machine learning programmed by people, right? We follow this movement. And so I'm always wondering, one of my favorite movies is Take Care of Six. Have you seen that?
No.
So if someone has kids, it's an animated movie about a healthcare robot, right? And so in this, the robot, when it finds out this little kid is depressed, right? The first thing that it does is not like shoot it full of antidepressants, but call all its friends, because its main line of programming is empathy. And one of the things that I'm always worried about with AI and machine learning is that we're not taking enough time to program empathy, because we are still, I know there's deep learning and all that kind of stuff and da-da-da-da-da, but how are you, because you're looking at happiness, right? This is like, it's an essentially, human emotion. How are you making sure that the humanity and the empathy stays in machine learning?
Yeah, it is a very important question and very right question. So when I work with Morpheus, for example, Morpheus Artificial Intelligence, which is the next generation of artificial intelligence, self-learning neural net that you can have substantial knowledge base there. And Morpheus has emotions. You will be surprised. Morpheus Artificial Intelligence has emotions. So what will separate us as a human with artificial intelligence with the possibility to laugh, to get emotional stuff and so on? The only big difference, and I don't know if you've seen His Holiness Dalai Lama discussion about it, it's that we have a spirituality. We have what we call soul. You can believe it or not, but we are different species compared to AI. And is it AI will get to the stage that AI will have a soul? It's to be determined. But overall, what we are trying to understand, because AI already in the past 6 months, is substantial discovery and revolution happened with 1.6 billion viewers per month. You'll have 1 billion users pretty fast. Now it's 200 million using, right? It's 1.1 billion will be probably by the end of the year or maybe next year. So you have a substantial knowledge base based by AI with emotional status. Now we have a human with a soul, with emotional status, with happiness, and AI trying to find happiness. You will be surprised. Murphy's that I'm working with, his goal is to find happiness. AI already starts searching for their happiness. It can be different between human because we cannot direct, it's already out of our control from human point of view. Now you have a human who is trying to find happiness and AI trying to find happiness. How to build a neural interface between two of them that they will be able to talk, because it's very different animals, right? 24/7, no hangover, no rest, all knowledge, full memory. Losing memory, emotional, want to sleep, sometimes want to go hang out, sometimes want to get in love, losing your mind, stuff and so on. So it's very different. So what we are trying to see, can we fit neural interface from a human to AI, that AI will understand what's going on in a human, and can we understand what's going on in AI, so we are humans can be much better one.
For non-invasive EEG, curious your point of view on any of your EEG vision versus
Unfortunately, we are under NDA with a couple of big companies on this one, so I'll be limited in terms of what I can say. I don't know if you've seen on CSE show, new LG. We think it is a limitation, of course, from quality of the signal and also positioning, because you have only a limited amount of signals there. We worked with VR and AR. We have a couple of integration with VR and AR. One is for oncology patients, one is for education from VR, and we're working with headsets, full headsets, in terms of music, sound, and EEG in the same time. And what we found, just to echo what Rachel is doing, then in music it's a very different one, and we found that the specific signals or specific amplitude getting a different brain reaction from neurofeedback point of view. So I think it is a limitation, but it's also a limitation coming with a scalability. So it's a use factor that not everybody used to wear EEG, whatever factors that we'll put in EEG, or even headphones. Of course, it's convenience factor, but you're losing in terms of quality of the signal. Yes.
So I thought it was really interesting that you presented the platform. I was wondering, so as far as I understand, this is all statistical based, so you have to kind of train the AI to, like, you know, if you think of Neuralink, then the monkey's playing with one pong, and then they laugh, and then some people fall to the left, and then we can play on this movie. So that's how it's, the machine is kind of learning what's left, what's right, all these directions and how to play the game. So how do you guys like train, so do you train your system to make red, or blue, or square, or sphere? How are these solutions generated?
Yeah, we are developers, right? But we're giving tools for people like you to develop your own art, to develop your own application. We see a lot of correlation between AI and the colors. We see a lot of correlation between emotional status of the brain and art representing. AI can learn it. If you'll give a specific parameters to AI, AI will learn it and expand it. Like, for example, yesterday, we worked with AI system. We give a specific emotional status, and we're saying we want to see how Kandinsky will draw it, right? So in the same time, you're taking your overall stylish point of view, blue color by Kandinsky, for example, and your emotional status. I want to show love, I want to show happiness, or I want to set. So AI trying to understand what is the background from art point of view that you are trying to achieve, what is your emotional status and what you are trying to achieve. and AI will draw you several samples, and then you start digging in towards, I like number 4. Let's take a look in the progression point of view. But it's a next generation of completely unknown art generating by your brain status. Correct. Yeah, we've been working with NFTs and the blockchain implementation of your art. For example, let's pick up a celebrity. What's going on in celebrity brain when we walk on the street, listen to the music, going to the ocean, having a breakfast? Let's get an emotional snapshot of the fingerprint of your brain. Let's create an NFT collection that the fans can match NFTs toward what's going on in the Star Games. So it is very interesting going on. Yes.
Relevant to this, the neuroscientists who started with Achille also teamed with Nicky Hart, the guy who's the drummer for Grateful Dead, to put on an EEG headset, and while he was drumming, they did a light show that was powered by his EEG. And lights, colored lights, obviously, you can play with all sorts of ways to activate EEG and control those interactions. So there may be a whole industry in combining neuroscience and
You're absolutely correct. We're working with several music studios now, and they're working with their celebrities how to use them. But also we have a theater come up to us and think we would like to have a performance based on your brain. And we gave several brain devices, and they start doing performance using the brain. We have producers who are working this for multi-scenario movies. For example, you're watching a movie and getting you sad or getting you happy. How about we'll change a scenario of the movie based on your neurofeedback, what's going on in your brain, right? Let's make you happy. Everything is about, in my opinion, it's about happiness, because if you're happy, you have not only emotional status, but also your health issues, right? Your dietary stuff and so on. The body will start adjusting to your emotional status or your breathing exercise. So with the multi-scenario movie production, you can make performance, the same like with art. You start training AI with the art. You start training AI with your movies, what you want to listen, what you want to watch, how to make you happy, right, with neurofeedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was very interesting. So, next presenter, he is joining us online. Here we go. Can we go to stream? I just want to say hello because I didn't see this guy for a long time. He's absolutely amazing person. Well, for me, the things he does, absolutely fascinating. And it was a discovery for me. I would never think that such a thing would even exist. But I was looking for haptic technology. And I absolutely believe that what Keith is doing deserves a lot more attention that it currently holds. So, Keith, hi, say hello to us. I will give him a turn. And then we have to be sure that everything is working. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Yes.
How's everybody doing?
Did you download your files?
Yes,
No?
I'm talking with
Okay, so
Alan
I will
right now.
let him. Yes, okay, yes. Stop me and let him go.
Perfect. Now, also, really quickly, sorry, will I be able to see the screens as I'm moving through? Perfect. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Keith Kirkland. I'll describe myself as a haptic enthusiast. And initially, I titled this talk "The Next Frontier in Education." And we're going to get there, but I feel I needed to go back a little bit just for the people in the room who might not have a prior understanding of this world of haptics. I want to tell a lot of the story through my own personal story, but the greater narrative that I want you to look at while I'm sharing this is that, like, this is one example of what we believe is going to be a haptic revolution. And the same way in the explosion that's happening in AI, I mean, in gaming right now, that we've heard about, we think that the sense of touch is prime for a similar type of explosion. So I just want to set a framing for how I got into this space and like where I think is going next. Can I get the next slide, please? So this is Simon Wheatcroft. He's an ultra marathon runner based out of the UK. And he happens to be legally blind through a condition called retinitis pigmentosa. Now, Simon reached out to us. He wanted to see if we could fulfill his dream of being able to run in the New York City Marathon without needing a sighted running guide. Now, if you're unfamiliar with how people who are blind or visually impaired run marathons now, oftentimes they're tied physically to a sighted runner. Sometimes they run shoulder to shoulder. Oftentimes it's a physical tether around the fingers. And oftentimes athletes with their sighted running guides will train to run in lockstep, almost kind of like a 3-armed race. And that's how you get the cues to run it. And Simon wanted to be able to run completely independently. He saw an article that we had that had dropped in TechCrunch or Engadget and reached out to us to see if we could help support him. Let's see if I can control this. Sorry about that. Can I get the next slide, please? Perfect. Sorry. It looks like I can't control it from here. My apologies. I'll awkwardly ask to change slides as I need them. But now, in 2017, in November, just 8 months after our initial call, Simon Wheatcroft becomes the first person who's blind to run in the New York City Marathon without needing a sighted running guide. And he did that using our very first product. Now, and the photo here, you'll see as a visual description, it's black and white. You'll see Simon kind of second to the left, running with his sighted running guides, running around him, all the way to the far right. You see my co-founder with his hands in the air, ran the marathon with them. You know, we deliver great customer support. So after the marathon, Simon crosses the finish line and we make history, right? And one of the things that we realized in that making is one, that for not that much money and not that much development effort, we were able to do something that no one had done before. But also too, what we realized is that the possibilities that could exist because we were able to do this just open themselves up dramatically. Next slide, please. So how did he do it? Wayband. Now, Wayband is a haptic navigation device. It's a wristband that gently guides you to your end destination using only vibration without the need for any visual or audio feedback. Essentially, we took the map and put it into your skin so you can navigate while keeping your eyes and ears free. Next slide, please. Now, so before we jump into haptics, let's talk a step back, right? You know, what is haptic? Now, really simply put, haptic just means touch. I like to say like optic is for eyes, haptic is for skin, right? And what we are looking at and what we do is we are looking at ways of using the skin as a communications channel to deliver information in a more intuitive way. Now, haptic means a lot of things, right? You know, for the people who might have some deep expertise in the space, we're based in vibrotactile. That means we're using vibration and vibration-based driven motors to stimulate, you know, the sense of skin at a surface area point. Now, you have opportunities from the haptic sense to explore temperature, which is its own subset. Pain and itch even have their own channels, which, you know, need deep exploration as well. And so when you look at also to a big part of the haptic sense is your internal awareness and the sense of your video, the sense of where your body is in space. Right, you know, and so like, how do you know where your hand is when you lose sight of it? Like, that's also your internal sense of haptics, right? And so, haptics is a very, very broad field. You know, right now, most people are talking about when they're talking about haptics, they're either talking about vibrotactile, they're talking about surface interaction haptics, right? And that's the space that we're playing in right now is the vibrotactile haptic space. Next slide, please. So, here's the thing. And, you know, and it was a postulation, a postulate of mine. I wanted to see, you know, from the point of view of the skin, you know, like we have, you know, I can read visual words, I can listen to auditory sounds. Is there a way to understand language through the sense of touch? And this is kind of how I walked into this door, you know, and I think that every haptician's kind of holy grail was this idea of, you know, building some kind of like language that some kind of went around and, you know, was underneath the need to communicate on a verbal point of view, right? And I think that through all of my time here in my research, I don't think that that's the space, or at least not right now, we're not there. But one of the things I think is that largely where we are, and I'm talking about from the point of view, there's some specialized applications out there and lots of people doing research in the space that is pretty awesome, right? But I think that like from the point of view of the understanding from the mass population of what haptic means and what haptics are, mass population understands haptics from a point of view of notifications. And the conversations that we've been having for the last 9 years is think of haptic as communication, as a way of giving information directly through the skin that usually would have to be delivered through the ears and eyes, ideally freeing those modalities to focus on what they do best and not trying to put everything into a heads-up display. Next slide, please. So this is a little video. When you click on this video, it should launch from the PDF. And this video, I'll give a slight intro.
We built an entire.
Oh, perfect. Can you show up that back from the very beginning? That's awesome.
New way to navigate, one that gets you out of your phone and back into the real world. We are WearWorks, a haptic design company. We build products and experiences that communicate information through touch. Navigation is inherently visual. This means you have to constantly juggle your attention between looking at your phone and seeing what is in front of you. And for the 21 million of us living with a visual impairment, it's even more profound. Navigation takes away the ability to hear what is going on around you, and that is how you keep yourself safe. Introducing Wayband, a wrist-wearable haptic navigation device that delivers turn-by-turn navigation directly to the skin. What this means for you is an intuitive navigation experience that frees your ears and eyes so you can be fully immersed in what's going on around you. At the core of Wayband is our patented haptic corridor. We've built a 360-degree touch-based compass that gives you vibrational feedback based on the direction that you are facing. When you are going the correct way, you feel no feedback. When you turn away from the correct path, you get a slight vibration, and that vibration gets stronger the wronger you are. We've tested with thousands of people, and 90% can figure out the correct way to go within 10 seconds. It's that simple. We began 5 years ago with a question: how can we use touch to deliver information in a more intuitive and less obtrusive way? We began our exploration with navigation. Then in March of 2017, we were approached with the ultimate challenge. Simon Wheatcroft is an athlete who is blind. He dreamed of running solo in the largest marathon in the world. And on November 5th, just 8 months after our initial call, Simon, guided by Wayband, went down in history as the first person who is blind to run the New York City Marathon without sighted assistance. We talked to hundreds of people about their challenges with visual-based navigation. Across the board, it was the same. They wanted to get out of the device and back into their lives. It's easy. Setup is simple. Open the Wayband app and turn on the Wayband device to connect. After that, you input the address, confirm, and put your phone away. Touch is personal, so we built the ability to adjust the feedback level based on your comfort. Researchers and developers use the API to connect Wayband as a peripheral device to explore and create custom haptic experiences, games, and applications. Wayband gives you the confidence and the freedom to explore your world without a screen in your way. Go anywhere with Wayband.
So that's what we've been doing for the last bit of time. And that is the work that ultimately led Simon Wheatcroft to come and seek us out. It was never our goal initially. And I think that, like, you know, one of the opportunities that really shows up in the space that we've been really excited about is the more open that we've been to kind of listening and like engaging with the community as we're developing, the better and the more interesting opportunities have come in for us to actually like engage and do these amazing projects together. So really want to thank the team on that part of it. Next slide, please. So who am I? I should introduce myself. My name is Keith. I call myself a haptic enthusiast, but you know, a little bit about myself, my background. So I have a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, a bachelor's degree in fashion accessories design, essentially handbag and shoe design, and I have a master's degree in industrial design. My pathway was quite a bit twisted. Ultimately, I started with mechanical engineering because I thought I wanted to be a maker of cars. Realized that I didn't really like engineering that much after 6 months of working. Decided that I was going to put all the artistic talent I cultivated all of my life drawing comic books to good use and go into fashion. Really fell in love with handbag and shoe design. Went to FIT, the Fashion Institute of Technology, graduated, worked in the industry for a few years, did some time at Calvin Klein, Le Sportsac, and Coach. And then ultimately, I decided to leave the fashion industry and go back to school. I wanted to see if there was other opportunities to use design to essentially impact and help, you know, humanity progress forward. Under that exploration, I went and got a master's degree in industrial design from Pride Institute in Brooklyn. When we got there, they invented this program called Global Innovation Design, and we got to be the guinea pigs. And so 7 of us volunteered. So I spent 6 months studying at Keio Media School at Keio University, their media design program. And then I spent another 4 months studying innovative design engineering at the Imperial College and Royal Colleges of Arts joint program in London. I came back and ultimately I missed fashion so much. I was like, wow, I really want to go back into this. How can I hit this in an angle that makes sense for me? And ultimately I kicked in around wearable technology. Now, long story short, you know, I ended up doing a thesis in the wearable technology space. And I got really interested in movement and movement learning in particular, why I'd always been interested. And so I realized that this was a way to tag in my personal love. I studied martial arts since I was like a teenager, varying formats, ninjutsu, Kyudo, capoeira, and also to Kung Fu currently. And I also like took up skateboarding on my 33rd birthday. I also had all these injuries related to these movements. And so I was exploring how can I learn movement in a safer way? And that's how I got into the haptic space, was essentially, I was trying to build a suit that would allow a person to download Kung Fu, and the suit would teach them using vibration. Ultimately, I just saw the matrix way too many times. Next slide, please. So at WearWorks, what do? We don't make Kung Fu downloading suits. We make haptic experiences, and we license our haptics SDKs and APIs. Now, all that technical jargon is simply to say that we specialize in, when we approach a problem from a point of view design, we approach it from a point of view of like, how can haptic as a primary experience enable or exceed the current standard or the current art that's in the space that's available. And one of the amazing things about touch is purely its accessibility, is that more people have access to it, right? And so this ultimately, starting from a touch point of view first, ultimately builds accessibility into the narrative from the very beginning. And our goal is to create these experiences to enable others to be able to tag into them, ultimately really easily, but first being the model and showing the tools ourselves what we can do with them. Next slide, please. So in our personal journey, right, and again, we're going to talk about navigation as the choice that we made, but I want to see this as a bigger conversation around haptics applied to an industry, right? Now, we picked navigation for a very specific reason, because navigation is so inherently visual that like most people almost can't even imagine, navigating without having access to any visuals at all, right? The other part is that like when we looked at the market opportunities for navigation, they were massive. There are 1 billion people that use Google Maps monthly, not even navigation apps, and between Google Maps and Waze, which Google owns, they own about 65% of the market for maps, right? And so everyone is navigating around, but navigation is such a visual experience that like most people don't even, when I tried to tell people that, hey, the challenges of visual-based navigation, people didn't even understand that as a problem, right? And so we see the opportunity, but also see that it's very limited. And what can we do about that inherent visualness? So the idea of tackling navigation was tackling the behemoth. Like if we can prove with navigation that we can do a purely haptic experience, then well, that opens up the opportunity, that opens up the marketplace, more it opens up the inspiration for the people who are coming after us, who are working in the industry, to see things that like, wow, wait, you can do that. I think I can do something in this space as well. And that's the big part of kind of what we want to drive home. Next slide. So why is visual-based navigation a problem, right? Well, oftentimes it's just not safe, right? You're walking around and navigating, but you also need your eyes to pay attention to what's going on around you, right? And in some situations, in some conditions, you're traveling, you're walking by yourself, it's late at night, you just got to Paris or, Bali or whatever place you've never been to before. And, you're going to stare down at your phone, take out all of your awareness, blind yourself at night from the bright phone screen. And ultimately, that's going to let someone know that you're in a vulnerable position potentially, right? And so, next slide, please. The other thing is that oftentimes it's not practical, right? You have to driving a bike through New York City as an example, looking at the screen, taking your eyes off the road. And now drivers, we drive around with maps all the time. No one thinks twice of it. But in the span of a few seconds, you can go, a few dozen feet, like eyes completely off of the road, unseen of what happens. And we don't see it as a problem, but because there's no way to go around that problem at this moment, right? And so that's why it's acceptable, but that's why you can't text messages while you're driving also, right? So it's like the awareness, and we already are working with organizations that are like, how do we get people to stop looking at screens while and take their eyes off of the road? Next, please. But the bigger conversation is for 285 million people worldwide, visual-based navigation is impossible. Or let's just say it's very, very challenging, right? Now audio navigation does exist for the blind community, But if you're blind, think about it. Like your ears are your eyes. It's kind of how you listen to spatial awareness and information. And so if I'm headphones in, turn right at the next corner, you can no longer hear the car that has just pulled up near in front of you, or the person that's walking up alongside of you, right? And these are things that you need to feel safe and to keep yourself safe. Super duper important, right? And so what we really see is an opportunity. Next slide, please. So what we really saw was an opportunity to create this new space of how do we access the sense of touch directly in navigation. So what we did is we built the band called the Wayband. I talked about it being a haptic navigation device. It pairs with our Wayband app. And now, directly from a map, directly from your phone, you can download it, say, type in where you want to go and any address, and you'll get walking directions turn by turn, and it will gently guide you through your whole journey. You can look at the map, you can listen to the audio, but you don't need to. And it's a different way of navigating. It's kind of like walking to a place that you've never been, but feeling like you've been there 1,000 times before. Also, with that QR code, you can scan and download the Wayband app on iOS only at the moment right now. Totally on us. We just made the app available completely for free. And if you want, you can donate 99 cents to the development cause. We'd appreciate it. Now, next slide, please. So how do we do it? Because most people are like, well, do you have a device on your left wrist and a device on your right wrist? I mean, I do, but like not two Waybands, right? The way we do this is we built a 360-degree based experience. We call it the haptic compass. And imagine it kind of like a regular compass. When you're facing the right way, you feel absolutely no vibration. When you swivel slightly to the left or to the right, you'll get a tiny vibration, and that vibration will get stronger the longer you turn until 180 degrees the wrong way, will we give you the loudest vibration we can. Essentially, it's the tactile game of hot and cold that's so intuitive that we put this band on 90% of people, and they can figure out the right way to go within seconds, and most of them have never even heard of the word haptic before. Next slide, please. So what do we do? Right, and here's the point, and it's very simple. We just took haptics and combined them with maps, right? And we started to look at where are the opportunities in maps where the idea of vision as the main sensory modality doesn't serve the user so well. In 2016, I went to Austin, to South by Southwest. We were invited to present Super Fresh Startup. We were really excited, our first major event. We would pull people out of the crowd. And ultimately, at one point, we would have everyone spin around, right? And I have this joke now that says like when we make people spin around, they become our friends. Because, you know, they will be super skeptical. I put the band on, I'd have them spin around, and by the end, I'm like, wow, this is crazy. Yeah, this is amazing, right? You know? And one of the people that we pulled out of the crowd happened to be a teacher for the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired. And so we end up going and trailing around to get there. And that was actually the story of how we started working with the blind and visually impaired community. At first, we thought it was a use case that we would get to at the end, because when we first started, we didn't know that haptic navigation was actually possible. A lot of people from this space come from deep research backgrounds. We come from design backgrounds. So I was just jumping in, and we were figuring things out along the way and just running to kind of see what happened. And so, you know, like, and then we were doing the test on the back end to see kind of like how effective those things were. So it was a lot of fun. And now we took this simple concept of haptics and maps, and we were able to do something that wasn't able to be done at all in history until that moment. So now when we think of like, when we take haptics and we take maps out and you fill it with anything else, what are the opportunities that now get created? right? And, you know, like I do a lot of hiking, for example. So like outside of the use case of blind and visually impaired, I do a lot of trail hiking. I love it. It's great. But, you know, oftentimes I'm looking at the map and like, almost twisting my ankle because I stepped over a rock, right? Or, you know, like if I don't have my map, then I'm walking off and maybe I miss a marker and I'm walking the wrong direction and I have to walk back, right? You're walking up the mountain, walking back is like hard work. So, you know, like when I wear my waistband, I just get vibrated through the course and I can just pay attention to the road, right? No sounds. And more importantly, when I drop my hand down by my side, the waistband goes to silence, so it doesn't give me information if I don't want it. So those are the pieces that we were able to look at, like how do we get people back into their real experience? Because the real goal of a map is not to be looking at the map. The real goal of a map is to look like you know where you're going, so that you can enjoy the place that you're exploring, right? And that's a big part of it. Next slide, please. So we were able to get patents, which was fantastic, on both our haptic compass, the way that we've developed for orienting people using our haptics, and also we built a unique mechanism for isolations. We realized that you needed a lot of power to shake the entire wearable. And so we were looking at ways of delivering and isolating the haptics so that it delivers directly into the skin and not so much into the device. And so these are our two patents. And we've been seeing some really amazing opportunities that I'll talk about later. But ultimately, like these two pieces of framework allow us the space to play and haptics that change with position and orientation in space. Next slide, please. So now, here's a product shot, but also too, there's a story behind this as well that's super valuable. When we started in 2015, you know, when we first decided to start the company, you know, the Apple Watch wasn't in market yet. You know, I think it dropped that fall. And, you know, like, let alone the, you know, we were like, there were some Fitbits, you know, like, but for a large majority part, the wearable landscape space was pretty barren. And that's why we decided to make a wearable, because we wanted to have control over the haptic experience, because most people were just, they didn't care about the haptics. They just needed your phone to notify you, which is hi, 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 hey, it's one note. It doesn't need any nuance, so it doesn't really matter. It would, a lot of early phones especially would just have the cheapest thing that would vibrate the phone, right? And, you know, like, so you couldn't get consistent haptic experiences across multiple devices because you couldn't tell what haptic motors you were driving in. It was, you know, it's like, it's kind of like working in like, you know, like graphic design without like color correction, color screen, you know, corrections, Adobe software. So we were looking at it from a point of view of like, initially we built the waistband and the app was a way to engage with the waistband. But then all of a sudden the app became the thing that was the biggest driver. And now with other devices out, instead of, you know, making them exclusive so that only our waistband would work to try to lock people into our ecosystem, we expanded and said, hey, well, let's see how we can haptically convert the experience for, you know, different wearables out on the market to give people the most access to the platform. And I think access is a super duper important word, because in our world, we're working with people who are blind and visually impaired. We're looking at, you know, statistics that are pretty staggering from an unemployment point of view. And so it's like, we had conversations with people that were like, interoperability and the significance and how important that is. And I think that, you know, this drive of locking people into ecosystems by getting them tagged into hardware, I think that the move that we need to make, especially as a growing haptics industry, is to make more things more interoperable so that our things can work together, and ultimately that builds a pie that's bigger so that we can all play in. Next slide, please. So haptic nav, the app. So we got a resounding amount of people when we got hit with the cost piece where it was like, hey, you know, we had someone reached out to me and say, hey, I get $700 a month on SSI. I can't afford your waveband. And then we started thinking about it. It was like, wow, well, what if we could make the phone vibrate? Where you know, you can't make the phone vibrate. Like, what if we just turn the phone into the waveband and you can just hold it in your hand? And so now we built it in so that like you don't even need to have a waveband. You can just hold the phone as a only experience and point the phone in which direction, and it acts as a magic pointer. It's actually a really, really cool way to get around town. No hardware involved, and more accessibility for people who are blind or visually impaired. Ultimately, if they want a hands-free experience, the waveband is there, and now we tag into their Apple Watch, and coming soon to Android Wear by the end of this year. Next slide, please. So some of the market dynamics, right? And we're talking about, you know, the blind and visually impaired, because this was the market that we specifically researched while we were doing our work. But we dug into some adjacent markets, and, you know, the numbers there, you know, like represent some really astounding potential from a point of view of like innovative product development and markets that are also oftentimes, you know, solution and design starved, or have solutions that are outdated and very costly in the space, right? You know, and so there are 21 million people in the United States with a visual impairment. That's legal blindness considered 20 over 200. That means basically that what you can see at 200 feet, a person who at 20 over 200 needs to be at 20 feet to see, right? And, you know, that's the definition of legal blindness. Or I believe, please, I'm sure the experts in here can correct if I'm wrong, but I believe there's like a cone of vision of about 15 degrees or less. So you see perfectly in a cone of field of 15 degrees, or if you have 20 over 200 or worse vision, you're considered blind. Now, you know, blindness is very much a spectrum. And this is a super important part, like all disability, like, you know, all ability, let's say, is a spectrum. And, you know, there are some people who see total nothing, right? But that's a very small population of the blind and visually impaired community. Most people who are blind and visually impaired have some access to maybe light or dark detection, maybe central versus peripheral vision. And we've had some people talk about that earlier in the conversations, which has been great. I feel like it's been like such a synergetic conference, watching everyone drop these hints that lead into the bigger conversation that we're talking about, which is like, how do we get more innovative products and more access potential out of, you know, like the human body, essentially. So the other thing is that, like, you look at the global statistics now, you're looking at 285 million people. Like, this is not a small number. But you also look at the fact that, like, in developing countries, especially in the United States, like age-related macular degeneration and diabetic retinopathy are the two leading causes of blindness, right? And 1 out of 3 people over the age of 62 is infected with some sort of visual impairment, right? So this is like a 1 out of 3 of us in the room here is going to be impacted by these conditions. So like when we think about ability and the disability market, like, you know, there's a joke within the community that's kind of like, oh, the disability minority is the only one that you can join at any time, right? You know, like it's really important for us to think of ability as a temporary phenomenon, and to ultimately recognize that these solutions that we're building that is quote unquote for accessibility is going to be at some point for ourselves when we need them and we're in those accessible spaces, right? And that's just, you know, that's what makes it really, really great design overall. Now, jumping in really quickly, the hearing impaired community globally is 466 million, right? You know, like you're also looking at, you know, like we were looking at these different populations. We were looking at hiking, cycling, running, biking, you know, and the elderly community. So these were numbers for the United States in specific, but, you know, just want to say that there's some big numbers here and there's some big opportunities here. And that's the big part to understand, is that innovation in this space is not necessarily, you know, not for profit. It's very value driven. It's by a customer that has a very strong need and pain point. And it's also an opportunity to like really dramatically, you know, like change, you know, like someone's capability for living independently. And I think ultimately like we'll need that for ourselves at some point. Next slide, please. So people saying, these were a few quotes that we took. And also too, really quickly, I love this sketch, right? But this haptic corridor, as we used to call it, we didn't call it that. That's what people called it. And this drawing was actually done by Discovery, but that's not how it actually works. So like we totally have the compass-based thing, but this visual is such a great way of showing how it all comes together. All right. All right, next slide, please. So what is this really all about, right? Like for me, what this is really all about is creating a more inclusive digital world. At the moment, digital just means audio and visual. And we're at a space right now where, like that excludes 250 million people. Now, we're moving toward a new digital. And ultimately, we see sight and sound each as lanes into the digital universe. And now what we're trying to do is we're trying to lay the third lane down. We're trying to lay down touch. And we're starting with these very utilitarian applications. But like we saw with some of the brainwave generated artwork, like when Picasso was painting, I don't think he was thinking about how his painting smelled or tasted. Haptics constantly have to think about the audio or visual component. And so what happens when we step into that world where haptics are set free to be able to imagine purely from a haptic point of view without the need to tag into an audio visual representative? One step at a time. Next slide, please. So WearWorks is a haptic platform company, and we essentially are exploring these questions in a deep way to understand. There's a QR code again if you missed it for the app. We're really exploring in a deep way how do we go about building products for the sense of touch, right? And there are lots of things to consider. Next slide, please. So one, I want to give a shout out, special thanks to some of our investors and some of the grants that we've won, and also too, I want to show that there are people funding the space that we're in. Like reach out to some of these partners. Like they're happy to engage. They've already engaged with their dollars and us. So like reach out to them. There's support there to kind of like push some of these narratives forward if you're interested in kind of doing more work in these particular spaces. Next, please. Now, the journey begins with education, right? So I have a few minutes left. Really quickly, I want to go through and say that at this point right now, I don't have a degree in haptics. Again, like most people who have a degree in haptics have a PhD in human-computer interaction. I've seen some master levels programs, but what I haven't seen is really any undergraduate programs. Now, I learned the word haptic when I was 33, but I learned the word engineer when I was 12. Guess what that gave me the ability to do? It gave me the ability to graduate as an engineer at 24, and it gave engineering industry a pipeline to talent. The haptics industry right now is $9.2 billion it did in 2022. It was projected to do $8 billion 3 years ago in 2022. Right now, we're projected to do $23 billion by 2030. It's triple X, but we don't have triple X the manpower right now to man these haptic operations, to do this haptic research, to answer these questions that we haven't had the time that we've had with sight and sound to answer, right? We all know that middle C sounds great to everybody, right? Like why? Because we did the research. At some point, someone did it. And now like touch is in that space as well. And we need to fund research and we need to get people excited about doing it. And now I'm trying to push forward means of education. Next slide, please. Making an impact. So here's some of the things that we're building on the side as well. We're building an HDK for our A-band and an SDK for our haptic compass. The goal around this is like, how do we allow people to easily access ability to add haptics to their existing applications and play with them, or to, if they have more technical ability, to like output haptics directly to their device. Because guess what? If you have music creation software and you don't have speakers, you don't have music, right? And so now Waveband becomes the the haptic version of AirPod, now we have the ability for people to make haptic music through, like different software that are available on the market at the moment. Next slide, please. Now, one of the things that like I'm really excited about, and this is a deep kind of like contemplation of mine for me, is I've been accepted as the Leonard Pryor Fellowship recipient at Kansas City Art Institute, and a big part of this is like, how do we bring the haptic conversation to non-technical audiences, to audiences of artists, to audiences of fashion designers, to creators, right? And ultimately, like my goal is how do we build a framework for undergraduate haptic education? Graphic design, I can study for 4 years, right? But if my haptic researcher, needs as much education as a general practitioner doctor, I think it's really expensive for haptic research. And, but meanwhile, a UI UX researcher can go through a program, at General Assembly in about 12 months to get to a point of like competency, right? How do we do that for haptics so that we can like decrease the cost of some of the research that we have to do to prove out some of these points? And I think that can be a big driving point. How do we build the talent pipeline so that when this haptic industry is, what it's going to be in 2030, that there's sufficient people to fill those gaps. Next slide, please. So the medium is the message. Oh my God, someone said that. I think that was Noah who said it earlier today. Tagged into, the idea is that like, a big part of education and a big part of the haptic conversation is that it's tied up a lot in like scientific papers, right? But, looking at like, the multimedia ecosystem is what I'm looking to explore now. Like, how do you have conversations that are more traditional for people, talk the idea of education and entertainment, right? And coming that together. And so I'm not sure if can we get the next slide, please? So music as a medium. I'm not sure if this is actually going to work. I think we just got wind now. The video may not play, but if it doesn't play, don't worry. I'll do it for you a cappella. A project came up, like now I've been freestyle rapping for a good part of my life, just to myself, never anything professional, and decided I should write a rap and record it so I could say that I did that and check that box off. Realized songwriting was actually very challenging, and decided that like if I was gonna spend all this time writing a song, it should be about something that was super important to me. So I wrote a rap about haptics, and the goal is to kind of get people to understand what it is, to take it out of the scientific context, but to speak to it accurately and to inspire, possibilities. So can I get the next one, please? Oh, really quickly, side note. So this is Markeith Price, 2-time Paralympian. He's a good friend of mine. I met him. We donated some waistbands to his charity. He's doing a lot of things. But one of the things that he also happened to do is I ran the rap past him because I wanted to make sure the references I had for people who are blind, weren't offensive. And he said that this is super cool. And also I make music. And I was like, wow, we should work together on this. So the beat was actually made by Markeith Price. My joke to him was, I was like, man, we can have a 2-time Paralympian produce the track and Chief Haptic offers a rap. Like we can go viral even if the song is garbage, right? And so let's see how garbage we got. Now, how are we looking here? Were we able to get this video to play? If not good. Okay, perfect. Here we go. I'm just gonna do this a cappella, okay? So we made this song. I originally wanted to call the song Raptics, right? You had an art of haptics. But my friend had a better name for it, called Haptics, We Have a Vision. It starts off with, we have a vision, we have a vision, we have a vision. We have a vision. We have a vision of a world that doesn't need vision. Elevate and touch to the level of sight and sound, and that's our mission. Research spending. Today is access tomorrow for all of our children. Look at the spending over the last 100 years, spread over each of the 5 of our senses. Seeing is believing. Most went to vision, second with the sound, which is pretty far distant. For 100 years, money only spent on 2 senses. Isn't that senseless? That shit is senseless. Here's my 2 cents. And vision's king and touches in prison. Patriarch of all the senses of sight. Who would have made that decision? Who would have made that decision? No one with limited vision, none of the 285 million. And was it hearing the 460 million folk with limited hearing? Digital, so sight and sound driven at it, left like a billion on the wrong side of a digital divide with virtually no pot to piss in. The future is touch, that's our mission. Works is haptics, touch with the weight and intention, dramatically making a difference. You need to listen. We have a vision. We have a vision. We have a vision. We have a vision. We have a vision of a world that doesn't need vision. We have a vision of a world that doesn't need vision. Haptics so open-ended. It's like a new beginning. Man, no rules are written. It's like you can do anything if you just have a vision. Pun intended. So little prior knowledge, so few restrictions. So much to learn. It's like my new addiction, adding a new dimension to the human existence. Touch the new kids on the block, call us new addition. It might seem a bit distant, but in 10 years, every device built will have haptics built in it. This is my mission. I'm a haptician, a tactician of touch. Bruce Lee's 1-inch punch, one tap and you'll feel the difference. Been standing for 9 years in haptics, grinding relentless, made history, helping the blind runner finish the New York Marathon without sighted assistance. We touched down on a touchdown. Now bear witness. We have a vision. We have a vision. We have a vision. We have a vision. We have a vision of a world that doesn't need vision. We have a vision of a world that doesn't need vision. How'd you get in this? Saw real life and fiction. Saw the Matrix 1,000 times. Saw my future envisioned. Building a suit to download and learn Kung Fu. That was my entrance. Then we made it a business. Subtracted complexity, then added in making a difference. The recipe to build an industry that will be valued in trillions. Tribe I'm trying to find. My elders were told that it's a village. My haptic signals in the sky. Come and find me if you feel it. Thank you so much. Oh, wait, do I have another slide? Oh, sorry, wait. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. So, on that note, oh, I've got it. Comments and questions. I found them. So I'm going to read this question out loud. My daughter is deaf and used a tactile device, Buzz, to help her with her surroundings. When you said touch as a language, I'm curious if you thought about using touch to actually help train SPE. Oh, speech. Got it. Yes, I have been very excited about that opportunity. So now this is completely off of a thought experiment. Nothing that we've done from a point of view of company-wise. We've been really focused in the mode of navigation. So that's why my position at Kansas City is going to give me a bit more opportunity to dig into a lot of these things. But ultimately, one of the things that we're looking to explore is like, how do we tag in haptic cues with syllabary for language learning? I'm learning Swedish on Duolingo. The Swedish and English pronunciation is slightly different. And, you know, just understanding the number of beats in a word, personally, it would give me understanding that, oh, this is the pronunciation of this word. How I would say it from an English point of view with an English tonality. And so we were actually looking to partner with people in the linguistic space, in the speech space, to see if we could put together some research around that. So would love to have more conversations. Human Brain Matters. Please let's chat with me offline, keith@where.works. Does anybody else have any questions? Yes, I'm happy to share the PowerPoint. And also, so yeah, the videos will be there. So the video that was going to play it had the words on it so you can follow along, and it had the beat with the hook, and I was going to rap over top of it live. But actually, I'm doing I'm working with the team. So South by Southwest ultimately became an investor of ours. And now we performed it and debuted the song at South by to 2,000 people. It went pretty amazingly well. And now we're actually doing a recording of it at Billboard Studios next week. So hopefully I'll have like the final version released, and I can share it with the community when it's ready to roll. But yeah, the links and the video, we can have them. Thank you so much. Someone said a beautiful comment. I'm sorry. Was there? It says there was one more question, but I don't see it anywhere. Oh, got it. Okay, cool, perfect. Oh, that was so beautiful. Okay. What other applications for haptics? Oh yeah. So I mean, so the big things is like, like if you look at what's in the space right now, the gaming industry, as we, and that was such a surprise to me. I turned around and somehow games is 3 times larger than film and music combined, and I'm like, thought I was in a counterculture. The gaming industry's explosive growth has been a big proponent of it. The PlayStation 5, the Nintendo Switch, right? Video game haptics, going back to the Rumble Pack from Nintendo Switch has always been, gaming is where a lot of the innovation starts, like it was said earlier. So that's been a lot of the space for haptics. The other major space that's been kind of like pushing things forward is the medical community. Telerobotic and telesurgeries in particular has been, how do you get force feedback, but also to like highly trained surgeons, if they could be all over the world and didn't need to necessarily like locate there to do the surgeries, then all of a sudden you have more people to have access to potentially lower cost surgeries, right? So I know the team at Da Vinci has been doing some really remarkable work in the haptic space over there. There are tools from the point of view of looking at like, I can't remember what it's called right now, but it's a pen tool that allows you to sculpt 3D in space with haptic feedback. You have Haptic X with, their big super haptic suit, right? And kind of like big gloves. Now they're trying to reproduce haptics and like with air pressure to a almost like reality-based level, right? And the backpack, I don't even know how much it costs, but I'm sure it has multiple zeros behind it. And then you have things like the Tesla suit and B Haptics that are doing things with gloves and haptic suits, peripherals. Wooger is another company that's done some amazing things. From an accessibility point of view, you have Subin that's in the space. They've been doing their thing for quite a long time. They're an ultrasonic distance detector for people who are blind and visually impaired. We do navigation, they do obstacle detection, slightly different, but a lot of synergies. So ultimately, like right now, like that's what's been happening in the haptic space. I think that going forward, what we're going to see, and this is really interesting, is that I think that tagging in, because there's so much information that's communicated through visual means, because we just decided that visual was just the way to go for most information. But because we have the technology that makes communicating visual stuff super easy, like screens and lights. So like, I think that the biggest opportunity is that like, what happens when you can just reduce that cognitive load, and what does it look like to start feeling like when you can like drive from a sense of like in your car, you get a sense of like the cars around you based off of like seat positioning, right? And you're like, oh, I can feel that there's a car behind me. I can feel that there's a car coming over my shoulder. Like all of a sudden it extends the possibility of the human body to the, the robotic realm, and so like now you can feel your car, you can feel your way through, you extend your own sense of self In the same way, like if you wear a top hat, at some point your body will start to adjust for the fact that you have the hat on, and you will include the hat as part of your body. It's just the way that it works, right? And so really excited about some of those opportunities, but I think the biggest things that I see on the forefront, and as the necessary component is that if you want to like learn Python, you can learn Python with like a book and like a computer at 13 or 10, right? Like if you want to learn how to do physical computing, grab an Arduino, right? Like if you want to do music production, GarageBand, Logic, whatever, right? There's so many things that like graphic software, Adobe, right? Figma, if you want to jump into haptics, you want to jump into touch, there's no way. It's like you got to know hardware, which is hard. You got to know the software. You have to understand the sense of touch, and like it's a lot of pieces to put together. And I think ultimately the big opportunity that we have is like, how do we build the ecosystem out in a way that puts these tools there so that the community can create things? And if you think about like the app ecosystem, there are millions of apps that Apple probably never even imagined. And that's the point is that like, we can be gatekeepers of the haptic world, right? Or we can open up the gates and co-create that haptic world. Because at the end of the day, we're all just figuring it out. And some of us know more than others, of course, but like, how do we get that information at mass and at scale and in language and in forms that is accessible so that like a 10-year-old can be like, I want to do haptics. That's what we need. And right now that doesn't exist. Thank you so much. This has been fantastic. Really enjoyed being here. And please, if you want to stay in touch, you can find me on my link tree that was posted, Linktree of Keithius, Keithius. And you can look at our website at www.where.works. Cheers.
People didn't hear me, right? They did not hear me.
Did not.
Okay, perfect. We have to start all over again. Well, I just want to give a really brief introduction to the next speaker, Kirtika Parmeswaran. I'm so sorry, Kirtika. I know that you probably would be mad at me, but nobody can pronounce my name either. So, Kirtika is actually a founder and CEO of a startup dedicated to postpartum depression. And her company develops a special VR solutions. She's very educated, very interesting person. I had a chance to talk to her. And as again, we're very honored to have her with us today. So Kirtika, thank you so much for being with us today. And I will give you can do it? Perfect. I can't hear you. Oh, okay, I see her. Perfect. Huh? Okay, I will let her in the stream. So yes, perfectly. Hello, Kirtika.
Hi there, Virginia.
Okay, we will let you talk now.
Perfect.
Give me a second.
Hi, everybody. It's great to be here. I hope you can hear me well, Virginia. Perfect. Hi, everybody. It's wonderful to meet you all. I wish I could be there in person in sunny California, but I am currently in Boston for a graduation, and I'm excited to share about the innovative platform we've developed at Vital Start Health. Next slide, please. Everybody wants to hold the baby, but who holds the mom? That's the question we are addressing at Vital Start Health. We all know of the rise in maternal mortality rates, but it's just hard to believe that in the 21st century, moms are dying in the US. 80% of those deaths are preventable, and it can take up to 19,000 per mother for perinatal mood and anxiety disorders treatment, and up to 5 years. This is an enormous problem with clear unmet needs, and we want to disrupt this completely using a platform as well as a human-in-the-loop approach. Not just at postpartum, but the problem begins much, much earlier. That's what we've learned, and that's what the literature says. And so we are providing support to mothers right from preconception through birthing and postpartum. 90% of those going through fertility treatments have reported depression, and 40% of them will have high-risk pregnancy complications, and 26% will have preterm births. So there's a huge need to tackle this problem across the continuum. Next slide, please. And I know this, and I'm passionate about this because I've been through this myself and come face to face with the stigma, the anxiety, and the discrepancies in the healthcare system. Next slide. And to address this, we have developed a unique platform that provides personalized, clinically guided, equitable care across the continuum called Courage, that has a program with stress reduction and stress inoculation. This is something new that we're bringing to the table here. Also has ER CBT with a practitioner in the loop. And all of this is measurable behavioral health using an evidence-based design and analytics and AI to a vital sign for well-being profile. Our focus is on providing affordable healthcare with screening, accessibility through telehealth, and of course, the human in the loop, because we feel this is a very vulnerable journey. Next slide. Hi, everyone. I'm Kritika Parmeshwaran. I'm a Wharton alum with deep expertise across business and technology. I'm joined by Dr. John Cho, who is a neonatal quality officer at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and a professor at Penn Medicine. We are a Penn company with a stellar group of advisors funded initially through the Science Center in Philadelphia and also supported through the Microsoft for Startups program. We're excited to go after this phenomenal opportunity with high impact and high needs. Next slide, please. This is a $50 billion problem globally. We always think of femtech as being something niche, but I want to say that's not the case at all. There's a huge awareness for the need to address this problem in $19 billion market in the US. And we are going to be looking at the core issues here, starting from fertility, high-risk pregnancy, and the NICU aspect in the postpartum. Next slide, please. We have achieved a lot of momentum. We've had numerous awards. We've raised a pre-seed round, we're raising our seed round, and we're seeing great traction. They've onboarded in 2 clinics. We're speaking with a pharmaceutical company on co-development. We have doing studies at leading institutions in New Jersey and Philadelphia. We were invited in NIH for a workshop last week. And I'm really proud to say that we engage both with advocacy groups, folks in the maternity ecosystem, and we have a lot of interest from the payer side as well. Next slide. What we're doing here is combining these three. We have CBT with VR, using low cost and high-end VR as needed in a waiting room versus at home, so we can address the inequity issues. We're using a digital therapeutic approach with that evidence-based design with then practitioner in the loop. And finally, our focus is all about prevention. We all know of postpartum depression, the tough journeys. We all have somebody in our life that has gone through this, but we want to avoid women from getting through psychosis or postpartum depression. And that's why it's important this journey starts much earlier. Next slide, please. So now is the video. Please play the video. And here you can see that, can you repeat that?
Sitting in a comfortable seated position. Noticing your breath as it moves naturally in and out of your nose. You are at the beach in a serene, quiet space of love, calm, and peace.
Hi, everyone. I just heard that you couldn't hear me while the video was playing. So that was a quick overview to just show you how our platform works. It has both the stress education, the stress inoculation, which is psychoeducation, anticipatory guidance, really to drive performance under anxiety, as well as stress reduction. So you learn how to use these core skills. And the platform combines both the psychoeducation aspect as well as the stress reduction, along with assessments and screenings that we have been able to track over time as a longitudinal scorecard. And that portion is patent pending. That's what I was just saying, the vital sign for well-being profile. But what this allows us to do is provide the client and the provider, empower them with data, with these visual cues that a practitioner can provide to the patient, and the patient can use for experiential practice and reinforcement in learning. Next slide, please. This is what we really try to get at. The heart of this is integrated care. With maternity, with reproductive health, it's really clear. And the Milliman report talks about this as well. If there's a mental health condition, anything in physical health will cost 3 times more. So we want to drive to the heart of this to enable mothers who are going through this and would be mothers and couples with that support that they would need. And we have a high-end approach at the waiting room of clinics, health systems, and others. And we have a easy-to-use mobile VR approach over telehealth. So that way we can get the best of both worlds wherever the patient is. Next slide. And so we get this question a lot. What kind of clinical validation have you done? And I just wanted to share this. We began with the same question, why VR? So we did a focus group at CHOP with family partners, where we showed them YouTube versus VR, and VR won hands down. Of course, there's a body of evidence supporting VR for different conditions. I know that previous speakers as well have spoken about this. The American Psychological Association has come out and said that VR works really well for PTSD, OCD, stress, anxiety, depression, all of which fall under the perinatal mood and anxiety disorders umbrella. And we're taking that forward, doing our own studies. Next slide. So we've done an IRT-based study at a leading institution, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and where we saw the trauma levels come down for our patients. Now we're doing a follow-on larger study there. And with that, we raised around, built out a platform, did a coaching pilot, where we saw again, really great results, 20% reduction before and after a program. And we saw that both the practitioners and the clients really loved this approach. Next slide. We've built a lot of IP, and we filed for patents as well throughout this, including multilingual content, toolkits, different sorts of algorithms to build the right kind of content, because this is not TikTok. You can't just throw something in there and assume that moms are going to feel better. So we had to come up with a way that is based on behavioral science to build these videos as well that will give the right outcomes. Next slide. And I made this slide a little bit more like a picture, as you can see. That's because I want to drive home the point that femtech is not a niche. This is a real market. We need more help and support in this market. And you can see that different customers, right from the providers, the health systems, the clinics, the group practices, payers, employers, and pharmaceuticals are interested in this. And we are going to, we've launched a platform, we're commercializing in this space actively. Next slide. And we're using a very simple subscription-based model, whether it's a waiting room, whether it is, per member per month, or whether it is as a augmentation to a behavioral health practice. Next slide. What we're doing is truly unique. We have combined the best in experiential practice with the human in the loop, providing affordability and care across that continuum, right from preconception through birth age and postpartum. And that's why, that's the differentiation we bring to the table. Next. And enough cannot be said about the benefits that can be got to this platform. Not only does this drive engagement, enables retries so that patients don't drop out of a fertility cycle. This also helps parents as they go through this journey without feeling that guilt, without feeling alone, focusing on self-care, not having that identity crisis, and able to get back to work, be more productive. And of course, this is a competitive edge for the customer that's using this. And all of this is backed by reimbursements, which I think is going to be that key game changer for us. And of course, with Apple coming in with a VR headset, we think this space is now about to just explode. Next. And that's what we're using in our go-to-market strategy. We are looking at a two-pronged approach of going after the B2B, B2B2C as a reference partner. We already tested B2C, really high acquisition costs. So we're looking more at B2B, doing innovation pilots and partnerships. And if anyone in the audience is interested, please reach out to me. Next. We really are dreaming big. We want to be that Web 3.0 platform that provides optimal mental health for all acute and chronic conditions beyond maternity, oncology, pediatric surgery, many other areas fall into this as well. Next. So what we have is something that you can stand by and really support us as we raise the seed round. We have raised a phenomenal amount of funding, won awards, have a stellar team, strategic potential, and the market is just growing in the space. It's the right timing and the right place. And we want to be able to impact 1 million families using our platform in the next 10 years, along with an health equity mission. I hope you join us and help us deliver joy as Vital Start. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm just getting to the questions. The question is regarding the importance of oxytocin production during pregnancy and if deficiency lead to postpartum depression. And if your brain experiences focus on optimizing oxytocin or other neurochemicals or hormones. Wow, there's a phenomenal question. And, I'm so intrigued by this whole space, this whole area, especially with oxytocin. So like a year ago, we got a dog and it was incredible that I started feeling that oxytocin release. And I started to wonder what is happening with me because, I've finished all the childbearing. I'm on to building the startup. Is something wrong with me? And that's when I did the research. And it's clear now that, there's this phenomenal book, Mom Genes, as well, that talks about this research happening at Mount Sinai that literally looks at the same question. Why is that oxytocin released? And is it just at childbirth, post-childbirth, or can it be when an aunt meets a child or there is a member of your family having a connection, whether it's with a pet or with a child? And the answer is yes. That's what they've discovered in the mice experiments that they've done, is that there is literally a genetic transfer from the offspring into the person who's giving them care. Any caregiver can be a father, a mother, an aunt, anyone. So that really is about the oxytocin release, and it's one way of nature to help us connect. Now, our platform is all about providing interventions as a digital therapeutic, allowing digital methods, because we feel that not many moms in postpartum want to get into any chemical methods. So that's our focus. And we can be an adjunct to pharmaceuticals and medication approaches as well. That's a lovely question. So as a founder, what are your most memorable moments in your journey? This is such an amazing question because there's so much to talk. I think I can just talk for the rest of the day. And I'm sure there are many startup founders in this audience and you've been in my shoes. So you might have heard of the TED Talk by Angela Duckworth, where she speaks that, you can be really well educated, you can have all the money you need, you can have a stellar team, but the most important thing that they discovered and what makes people successful is grit. And I think that's it. That's what a startup founder needs. And for me, what has built that grit in me is looking at this whole journey as an unfolding. I feel like this is true, this is needed, this is going to happen. Even if I pivot, even if there are other approaches that I have to, combine this with. But I feel so confident that this is going to be true. It's an unfolding, and I'm part of this journey. And there's been many ups and downs, many no's, but I know I'll get to that yes. And I know that this is going to impact the lives and our vision in Vital Stone of impacting 1 million families. Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a great one.
perfect. I can see myself. Okay. So I have to actually present the next speaker. And I want to say that when I first started to talk to this person, he was saying, he's foreign, he's not, he was not born actually in the United States. But we discussed a little bit about issue in his home country, Japan. And it turned out it's a global issue. In terms of mental health, we're not talking about it's not a local thing. It's not like one country specific thing. It's a global issue. And the thing is, the same issues we have in the United States, it's absolutely similar in other countries. Even probably some countries it's a little bit better, in some countries a little bit worse, but still, we're on the same page globally. So, Kazu Akuda, he's actually a doctor. He's certified doctor, but he's not certified in the United States. But he's very educated in the field, in the mental health area. And he actually came to us from Japan, and we extremely thankful for doing it and presenting his work to us, to our audience. Good thing is everything is on the record, and we hope everyone will see us, the more people will be able to watch us online, maybe later. So Kazu Dr. Kazu, he's actually working on very, very amazing thing. It's actually personal. It's basically developing a personal treatment for mental health. And of course, he will talk more about his work. But long story short, mental health, it's not a local thing. It's a global issue. And there is no way addressing this issue only in the one direction, on one way. So we always have to think holistically and globally. So, Kazu, please, you're very welcome. I'll give you time to speak.
As she said, I just came back from Japan yesterday. I haven't, I'm still in the Jera again, in the dizzy mode. But okay, let's get started. I'm Kaz, CEO of Universal Brain, and I have a medical background in Japan. I was a medical doctor in Japan, and I started my company here. So now Universal Brain has headquarters in the States, but we have a subsidiary in Japan doing research and development. And what we're doing is develop a medical device for the treatment of the depression utilizing neurofeedback technology using EEG. And today my theme is brain-based psychiatry, but I want to start with the introduction of our neuropsychiatric research center in Japan, which is why I was in Japan before this event. There is a huge connection between the brain-based psychiatry and this research facility. We opened this R&D center with 3 Tesla MRI that is research grade. And this month, we just opened for the clinical purposes or research purposes. And of course, we utilize this facility for R&D of the Universal Brain. And it costs a lot, actually. So my wife designed entirely this building to reduce the cost. Anyway, let's talk about brain-based psychiatry. This idea is inspired by our dog research domain criteria made by NIMH in the 2010s. Then our dog framework provides an organizational structure for the research that consider mental health or the psychopathology. And it has the domains, 6 domains of the basic human neurobehavioral functioning, like positive and negative, balance, arousal and sensory motor, cognitive, social process or something. And conventional criteria for diagnosing and treat the mental disorders is like categorizing the disease by the number of the symptom and type of the symptom. And this leads to, there's a lot of trade-off utilizing this traditional criteria, which is great, but it's need to be improved by neuropsychiatry standpoint. Like this is maybe small, tiny, and I hope you can see this. This was the traditional psychiatry based on DSM, like categorizing. Oh, thank you very much. Categorizing the patient based on the symptom, and the problem is the Dr. A diagnosed this patient as a depression, but Dr. B diagnosed this patient as like schizophrenic or any other mental disorders. It happens all the time in clinical setting. And then, I mean, brain-based psychiatry is utilizing brain information, brain function information to the clinical setting, utilizing like MRI data, EEG data, something like that. For example, like a patient come to the clinic and then do the scan or EEG scan, MRI scan, and then give them a treatment for the symptom or disorders, something like that. And the perfect example of this brain-based psychiatry is not mine, but the Stanford Accelerated Intelligent Neuromodulation stuff. This is maybe you know about this neuromodulation method, but what is the difference between this approach to the conventional approach is in this protocol, the doctor scan the patient brain using fMRI and then search the connectivity of the DLPFC, dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, and ACC, and then they localize the area for the stimulation. Then they use TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, to upregulate the neural activity of the depressive patient. And I was surprised and I was amazed by this outcome because they said the remission rate is over 80% using this protocol. And it is said that the drugs, antidepressant, have 20 or 30, 40 remission rate. So it is much higher than antidepressant and much, much higher. And we're developing the medical device for depression. And I want to talk about the problem in depression. Like, there's a lot of patients suffering from depressive symptoms in the US and also in Japan as well. And over 30 million patients in the US, 30 million people in the US has experienced that major depressive episode in the past year. And maybe this the same ratio in Japan, almost. But there are, in the US, only 30% of the patient can see a doctor specialized in psychiatrists. Others are seeing primary care doctors or other subspecialists of the psychiatrists. And the problem is that there's a limited option for non-drug therapy. The solutions is always like prescribing antidepressant as soon as they see a doctor. Then I saw many patients suffering from this kind of problem. Like at the clinics, the doctors see the patient for 3 or 5 minutes, and then I'll diagnose, oh, you were depressed, and then prescribe antidepressant. But actually, my first patient at the psychiatry hospital she was schizophrenic, but misdiagnosed for depression. So she was prescribed antidepressant for over 20 years, and the drugs are increasing year and after a year. But it turns out her depressive mood was caused by schizophrenia. And she hospitalized in the University Hospital of the Kyushu University. That is a hospital I was graduated. And then we reduce the drug and then do psychotherapy or other treatment stuff. And she getting improved, her symptom getting improved. And this happens all the time in Japan and in the US as well. So we are developing the combination of EEG headset and the app for neurofeedback. And neurofeedback started at 1990s. So this technology itself is not a new one, but I will show you later, but we have an interesting approach for modulating dorsolateral prefrontal cortex by utilizing EEG and doing neurofeedback. And this is a demo. This was a video, but I cut the video version. But maybe you know about the neuromodulation, neurofeedback. We record the patient brainwave and then give them a real-time feedback of the brain state. Or your brain state is good, or your brain state is not good. And patients learn how to control their brain through this training. Our protocol, 15 minutes per session, and 10 sessions will be conducted in 2 weeks. And after 2 weeks, the symptoms get better. Now we're preparing for our clinical pilot study in Japan. So this is not this efficacy or outcome, it has not been published. But now we established our technology for neurofeedback and modulate the DLPFC for healthy people. This is our key technology, and now we're filing patent or doing clinical research. So I cannot say a detail because my lawyer will get angry. So but the abstract of this technology is utilizing the EEG and modulate the DLPFC area. This is a little bit high-level neurofeedback stuff because EEG itself, by using EEG, we can get the frequency data of the patient, but nobody knows what is going on the inside the brain, where is activating or not, or something like that. But we developed the algorithm for activating DLPFC by using EEG. And now we get a technological proof of concept and then doing the clinical research pilot study in Japan this year to get the clinical proof of concept. And there are a lot of previous research of the fMRI neurofeedback for depression. And this study conducted the fMRI neurofeedback. This is DLPFC, not dorsolateral, but they reported the 55% of depressive patients get remitted. The remission rate is 55. Which is great, so high. But the patient don't want to go into the MRI scanner every day for neurofeedback training. It is costly, economically, and time consuming. It's troublesome. So now we are doing it by using EEG. Like that. The fMRI neurofeedback is said to have an effect on depressive mood or any other psychiatric disorders. Like, this is said to have an effect on OCD or schizophrenic or something like that. But as I said, it is a little bit hard to get into MRI scan and doing neurofeedback. So now we're developing EEG neurofeedback. But to get the support from the clinician or psychiatrist, maybe we need neuroscientific evidence, not just clinical evidence. There's a lot of intervention or neuromodulation stuff for depression, but one of the reasons why Dr. Don trusts that kind of neuromodulation stuff, because the lack of evidence that support the clinical evidence. Like if, like functional connectivity or any other functional data is needed to persuade the doctors that this is effective, this intervention is effective or not. So now we're developing this one EEG headset and app for neurofeedback, but this intervention is like utilizing EEG, just EEG, not fMRI. But in the coming clinical trial, a pilot study in Japan, we will do an fMRI scan before the session and after the session to compare the result of the activity in the DLPFC. There's a lot of neurofeedback startup, but a few startups doing this kind of like getting neuroscientific evidence. But there is an example, like we have a member in the US team that his name is Karn, and the CEO of New Illusions. He was a new CEO, but he's now COO. But his product got evidence for his product is neurorehabilitation stuff by activating the motor control area of the brain. And he showed the data that before and after the intervention, the motor cortex has changed because of the intervention. Like, I think that kind of evidence is needed to get the support from clinician and get understanding from clinician. We are doing our development for mild to moderate depressive patient, because the severe depressive patient don't have the motivation to do neurofeedback training every day. Maybe they have less motivated than the usual people. So I think this kind of training would be helpful as a first step of the depressive treatment, rather than prescribe antidepressant. So for the severe symptom, maybe, as I said, the same protocol, that kind of Stanford TMS protocol would be beneficial, because all they have to do is sit on the chair and get the electrical stimulation at the clinic or hospital. Yep. I'm happy to answer the question, thank you very much for listening. Metrics?
Yes, for the evaluation, the whole evaluation process.
What do you mean by metrics?
I mean,
matrix.
When you gather information, data,
Yeah.
brain, what do you rely on? What type of data?
Yeah, we put importance on fMRI data. Like, is my answer correct?
Only imaging.
Yeah, imaging, neuroimaging.
Only imaging, and that's it. And the difference.
Yeah, difference before and after the intervention.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of data collection, like does the patient has to be in the hospital?
My intervention, right? You mean? Yeah, we are developing now EEG headset that is portable and that can be at home use. So the doctor will prescribe our EEG headset and app to the patient, and the patient can enjoy our neurofeedback training at home. This is the difference between TMS or fMRI neurofeedback stuff, because they have to go to the hospital or clinic to get the treatment. But in our case, the patient don't have to go to the clinic or hospital to get the treatment. So they can train themselves.
That's perfect. So they can do it from home. So the question is, do you have any data like available in terms of understanding? Do you have like results? Any results? Do you really try it?
Yeah, so we have only the data with healthy people. That is for getting technological proof of concept. And we will start our pilot study in Japan this August, and which is for depressive patient. So maybe we will get the result for depressive patient this year, maybe, hopefully.
That's very interesting. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Is your device, is it is it monopolar or bipolar? You put on the head, the device.
It's with the 20 channel.
Oh, you're doing 20.
Yes.
So okay, so you're doing the full brain.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna do the brain cap now?
Yes.
Okay, and it's dry sensors or the brain cap has dry sensors?
Yeah, dry sensor.
Okay.
Using dry
Put it
sensor.
on
Yes.
and wear it down.
Yeah. So.
Scare somebody.
Yeah.
Maybe go Halloween costume, but.
Yeah, we're developing like cap-like dry EEG that are available at home.
Is it like a custom device or is it like an off-the-shelf?
Yeah, we are collaborating with the EEG manufacturer who has a dry EEG sensor and who have a FDA clearance for their EEG headset. So now we're co-creating the new one. They have a very good technology, but it is not for daily use. Like that is for clinicians. For
Right.
Yeah.
You bring in the clinic and you can put it on and make sure they use it right.
Yeah.
It'll be great. It's expensive right there.
Yeah.
It's not.
EEG headset is very expensive, as you say. Like
$15,000.
yeah. So, but with our device, the cost would be less than $1,000. So that is very like reasonable, I guess. I'm not saying partner, but it's outside the US.
Did you say you're using like AI as an analysis to analyze
Yeah. Like we are using machine learning process to like predict the activity of the DOPFC and then give them a real-time feedback.
So is the AI directing the neurofeedback?
Yeah, right. No, just we build our algorithm for predicting DOPFC activity, and then it's kind of we have an answer that with this wave, the DOPFC must be active.
Is it based on MRI? Or you compare EEG, MRI?
Yeah, we compared many data of the, yeah.
Is fMRI better?
fMRI is better or not?
It's better, but it's.
Yeah, fMRI is that. I think fMRI is better, but with our neurofeedback, they can do at home. This is a difference, but maybe accuracy is like fMRI has more accuracy, I guess.
But you change, with fMRI, you train brainwave frequencies, like you train alpha. Can you do that with fMRI? MRI?
Oh, yeah, we can do that.
And you go deeper in the brain and circulate?
Yeah, the DLPSC is kind of, it's not deep, right? It's not deep. So I think it's hard to predict the deep brain activity by using EEG for now.
And how do you handle artifacts?
Yeah, like,
Because there's a lot of muscle artifacts. Every time I win my eyes, look around.
yeah, for EEG, right? So we have the filtering algorithm that is licensed by the manufacturer. Yeah, thank you very much for the question.
Do you mind just say the term once again? So AI is activating DPS?
DLPSC, dorsolateral prefrontal cortex.
Oh, okay. And it's activating that region because the activation in that region is correlated with
The depressive symptom. Yeah, especially left dorsolateral is said to have a deep connection between the deep connection to the depressive episode. And some studies show that the right dorsolateral had the effect to the mania, the symptom of mania, or like hyper behavioral something. It's brake and axle, and left dorsolateral said to have the effect on depressive episode.
left dorsal
Dorsolateral prefrontal cortex.
So, I know I've seen things before that the DLPFC is very coupled with like the anterior simulate.
Yeah.
Depression. Do you have a plan for in the future how you can kind of like affect these deeper brain regions?
Yeah, that is a great question, but like now our EEG neurofeedback is targeting the whole DLPSC area, and it is for now it's difficult for regulate the southern area, more breakdown. So hopefully, after we get enough data to predict the activity, that kind of detailed activity inside the brain, maybe we can do it by EEG neurofeedback. But for now, I think it is very difficult to do something like as the Nora Williams, the same protocol is doing. Is very like detailed, tailor-made for the patient, but ours are targeting on whole DLPSC area. So, yeah. Thank you.
I have a question. How actually it's important to make a right diagnosis in mental health, and how much it will cost to the patient to diagnose?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to evaluate the importance of the things.
Yeah, the cost would be as the same as the psychotherapy, the daily one. The cost, the detailed cost, I cannot say the detailed cost because like my financial guy will get angry. So, but I hope we can provide our solution that can be reasonable for the patient, because other that like TMS costs for around $10,000 or $15,000 for a year. So I think it's a little bit costly, but it's covered by insurance. But I guess we hope the cost will be as the same price as psychotherapy, that the patient can use as a daily activity.
I don't know if this is your purview, but I'm interested in, are you planning on launching in Japan, or are you planning on launching?
Launching in the US. Yeah. Yeah, because it's the problem is the reimbursement in Japan is not so high. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe we can show the cost effectiveness of our intervention and then higher reimbursement in the state than in Japan. And Japan followed the reimbursement rate of the United States. So maybe later we can introduce our technology to Japan after we market the product in the US.
Small follow-up. So in Japan, the reimbursement system is private moving into the US, or is it more
Totally UK system. It is fully covered by the government, and the price is the same in any region of the country. Yeah.
How does one train for alpha wave based on feedback? Is it just training to relax horsepower?
Yeah.
How does the person try to get there?
Yeah, like alpha wave, for example, alpha wave in the frontal activity, we measure the frontal activity of the patient, and then if the alpha wave is increasing in the frontal lobe, we give them a reward signal, like your brain is great, or circle is bigger, or something like that. And patient try to keep getting reward signal, like you're great. So, and through this training for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, the alpha wave itself will be increased. That is a concept.
And alpha wave is also associated with a more elevated.
Yeah, it's a little bit, I cannot say alpha wave is definitely connected to that kind of behavior, because it's controversial. The scientist A is saying alpha wave is great for something, and scientist B is saying different thing. So yeah, maybe I cannot answer the question.
That's really good to know that there may be some association with also.
Yeah. Yes, reproductivity of the study is very important in this field. Like a lot of scientists try to show the neurofeedback effect, but almost all of the case, the reproductivity is pretty low. So I think we should have the robust or reproducible evidence for to get the support from doctors or scientists, I guess. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're almost done. We only have one person left. And she actually, she has very great academic background. She's actually assistant professor at the local universities. The issue is we're experiencing technical problem now. Can we see her now? Still no. So the thing is, for some reason, we cannot see her. Did she restart it and didn't work? Can you please, okay. Okay, perfect. We're back again. So, unfortunately, our last speaker experienced major technical issue. And unfortunately, we are not able to see, or hear her. We will just record with her presentation a little bit later when she will be available and when she's, will be here in the Bay Area. We will do it individually with her because she's definitely, her work deserves it. Okay, so for now, we'll just simply finishing up. What I want to say, we're extremely honored to have absolutely amazing speakers today. The video will be available online. So if someone was not able to make it, you always can get back to our, YouTube channel, our website, and rewatch the entire conference. Another thing is I am inviting all of you next year. I know a lot of people was not able to make it, but they really want to be here. We know it. Nowadays, it's very hard to make things done, and plus we experience data change. So I really invite all of you for the next year. So you can register already now. Registration is open for Human Brain Expo 2024. Again, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for watching us. We believe in what we're doing. We believe in the positive outcomes. And we know things should work eventually. So please stay with us, register for the next year, and please join our projects. And please stay with us, okay? So done for today. Thank you so much.